Chapter 511, Pi Dao. A true immortal ascends to be cannon fodder? Speechless. Daxia Universe. Fang Xing original body was sitting inside a spaceship, shuttling through wormholes. He is now in the territory of the Blood Prison civilization, and is preparing to find the Lord of the Blood Yuan Mountain to establish a cause and effect. However, in the true immortal realm is definitely not a person that can be found everywhere. Otherwise the Dao Zun would not have had to create countless worlds and select talents in the past. Even if they are cannon fodder, they are high-level cannon fodder. Now there is no war, which is equivalent to joining the Dao court in disguise. And there are many benefits. Fang Xing looked at the immortal clone entering the military camp and began to get familiar with the environment, and couldn't help thinking, well, at least the ascended true immortal has a clean background, and naturally belongs to the Dao Zun's line, worthy of trust and can be cultivated. Well, just hang out in the Dao court first. Right. After all, the immortal cultivation clone has been completely devoured. He silently pondered the information obtained by the immortal cultivation clone, true immortal, fully comprehending a law, is the 13th realm combat power. Above the true immortal is the Dao Lord. Mastering a great way is the 14th realm combat power. Above the Dao Lord is the Dao Zun. The existence of the Dao, opening up a great way alone, eternal and immortal, is the 15th realm existence. Each realm is extremely difficult to upgrade. However, the Dao Zun needs to open up a way. The road opened up by the Dao Ting Dao Zun turned out to be the great Dao of immortality. A series of realms such as Qi training and foundation building, and even spiritual roots, were all created by that Dao Zun? Fang Xing's expression became serious when he thought of this. After the spiritual root cultivators have refined the void, they can feel the great way of immortality in the void, obtain the power of the great way, and have unlimited lifespan from then on. How powerful is this great Dao of immortality? Before Dao Zun broke through, he was Dao Jun of true illusion. So can he be promoted from the great Dao of true illusion to the great Dao of immortality? It feels like I missed an opportunity. But it doesn't matter. If Fang Xing traveled to before Dao Zun was promoted to the 15th realm, he might choose to take the great Dao of true illusion, and then open up the great Dao of immortality, and be promoted to the 15th realm in one step. But now there is no chance, because the great Dao of immortality has been opened up. Even if he becomes Dao Jun with the great Dao of true illusion in the future, or even transforms into the great Dao of immortality, he is still Dao Jun, not Dao Zun. If he is not a founder, how can he be called a Daoist? The latter can only be regarded as aping others. Even in other universes, the world is the same, because whether it is the Great Xia universe or the Qingyuan realm, with Fang Xing's spatial attainments, he can feel the existence of the great Dao layer, and can also feel the great Dao of immortality in it. There is no situation that has not been opened up. And the true immortal realm is definitely not truly peaceful. Fang Xing pondered for a moment. After all, there are still the existence of the true demon path and the heavenly demon path. These are the three Dao masters. The existence of three eternal realms will obviously cause quite a stir in the true immortal realm. Comparatively speaking, the Blood Prison civilization I am in is just a high-level civilization. The Blood Prison God Emperor is very likely only at the peak of the Dharma Master realm, and very likely at the Dao Master realm. The strongest is only at the 14th realm, and can be blown away by the Dao Master in one breath. Of course, among those peak civilizations, there must be Dao Masters at the 14th realm, or even eternal existences at the 15th realm. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, and the exterior of the spaceship emerged, arriving at a red galaxy. We've arrived at the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord's territory. The red galaxy. Looking at the scenes outside, Fang Xing couldn't help but smile. I heard that the system of the Blood Prison civilization is very cruel, and it adopts an imperial system. The strong men can do whatever they want in their own territory. This red galaxy implements a very cruel system. The Blood Yuan competition is held every 10 years, with planets as teams, and the worst performing planet is finally determined. And half of the life on that planet will become the sacrifice of the blood sacrifice. Well, in fact, this population is nothing for the entire galaxy. The universe is so big, and the number of newborns and deaths every second is a terrifying number. The Blood Yuan Mountain Lord's reputation is mainly aimed at outsiders. But Fang Xing will definitely not tolerate such evil behavior. Well, in fact, it is necessary to establish cause and effect. and it is definitely necessary to meet the person in person. It would have been best to make a deal or swear a confidentiality oath to each other. But Fong Xing took stock and found that he didn't have any treasures. Instead, he was obsessed with the Blood Yuan Mountain of the Blood Yuan Mountain Master. Then he could only do the opposite and make enemies. A planet. In countless cities, large screens were projected with scenes. It was two people fighting madly in a bloody hell. In fact, the source power fluctuations on their bodies were only around the 9th level. But they fought quite madly. The last match of the Blood Yuan competition. According to the score, our hero Mu Qing will fight against the enemy Long Nanqing Kavik. Once we win, we can completely get rid of the situation of becoming a sacrifice. A female host said with emotion, Mu Qing, come on! Come on! At this moment, countless people in the hometown completely put down their work and prayed for Mu Qing wholeheartedly. In the bloody hell, I can't lose! Mu Qing gritted his teeth, and the sword left a trail of afterimages in the air, secret technique smashing Sky's sword. At this moment, the prayers of his hometown and his own struggle, the complex emotions piled up together, making his source power burst out again and again. Suddenly, a sense of enlightenment emerged in his heart, making him overjoyed. I broke through. Boom! The endless sword light suddenly overlapped and turned into a sword that broke the space. I have the hope of the world's people. I can't lose. Bang! The answer to him was a hideous brass knuckle on the opposite side. A pair of iron fists smashed the knife light, and then hit his head heavily. I also shoulder the hope of a planet. And I am stronger than you. On the planet, watching Mu Qing's head explode in the picture, many people showed despair and burst into tears. Some even cursed Mu Qing directly. How much they admired and respected Mu Qing before. How much they hated him now. Damn Mu Qing. He killed us. No. Half of the life. According to the final plan before, we must draw the lottery fairly under the watchful eyes of the artificial intelligence goddess of justice. The possibility of winning the lottery is too great. Woo-woo. The screen switched. And the beautiful host also had red eyes. Our hero Mu Qing has fallen. And I just received a notice that I was also drawn, which will be one of the costs of that half of the life. I am very happy to host the show for everyone. Goodbye. Her eyes were filled with tears, which was a complete performance accident. But at this time, no one cared at all. On the planet, there is an atmosphere of despair. Outside the planet, a teardrop-shaped spaceship is silently watching all this. A handsome young man, with a blue crystal on the back of his hand, stares at the screens. On the screen, there is a riot on the entire planet. Robbery, murder, in addition to various desires. There are also flashes of humanity. Although, this is only a minority. Human nature is a complicated thing. According to our research on Starry Sky civilization, although this cruel system may stimulate the birth of strong people, the probability of strong people rebelling or even seeking revenge in the future is more than 50%. A truly powerful civilization still needs a healthy competition mechanism. And selection through virtual technology is a good choice. The Blood Prison civilization is an advanced civilization after all. So how could it not have virtual technology? Master Beta. Next to the young man stood an elderly man wearing a black tuxedo and meticulously groomed hair, who looked like an old butler. He bowed slightly and said, Blood Prison civilization naturally has virtual technology. But the Blood Yuan Mountain Master, he just disdains it. He prefers bloody competition. At the same time, as a black hole level powerhouse, his status is no less than those of the Lord of Laws. Therefore, even the Blood Prison God Emperor must respect his opinion. It's just half of the life of a planet. As long as half of the galaxy is not exterminated, I think the Blood Prison civilization will not interfere. Barbaric. Beta sighed and looked at the old butler next to him. What if I order you to save people? Of course not. Young master, you are here to celebrate the birthday of the Blood Prison God Emperor on behalf of the family. The old butler reminded him, if you can't complete the task well, it will affect the proportion of your inheritance of the family fund in the future. Even if it's just a few decimal places. It's an astronomical figure. I know. Beta sat back, looking a little powerless. Let's go. Huh? Just then, he found that the satellite weapons that were originally shrouded outside the planet suddenly exploded. Then, one spaceship after another immediately broke through the atmosphere and fled in all directions. Interstellar pirate? No. It's Interstellar Wanderer. Did he choose to save the lives on that planet and go against the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain? Space. On a blood-colored mountain. This mountain is tens of thousands of kilometers high. All red. With an indescribable color. As if blood is still flowing. It is Blood Yuan Mountain. On the top of Blood Yuan Mountain, there sits a red-robed one-horned weirdo. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. He was drinking blood wine. Feeling depressed, this time. I got nothing in that secret place of the universe. And Blood Yuan Mountain was damaged. Damn Tianmu Star Lord. If it weren't for the birthday of the God Emperor, I would make you pay the price immediately. Well, after this competition, there should be enough blood sacrifice power to restore the damage to Blood Yuan Mountain. Then I can find a few friends to take revenge together. Just then, he stood up suddenly, his face full of anger. How dare someone destroy my competition in my territory? The Blood Yuan Mountain Lord roared. And the 10,000-mile-high Blood Yuan Mountain shrank instantly, becoming only tens of miles high, turning into a blood-colored stream of light and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 512, Level 6 Master of Magic. Fang Xing was suspended in the universe, watching the spaceships flee. When faced with some communications, even humble flattery, requests for his protection, etc., he refused them all. Don't thank me. I just saw it and followed my heart. My name? Hee hee. I'm just an interstellar wanderer who is interested in it. Facts have proved that as long as hope is given, even ants can burst out with a terrifying desire to survive. Under Fang Xing gaze, the human race on this failed planet is fleeing at a crazy speed. Even within a short period of time, about 50% escaped. This ratio is quite amazing, which should be due to the expansion and utilization of space technology. A strongman can take away all the population of a city with a casual wave of his hand. Fang Xing even saw that there were equipment manufacturing masters who were transforming the crude space equipment at all costs, making it from the original storage function to barely adapt to the short-term survival of humans, and then giving it away for free to the strong men to carry people. Of course, there were also strong men who prevented this escape, and some even desperately volunteered to stay as sacrifices. After all, even if they escaped from the Red Galaxy, how many people could escape from the Blood Prison civilization? Some people even resented Fang Xing, who was undoubtedly the lucky one who didn't win the lottery before. Of course, their excuse was definitely not this, but that after escaping, only 10% of people might survive. So it would be better to let 50% die. And, during the escape, the rich, the powerful, and the strong would definitely have the upper hand, which was unfair. Fang Xing just thought it was funny and farting. He was not really a savior, but he came to find an excuse to establish a cause and effect with the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. Who cares about after-sales service? Huh? However, as far as he could see, he saw a teardrop-shaped spaceship contacting the refugees. Some refugees even signed an agreement with Joy immediately, either to immigrate or to become slaves. Starry Sky Civilization? According to the universal rules of human civilization, the captured fugitives can belong to themselves, or redeem them after the original owner pays compensation, as long as the price is set higher. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain will definitely not redeem them, which can also be regarded as a kind of salvation. Fang Xing silently estimated that with this kind-hearted person joining, this planet should be able to survive 70% to 80% of the population. That's good. It's better than before the intervention. Just then, his mind moved and he looked in a direction. There, a bloody light surged, suddenly turned into a bloody mountain, and hit hard. Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain? When Fang Xing saw the real target coming, his face showed a trace of anger. You are too much. Actually playing this bloody game in the territory. At this time, he has not forgotten his own character. Boom! Fang Xing raised his palm, and in the vibration of the true self-law, a 1,000-mile-long palm appeared in the universe and slapped it hard. The bloody mountain was slapped away and smashed an uninhabited planet. Law Master Realm? At this time, the Lord of Blood Origin Mountain seemed to have come to his senses. But he was even more ashamed and angry. If you talk to me properly, I can give you all the people on this planet. But you destroyed the satellite weapons and slapped me in the face. Do I have a grudge against you? Obviously. When facing a powerful Lord of the Law Realm, he remained rational. No grudges or hatred. Fang Xing smiled slightly and said, but if the law of the universe is the law of the jungle, I am a strong man. I should be able to do whatever I want. right? Hee hee. A newly promoted Lord of the Law Realm. The Lord of Blood Origin's eyes flashed with fluorescence. And the accompanying artificial intelligence had already recognized Fang Xing's identity. He is a distinguished guest of the Sea Clan. A newly promoted Lord of the Law in the Deep Sea Civilization. After the other party broke through, he disappeared directly. And he didn't expect to come here. Humph. Come again. The Lord of Blood Origin Mountain also has his own pride. He is a black hole level expert comparable to the Master of the Law. What's more, this is the Blood Prison Civilization. As long as he can hold on until the reinforcements sent by His Majesty the Divine Emperor arrive, Fan Yun will naturally have to escape or even be killed. When the Blood Yuan Mountain Master gets serious, the situation is completely different. Blood Yuan Mountain. He injected the black hole level source power into the Blood Yuan Mountain, causing golden lines to appear on the Blood Yuan Mountain. The golden lines continued to expand and turned into a golden beast, with blood flowing all over its body. And suddenly a claw swung out. Hua la la. The cosmic source power collapsed like a tsunami. Even if it was separated by thousands of miles, it was still thrilling. On the water drop spaceship. Is this the battle between the Lord of Laws? Record it quickly, record it. Beta seemed very excited. It is rare to see Lord of Laws fighting each other. And it is even rarer to see Lord of Laws fighting Black Hole. Master. At this time, the butler next to him was a little helpless. The identity of the Universe Wanderer has been found out. His name is Fang Yun, which is probably a pseudonym. He just broke through the Lord of Laws a few years ago and then disappeared mysteriously. He suddenly appeared here. It seems that he may have a grudge against the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. After all, the old butler is also a master of magic, and he is more knowledgeable. My young master is kind enough to save people, and Fang Yun seems to be deliberately looking for trouble. No matter what, it is a good deed after all. Doing things is based on deeds, not intentions. If he hadn't broken the blockade, I would not have taken action. Beta was stunned, and then shook his head. If Fang Xing didn't take action, he really had no excuse to catch these escaped slaves. By the way, who do you think will win? Beta looked at the battlefield and asked again with interest. The old housekeeper's expression immediately became much more solemn. According to the classification of our Starry Sky civilization, the combat power of the Dharma Lord Realm is divided into 5 levels. The Dharma Lord Realm that has just broken through is the first level of the Dharma Lord. Most of the black hole levels are also at this level. If you master some special secrets, treasures, or practice for many years, you may be able to enter the second level of the Dharma Lord. Next, the third level Dharma Lord is a real master. Very rare. Enough to be able to dominate in some advanced civilizations. The fourth level Dharma Lord is the peak of the Dharma Lord, like the Blood Prison God Emperor, who can create a high-level civilization by himself. As for the last 5th level Dharma Lord, he can deal with the Tao Lord Realm and even save his life. Even in our peak civilization, he is a real top-level powerhouse. That Fang Yun just broke through. The first level Dharma Master is about the same strength as the Lord of Blood Origin Mountain. However, after all, they are fighting away from home. If the time is too long and the reinforcements arrive, it will definitely be disadvantageous to the other Dharma Master Yun. Therefore, if he does not have any special tricks, he will probably retreat. Just as the old housekeeper finished speaking, a huge palm print appeared, which was the immortal Martial Qi handprint. The terrifying handprint crushed the golden blood beast, and then Fang Xing figure disappeared without a trace. Only one voice echoed in the universe, Lord of Blood Origin Mountain. If you continue to promote your evil hobbies, I will definitely punish you. Humph. It's just a first level Dharma Master. If you don't run fast. On the Blood Origin Mountain. The Lord of Blood Origin Mountain looked extremely ugly. With a thought, the endless sea of blood immediately submerged the previous planet. All the life on the planet was annihilated in an instant. Even the star core was extracted and filled onto the Blood Origin Mountain. So many have escaped? After destroying a planet, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain frowned and looked at the water drop-shaped spaceship, obviously wanting to vent his anger. At this time, a projection suddenly appeared on the water drop spaceship, projecting a brilliant star emblem. People from the Starry Sky civilization? The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain paused, obviously a little hesitant. Hee hee. I am the steward of the Sekai family, and I have met the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. The old steward flew out with a formulaic smile on his face. My young master came on behalf of the family to celebrate the birthday of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. And by the way, he captured a group of slaves. I wonder if the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain wants to redeem them." The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain twitched his face. This was a disgrace to the peak civilization. He waved his hand. "No need. Just this small population. Just treat it as a small gift from me to your young master." Facing a strong man of the same level, even the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain, who was rumored to be moody and extremely bloodthirsty, could remain calm. After saying this, he immediately drove the Blood Yuan Mountain and disappeared. The old butler chuckled, returned to the spaceship, and bowed. "Master, the Lord of Shua Yuan Mountain has left." "Well, it seems that he is more rational than the rumors say," Beta said thoughtfully. "In that case, let's continue to set off. By the way," he looked at the old butler, "I have heard a rumor that there seems to be another level above the 5th level Magic Master. The legendary 6th level Magic Master. The 6th level Magic Master is just a legend. Just like the Black Hole level can tie or even defeat the Magic Master realm. The 6th level Magic Master needs to defeat the Tau Master realm. This is almost impossible." The old butler shook his head and said, "Even in our peak civilization, there are only 1 or 2 5th level Magic Masters. The 6th level Magic Master only exists in legends and deductions. If such a strong man appears, the war situation between our Starry Sky civilization and the Zerg civilization and the Alien B civilization may be rewritten. A Tau Master realm strongman may change the war situation of the peak civilization, but a 6th rank Dharma Master may have a greater impact on the war. This is naturally because of the special nature of some battlefields, and according to the tacit understanding of the peak civilization, the existence of the Tao Lord realm, or even higher, will not easily end. Otherwise, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses. This leads to the fact that the most active on the battlefield of the peak civilization is still the Dharma Master realm. At this time, even if there is one more 5th rank Dharma Master, it is an important weight that affects the balance of victory or defeat. If it is a 6th rank Dharma Master who can defeat the Tao Lord realm, then it is equally easy to kill the rest of the Dharma Masters. It is no longer as simple as a weight that affects the balance, but a decisive force on the battlefield. 6th rank Dharma Master. Beta's eyes were full of longing. If I become a 6th rank Dharma Master, many things can be done according to my heart. Right? Chapter 513 Celebration. Blood Prison Continent. As the center of Blood Prison civilization, this continent stands in the universe, with hundreds of satellites orbiting it. The entire continent is 27 light-years long, and now it is covered with a layer of blood everywhere. This is the aesthetic of Blood Prison civilization, similar to hanging lanterns and decorations, just to celebrate the birthday of Blood Prison God Emperor. Fong Xing walked in a city like an outsider. He made some cover-ups and came to a city on the continent as a visit. Huh? Blood Prison civilization didn't want me. It seems that the face of the Dharma Lord realm is still quite big. He casually flipped through the internet and immediately found that he was not wanted by Blood Prison civilization in public. Of course, it's hard to say what happened in secret, but it seems that I and the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord are regarded as a personal conflict, and they don't take it seriously. Very good. Now the cause and effect has been established. When the Blood Prison God Emperor birthday celebration is over, and the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord is a certain distance away, he can really kill him. Fong Xing twisted his fingertips lightly, and there seemed to be a gray cause and effect line at the tip of his finger. His cause and effect secret technique came from the Panwu Grand Ceremony, which was of a very high level and could not be compared with ordinary secret techniques. Now, through the cause and effect line, the position of the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord can be roughly sensed. The scary thing is that the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord didn't even know that Fong Xing was locating him through the cause and effect line. Even if he knew, he couldn't hide it, let alone find Fong Xing in reverse. This is the difference in the level of cause and effect technique. In the struggle of the Dharma Lord realm, or even higher realms, whoever can initially locate the cause and effect will naturally have a huge advantage. During the previous fight, we also tested the support speed of the Blood Prison civilization. It is no doubt that the farther we are from the Blood Prison civilization, the longer the time will be. Also, the Blood Yuan Mountain Master is only the weakest type of Black Hole level, and his strength is about the first level of the Dharma Master realm. After arriving here, Fong Xing also followed the local customs and used the strength classification method of the Great Xia universe. Before, I also only showed the combat power of a first-level master, and fought him back and forth. In fact, with my combat power of the 6th or 7th level of Tianxian, I should be around the 3rd level master. A 2nd level master may severely injure a 1st level master, and a 3rd level master can even kill a 1st level master. Wait until the birthday celebration is over and the Blood Origin Mountain Lord leaves a certain distance. Then you can start. Of course, after the killing, how to deal with the aftermath is more important. But the universe is so big, you can just run away. Can you also join a big force and get protection? Well, judging from the current situation, the Starry Sky civilization is still the best. Although he already has the inheritance of the Eternal Realm, if he can rely on a big force, he can not only get the opportunity to interact with many geniuses, but also a lot of resources. So he can naturally improve faster. Perhaps, killing the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is an opportunity. Just as Fang Xing was thinking about it, an old man dressed like a butler suddenly appeared in front of Fang Xing. Mr. Fang Yuan, my young master wants to see you. Master of the law? Fang Xing frowned slightly. I remember you. When I rescued those slaves last time, you were in a nearby spaceship. That's right. The old man smiled slightly, pressed the button on his chest, and a projection of a star badge emerged. It also contains the anti-counterfeiting technology of virtual space, which is difficult to forge. It turned out to be the Sekai family of the Star Civilization. Fang Xing nodded. Lead the way. Not long after, he and the old butler came to a manor. The decoration of this manor is mainly silver and white, full of a sense of science fiction. In the living room, a handsome young man, with a sapphire on the back of his hand, has been waiting there. Mr. Fang Yuan, please sit down. When he saw Fang Xing, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face. Yeah. Fang Xing sat down directly. Then, a maid came forward and brought drinks and other beverages. Fang Xing took a glance and recognized that this maid seemed to be the most famous host on the planet before, and her image appeared on many large screens. But it was just a glance, and he was too lazy to continue to learn more. The maid looked at Fang Xing firmly, as if she wanted to remember him thoroughly. After all, if it weren't for Fang Xing and Beta, she would definitely die. Mr. Fang Yuan, you destroyed the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord before, and saved a lot of lives. I admire you. Come and have a glass of Merlot wine, which I specially prepared. Beta raised his glass. My name is Beta. Beta Sekai. Although he is a direct descendant of the family, he has no inheritance rights, and has always liked wandering and adventure. Fang Xing understood that the other party should be ranked as the second son. Otherwise there would not be such a powerful butler as a bodyguard. But so? Naive. He played with the wine glass. With a playful smile on his face, you invited me to drink. I'm afraid it's not just to see me. Of course, the Blood Prison Civilization is unwilling to blatantly arrest a great master of the Dharma realm. But if you are discovered, your fate will not be too good, especially in the current Blood Prison continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Beta said, fortunately, my villa has been confirmed as an embassy district and has extraterritoriality. Mr. Fang Yuan can stay here until the celebration is over. The old butler next to him couldn't help but stroke his forehead. The young master is still so naive. Even if you want to win over this Dharma realm, you can't expose all your cards at the beginning. Perhaps this is the heart of a child. And it is also one of the reasons why the patriarch likes the young master so much. Just when the butler was complaining, Fang Xing shook his head. I don't need to bother you here. But, Beta, you are indeed a good person. He was slightly moved in his heart. Even within the universe, good and bad people are very few. And people who are neither good nor bad are the majority. In other words, the attitude of most people towards others is constantly changing according to the feedback of the target. A little guy like Beta, who has a pure heart, is really rare. He stood up and prepared to leave, and Fang Yuan is just my pseudonym. You can call me Fang Xing, since we are going to be affiliated with the Starry Sky civilization. Some things can be prepared, and there are many incredible strong people in the Peak civilization, and hiding their real names is obviously not a good decision. Mr. Fang Xing. Beta wanted to say something, but Fang Xing figure in front of him disappeared without a trace. It's teleportation. The old housekeeper's expression suddenly became nervous. The manor where you live, young master, has already been equipped with anti-space layout. Although the level is not very high, Feng Xing teleportation technique can easily break through those space blockades, which means that his attainments in the law of space are definitely not low. So, Mr. Feng Xing pre his battle with the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is actually hiding something? Beta became interested. Could it be that he is a second-level master of magic? Not long after the breakthrough, he has the strength of a second-level master of magic. Mr. Feng Xing is also a true genius. At the same time, inside the magnificent palace complex at the core of the Blood Prison continent, Master just found the trace of Feng Yun, and the other party was taken away, suspected to be protected by the Sekai family. A winged blood-skinned man spoke. It is the artificial intelligence that belongs exclusively to the Blood Prison God Emperor. Did the Starry Sky civilization intervene? It seems that Feng Yun still has some potential, and may become a guest of the Starry Sky civilization. The Blood Prison God Emperor looks young, as if he is only in his 20s, with distinct facial features, very coordinated, fair and delicate skin, and only a long blood-red hair, which falls like a waterfall on his head. He also wears a crown representing imperial power. Many hideous barbs and forks are intertwined, and in the center is a blood-red ruby the size of a pigeon egg. This crown is also a treasure, and its aura is much higher than that of the Blood Yuan Mountain. As a fourth-level existence in the realm of the Master of Law, the Blood Prison God Emperor can be said to have reached a certain limit of the realm of the Master of Law. As for the fifth-level Master of Law later, this limit must be broken. Among many Masters of Law, only a few can do this. Forget it. Since it is the Starry Sky civilization that intervened, then give it some face. The Blood Prison God Emperor thought for a moment, and slowly said, anyway, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain didn't suffer any loss. After this celebration, I will put everything aside and pursue the path of the Tao Master. The Blood Prison God Emperor sighed, and grabbed a golden scepter in his right hand, wearing a gorgeous robe, and came to the outside of the palace. Soldiers, strong men, and even more people from the Blood Prison continent gathered in the square in front of the palace, cheering, roaring, and enjoying various performances. Citizens of all civilizations, I am your eternal emperor. Seeing this scene, the Blood Prison God Emperor felt that his heart was filled with some kind of heat, and raised the wine glass in his hand. Let's celebrate. Oh! Waves of warm shouts continued to erupt from the palace, and spread to the outermost periphery. The entire continent was plunged into a sea of joy for a while. The celebration of the Blood Prison God Emperor lasted for more than 3 months. It was not until more than 3 months later, on a peaceful night, that the Blood Prison God Emperor left alone to pursue his own path. Even the entire civilization was blocked from this news, thinking that their emperor was still in the palace. Finally moved? On a meteorite in outer space. Feng Xing sensed that the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord, who had been locked by his family with the causal line before, had begun to move rapidly. At this speed, he will soon leave the Red Star system, or even the territory of the Blood Prison civilization. Good. Very good. It seems that you finally can't help it. Feng Xing thought moved, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He suddenly used the teleportation technique to chase and intercept the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord. Chapter 514 Revenge. On the edge of the Blood Prison civilization, on a spaceship, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain sat cross-legged. His eyes were very restless. Lord Tianmu. And that Feng Yun. I'm coming. The spaceship flew at a constant speed, passing through one wormhole after another. Suddenly, under the scale of the universe, a palm of 10,000 miles appeared, holding the spaceship in its palm, like a small worm. The great sun Tathagat a palm, the mountains and rivers in the palm. Bang! The blood-red axe-shaped spaceship bought at a high price instantly turned into a ball of fire. Then, the infinite flames continued to converge, as if absorbed by a black hole. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain was still wearing a blood robe, holding the Blood Yuan Mountain in his hand. Looking at the source of the giant palm, Feng Yun. You are here again. I spared your life before because of the Blood Prison God Emperor. Now the celebration is over, and your death is coming. Feng Xing stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, whose death date is still uncertain. Come out. The Blood Yuan Mountain in the hands of the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord shook, and 2 light spots flew out. The light spots expanded rapidly and turned into 2 figures. They were all powerful masters of the Dharma Master Realm. This Blood Yuan Mountain is indeed a treasure. After covering up its aura, Even I didn't notice it. Fang Xing sighed. He knew these two powerful masters of the Dharma Master Realm. They were masters of the Blood Prison civilization. This time, they must have been invited by the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord to ambush him. One of them was wearing blood-colored armor, named Inuo, and his strength was only the first-level Dharma Master. The other one had a more condensed aura, and was the Blood River Star Lord. His strength should have reached the second-level Dharma Master, and he should have gotten rid of the name of the newly promoted Dharma Master. As for the third-level Dharma Master, the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord couldn't impress such a strong man, and he didn't even have many ways to make friends with him. After all, birds of a feather flock together. If you don't have the strength, you can't get into that circle. But Inuo, Blood River Star Lord, plus Blood Yuan Mountain Lord, are enough to surround and kill one or two first-level Dharma Lords. Sure enough, Fang Xing looked at himself surrounded by a triangle and nodded. Even a wild boar will become extremely cunning after being hunted too many times, let alone a human. He was not surprised at all that he was ambushed. He even made a plan to face the Blood Prison God Emperor directly. Anyway, through the channels of the Sea Kai family, he already knew that the Blood Prison God Emperor's strength was at the 4th level Dharma Lord. That is, the peak level of the Celestial Immortal. Although he was stronger than himself, he should be able to escape if he couldn't beat him. At this time, he was naturally more carefree. But seeing that there were only two Dharma Lords, Blood River Star Lord and Inuo, he couldn't help but understand that the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord was really confused by his previous performance, and thought that he was only the strength of a first-level Dharma Lord. Wild boar. The Blood Yuan Mountain Lord roared, ready to make this enemy, who looked down on him, pay the price. Blood Yuan 3rd level. The Blood Yuan Mountain expanded wildly, and instantly became thousands of miles high. Then, blood gold lines emerged, outlining 3 terrifying and ferocious beasts. It seems that the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is really anxious. Ino smiled, however. As long as he gives us all the rewards, it doesn't matter if he is left with the last blow. Be careful. The enemy this time is not simple. The Lord of Blood River, who is at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, is the one who understands Fang Xing's strength best. He mastered the blood flow law and had already prepared to affect the blood flow in Fang Xing's body in secret. But at this time, he found that Fang Xing was like a piece of iron, and was not affected by the power of the complete blood flow law at all. This is the power of the complete true self law. Although it is not as powerful as the time law and the space law, it is outstanding in stabilizing itself and resisting the erosion of the power of the external law. And, if combined with martial arts, it will complement each other even more. What? Ino's eyes immediately condensed. Even Brother Shua, you must go all out. Behind him, a sea of blood emerged. But this sea of blood was extremely hot, with a terrible temperature. Just like magma. The burning blood law. As the masters of the Blood Prison civilization, they all comprehend the laws related to blood. But unlike the upper laws such as the law of blood, most of them are at the lower level. In other words, at the beginning, they deliberately chose some small branches related to blood for comprehension in order to reduce the difficulty of breaking through the Master Realm. After the Master who comprehends the upper laws is promoted, it is easy to break through the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level. But for those who comprehend the lower laws of the Master Realm, it may be a luxury to be trapped in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels for a lifetime. From this aspect, the Master of the Blood River Star is definitely a talent. Blood-burning law? So the blood law can be subdivided like this? But such a small branch is an absolute lower-level law. So what power does it have? Fang Xing felt the abnormal flow and burning of blood in his body, and his mouth curled up slightly. You rashly aroused my blood. Boom! His aura exploded, and his blood and chi were like real dragons, circling above his head and turning into a snake ball. No! Rather than a snake-dragon ball, it was a blood and chi sun. Under this sun, any abnormal blood and chi were suppressed, and it even had a hint of immortality. It was as if above endless time and space, an immortal sun with indescribable colors was casting a projection, merging with this blood and chi sun. Then, the sun's brilliance enveloped it. What sea of blood? Blood golden beasts, all turned into nothingness in the bloody sun. This is the first move of the sun to Thagatapam. The sun shines everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. Under one palm, the 3 13th realm fighters all vomited blood and kept flying back. Ino looked at the hideous palm print on his chest armor, with an unbelievable look on his face. Just one move can seriously injure me. He is not a first-level master. At least a third-level master. Even among the third-level masters. He is an absolute powerhouse. Master of Shuoyuan Mountain. Are you going to kill us? Boom! Shuoyuan Mountain wailed. The master of Shuoyuan Mountain relied on this treasure for defense. He looked fine. But his face was full of dullness. Impossible. He was just promoted to a master. You have all seen the intelligence. Unless that intelligence is false. He is a veteran master, pretending to be a newcomer to lower our vigilance. In order to hunt the master of our blood prison civilization? Help! Help immediately! Blood River Star Lord was the most decisive. After being defeated by Fong Xing, he turned around and ran away. He frantically asked for help, and was still wondering when the blood prison civilization would provoke such a powerful enemy. Your Majesty, did you know? If they knew that the blood prison civilization had an enemy of a third-level Dharma Master, they, the first-level and second-level Dharma Masters, would never come out casually. Huh? Blood River Star Lord was running for his life, but found that Fong Xing did not chase him and Ino, but chased the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord, who was also running for his life. He immediately understood. Is it just the enemy of the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord himself? This guy has not yet been promoted to a Dharma Master, but he has provoked a third-level Dharma Master enemy. Really? The status of the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord in the Blood Prison Civilization is higher than that of many first-level Dharma Masters. It is almost comparable to the second-level Dharma Master. Not only is the scarcity of Black Hole-level combat power, but also because of its irreplaceability in many aspects. For example, in some low-intensity battlefields, it is assumed that the Dharma Master Realm Masters will not take action. For example, some secret realms that only the Star Lord realm can enter. In the past, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain also relied on these to bring a lot of benefits to the Blood Prison Civilization, and only then could he have his current status. But now, the Lord of Blood River Star thinks that the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is too stupid, and it is time to give up. Sure enough, you are here to hunt me down. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain sat on the Blood Yuan Mountain, turned into a red light, and fled at an unimaginable speed. But Fong Xing was right behind him, chasing him relentlessly. Even after a slight estimate of the speed difference between the two sides, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain couldn't help but feel desperate. Boom! In front of him, the sun's light fell and turned into a huge palm. This palm condensed to handprint, and it even had a faint sense of freezing time and space. Ah! Want to kill me? The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain burned his own source power crazily, and his soul exploded fiercely. Under his control, Blood Yuan Mountain seemed to have taken some tonic pills, and quickly expanded to a size of more than 100,000 kilometers to meet the giant palm of time and space. Boom! The giant palm gripped the Blood Origin Mountain, and it actually made this treasure shrink continuously. Shaking the mountain with one hand, the Lord of the Blood Origin Mountain suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood essence, and turned into a stream of light, and fell into the Blood Origin Mountain. With a crazy look, "You can't kill me. The Blood Origin Mountain is a treasure, which can weaken your attack by 90%. We will grind slowly, and I believe that His Majesty the Divine Emperor will definitely come to save me. As a treasure, the Blood Origin Mountain does have the function of hiding, and can even weaken external attacks. If you want to completely kill the Lord of the Blood Origin Mountain, you can only use an ultra-limit attack to shake him to death. Or, the Blood Origin Mountain keeps shrinking, and finally turns into a pocket-sized hill, which falls into Fong Xing palm. He smiled at the Blood Origin Mountain Master. Do you know what it means to be trapped in one's own cocoon? This treasure of yours is indeed highly defensive against material attacks and ordinary soul attacks. But what if it is an attack of will? What? The Blood Origin Mountain Master, who was recovering frantically in a blood pool inside the Blood Origin Mountain, was suddenly shocked. The secret method of will? You actually know the method of will cultivation. Could it be that you are from the peak civilization? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He said he didn't believe it. But in fact he was desperate, because Fong Xing didn't have to lie to the captives. Tell me. Why? We should have no hatred. The Blood Origin Mountain Master had a ferocious face. If you must know, it must be the Grey-Robed Marquis, Fong Xing said casually. Grey-Robed Marquis? The unique photographic memory of the strong reminded the Blood Origin Mountain Lord of the ant he crushed to death countless years ago after breaking through the black hole level. The other party was only at the neutron star level. And he only had a Yuanzhong temple, which was pretty good. He couldn't help but feel it was ridiculous, just because of that interstellar wanderer. An ant? I'm going to die today? No. Chapter 515 Blood Yuan Mountain. No. I can give you more than the Grey Marquis. I have many treasures, and a large amount of source currency deposits. Even, I can give you the Blood Yuan Mountain. Compared to the Grey Marquis' Yuanzhong temple, my Blood Yuan Mountain is better. Otherwise, he would not have died in my hands. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain was still struggling for the last chance of survival when he was in a desperate situation. As long as you promise to spare my life, I am even willing to become your sole slave. Oh! Fang Xing was a little surprised. And a little admired. Even in a desperate situation, he is still chasing, asking for a chance to live. Is this also the will of a strong man? You are probably thinking about the help of the Blood Prison God Emperor? It's a pity that he should pursue the Tao Lord realm. Oh! You are probably thinking that there is a 1 in a million chance that the Blood Prison God Emperor will break through the Tao Lord realm and then find me to free me from slavery. This is your only chance to live. He smiled. It's a pity. I came to you just to get my thoughts through. How could I possibly create such a big cause and effect again? Fang Xing will condensed and turned into a giant, rushing into the Blood Yuan Mountain without any hindrance. This is the Will secret method recorded in the Panwu Grand Canon, which is better than what the Blue Star Warriors figured out themselves. Boom! Inside the Blood Yuan Mountain, an illusory giant descended, bringing an unimaginable sense of danger. Not good. Seeing Fang Xing will attack, the face of the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord changed horribly. But there was no way at all. He could only watch the giant phantom raise a palm and press it on his forehead. In an instant, the Blood Origin Mountain Lord fell down with lifeless eyes. But there was not a single wound on his body. It's a little harder to kill than those evil gods from outside the domain. But that's all. Huh? No. Fang Xing silently felt something different. Sure enough, the Blood Law and its subordinate lower laws, although their combat power is not very good, have some unique features in saving lives. It's a pity. My vision and knowledge are higher than yours. He twisted a gray silk thread in his hand. At this time, this causal thread was completely different from before, and became extremely thick. After all, the causal relationship between Fang Xing and the Blood Origin Mountain Lord has changed from enemies to mortal enemies. At this time, with the help of this causal thread, he can see strange scenes. For example, in a secret laboratory, a large number of robots are operated by artificial intelligence. And in the deepest cabin, there seems to be a clone lying. Judging from his appearance, he vaguely resembles the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. In a wild world, there is a huge blood pool in the cave. And inside the blood pool, a huge scarlet egg is suspended. There is not a single technological creation around the cave, but the power of heaven and earth, forming a formation. Are there 9 means of life-saving? The secret arts involved are completely different, including technology, secret arts, parasitism, and soul division. It's a pity that none of them work. Fang Xing waved his hand slightly, reaching into the void, as if he had cut off something. He was using the fate of killing the original body of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain to send these destinies of death to all the backup plans of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain through the line of cause and effect. Although these fatal powers are relatively weak, the means of resurrection prepared by the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain are also very weak. And these are enough. They can't escape the destined death at all. The clones placed in the mechanical operating room may have mechanical failures. And natural formations will also be invaded by inexplicable intruders. Even soul division and possession are doomed to fail. When all these are completed, the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is truly dead. After the Dharma Master Realm, because of the unlimited lifespan, more powerful people will pay attention to the means of life preservation. Once a deadly enemy is made and not killed, it will be very troublesome. Maybe a deadly enemy will appear hundreds of millions of years later. Even if they can't practice themselves, they can cultivate brilliant disciples to take revenge. Fang Xing pondered for a while, and looked at the Blood Yuan Mountain in his hand again. At this time, this treasure has become an ownerless object, and was easily refined by him. Then, the body of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain was released, along with a few blood-colored giant eggs. These are also one of the means of resurrection of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. But at this time, they have all lost their breath of life and turned into dead eggs. The most important means of life-saving is isolation. Isolating cause and effect, fate, and even attacks from higher dimensions. This is difficult, and it is best to put it inside a real treasure. Therefore, Fang Xing was not surprised at all that the Lord of Shuiyuan Mountain had arranged a means of resurrection in Shuiyuan Mountain. The second point is that the means are high enough to isolate certain interference. For example, if the Lord of Shuiyuan Mountain knew the several life-saving techniques of clones recorded in the Panwu Grand Canon, he might be able to survive Fang Xing's destined death. After all, his research on the law of fate is not very profound. However, the real realm of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is only at the Star Lord realm, and his perception of the law is also not high. The level of the secret technique is too low, and there is no precious treasure protection. Fang Xing silently reflected. This is all blood experience and lessons. Well, this Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is quite rich. But it's a pity that I can't withdraw money from his account. Star Bank does not accept agency. Fang Xing took off a blood-colored ring worn on the hand of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain, and saw several precious resources in it, and showed a hint of joy. He has a rich fortune. No, this may be the reward for hiring Inno and the Lord of Blood River Star. I killed him before I gave it. And the total wealth of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain is not even 1/10,000th of that of the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain. This is a treasure that can make the neutron star level of the Star Lord realm comparable to the black hole level. The Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain's perception of the law is actually quite ordinary, and he has no secret techniques. What really made him a black hole level expert, comparable to a first level Dharma master, was the Blood Origin Mountain. After refining the Blood Origin Mountain, Fang Xing roughly understood some of its functions. The first function of the Blood Origin Mountain is amplification. It can absorb blood sacrifices and produce a kind of blood sacrifice power. In addition to repairing damage, the most important thing is to improve the quality and total amount of source power. Theoretically, the source power of the neutron star can be raised to the first level of the Dharma Master Realm. The source power of the Star Master Realm and the source power of the Dharma Master Realm that has opened up the universe in the body after the Big Bang of the Singularity are naturally two different concepts. This is also the gap that many black hole level masters must cross. In addition, the interior of the Blood Origin Mountain is a space of its own. Needless to say, the key is to hide inside the Blood Origin Mountain, which can weaken external attacks by about 90%. It cannot be a special attack, and it cannot exceed the limit of the Blood Origin Mountain. Special attacks are naturally will secret arts, or complete destiny laws, etc. As for the upper limit, it is probably below the 14th realm. As long as it is not a Taoist Master or Taoist Lord level attack, it can be weakened by more than 90%, even if it is placed in the true immortal realm. It is an extremely powerful immortal weapon. Finally, there are some secret patterns on the Blood Origin Mountain. After activating, it can give birth to blood pattern golden beasts. Each one has the strength of the first level master of the law. At most, 9 can be born, or 9 blood pattern golden beasts can be fused into a beast king, which can burst out the power of the second level master of the law. The master of the Blood Origin Mountain did not use this trick. Naturally, he was too weak and could not even burst out the full power of the Blood Origin Mountain. He risked his life and could only summon 3 ordinary blood pattern golden beasts. Not bad. Not bad. Really not bad. Fang Xing nodded while playing with the Blood Yuan Mountain. With this imperial weapon, my combat power can probably be improved a little bit. From being able to escape from the hands of a 4th level magic master to being entangled with a 4th level magic master? After all, the Blood Yuan Mountain has a strong ability to resist attacks. As soon as he thought about it, the Blood Yuan Mountain suddenly turned into a drop of red blood and fell on his clothes. In an instant, Fang Xing's original clothes changed and turned into a blood-colored robe. This application of space folding is just child's play for him now. Okay, now no matter what, the Blood Prison Civilization must issue a wanted order for me. A wanted order from a high-level civilization. I'm so scared. I need to join a big force to alleviate it. Fang Xing thought about it, and after a few teleportations, he came to a planet. In a restaurant in a pure white tower, rabbit-eared girls and cat-eared girls holding drinks and delicacies, like butterflies flying through flowers. Occasionally, when flirting with guests, She would make a few coquettish noises. Beta was sitting in a private room, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. You all go out. Yes. One cat-eared girl after another walked out of the room with trays in their arms, still reluctant to leave. After all, this is a real rich guest. The figure of the old butler appeared, bowed and said, Master, I received the latest news. The Blood Prison civilization is fully wanted Fang Yun, and the Blood Yuan Mountain Master is suspected to have fallen. Dang! The soup spoon in Vegeta's hand fell on the white porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. Did he really do it? Yes. According to detailed intelligence, there were 2 great masters of the Dharma Master realm who went out with the Blood Yuan Mountain Master, one of whom was a second-level Dharma Master, but was easily defeated by Fang Yun, actually Fang Xing. From this, it can be seen that Fang Xing probably has the strength of a third-level Dharma Master. The old butler couldn't help but marvel when he said this. He only has the strength of a beginner in the Dharma Master realm. After all, Beta is not the next generation of the head of the family, and cannot mobilize too much power for protection. A third level. A master of magic? Beta took a breath. Even in our Sekai family, he is a real powerful patriarch. If I recommend such a person to join the Starry Sky civilization, I should get a lot of contribution points. Of course, the old housekeeper was actually a little hesitant about Fang Xing's origin and purpose, so he would not suggest Beta recruit him or take him into the family, which would become a hidden danger. But it would not matter if he introduced him to the Starry Sky civilization and got an agency fee. After all, the size of the Starry Sky civilization is enough to withstand all ill intentions and prying. What is a third-level master of magic to the Tao Lord realm, or even the Eternal realm? Chapter 516 Starry Sky and Familiar People. Just then, the door of the box was gently opened, and Fang Xing walked in. Long time no see. Both of you. Not too long. Beta glanced at the obviously nervous old butler and smiled. Also, congratulations to Mr. Fang Xing for killing the Blood Origin Mountain Master. It was just a matter of convenience. Fang Xing sat opposite Beta, with a trace of worry on his face. Now that I am wanted by the entire Blood Prison civilization, it is difficult for me. The old butler seemed to want to speak, but forced himself to hold back, just complaining in his heart. Are you in trouble? The Blood Prison civilization is in a more difficult situation. His Majesty the Divine Emperor of the 4th-level Dharma Master left, and he happened to encounter such a big event. Now it's not you who are afraid of them, but they are afraid of you. Okay. Although they really don't want to provoke a 3rd-level Dharma Master. The Blood Origin Mountain Master died in the hands of the enemy. If they don't even do a little bit of superficial work, then the entire civilization will fall apart. But at least, the old housekeeper can be sure that before the return of the Blood Prison God Emperor, the Blood Prison civilization will definitely not really take any action against Fang Xing. Even if Fang Xing swaggers to the Blood Prison civilization to travel now, the other party may pretend not to see it. So, Mr. Fang Xing wants to join the Starry Sky civilization? Beta had a smile on his face. As long as he is a strong human, the Starry Sky civilization is willing to accept him. I am willing to guarantee Mr. Fang Xing. I believe the review will be very fast. Even if it is wanted by the Blood Prison civilization, it will not affect the judgment of the Starry Sky civilization at all. No, Fang Xing said seriously. The Blood Prison civilization is wanted by Fang Yun. What does it have to do with me? Fang Xing? Beta almost spit out a mouthful of drink, and then nodded. If it is Mr. Fang Xing, then he is indeed innocent and has no criminal record. The review will be faster. At the same time, he finally had a clear understanding of the thick skin of the strong. As for joining the Starry Sky civilization, Fang Xing actually hinted last time. Later, when exchanging information, he also expressed his willingness. And now it is a matter of course. Moreover, under the pressure of the Blood Prison God Emperor and the attraction of the Peak civilization, it is a very reasonable development for a wandering strongman to join the Starry Sky civilization. As long as he joins the Starry Sky civilization, even if the Blood Prison God Emperor breaks through and achieves the 14th realm Tao Lord and returns, he can't do anything to Fang Xing. Ahem. Mr. Fang Xing. This is the Taishu stone. After refining, you could enter the Taishu universe of my Starry Sky civilization. I have submitted the certificate, and an official person from the Starry Sky civilization will come to connect with Mr. Fang Xing soon. Beta coughed a few times and asked the old housekeeper to take out a sapphire. This Taishu stone is of a very high level. It can be used smoothly in most human civilizations without delay. In addition, in the Taishu universe, it can show the power of the peak of the Tao Lord. So it is an excellent place for cultivation. And there is no need to worry about getting hurt. Thank you. Fang Xing took the sapphire, and his heart moved. Can the virtual universe simulate the power of the peak Tao Lord at most? It seems that behind the peak civilization, there is indeed an eternal existence of the 15th realm. What is the relationship between the Taishu stone and the Taishu illusionary realm of the Qingyuan realm? After leaving, Fang Xing randomly found an uninhabited planet and sat cross-legged in the center of a storm. Then, a wisp of consciousness followed the refined Taishu stone and entered a virtual space. Walala. The sound of water flow sounded. In the originally dim space, there was a ray of light. Then, the layers of water solidified, like building blocks, forming a silver-white room. Respected Master Fang Xing, welcome to the Taishu universe. A voice sounded. I am your exclusive artificial assistant. You can call me Lulu. Fang Xing looked down and saw a large sphere formed entirely by water droplets. He was speechless. Artificial. You are not intelligent? Yes. I am a real person. In the Taishu universe, using artificial intelligence to assist is considered a symbol of poverty. The real strong and rich often employ a large number of real people and never use intelligent robots. The big water droplet smiled. I hope my service can satisfy you. Of course. You can replace me at any time. Forget it. You will do it. Fang Xing nodded. And as soon as he thought about it, a set of sofas, tables and chairs appeared. He sat on the sofa and continued to listen. Lulu said in a mellow voice, Respected Master Fang Xing, your application for naturalization has been submitted to the Star Civilization Immigration Bureau. You have gone through the special channel and have been approved by Beta Sekai. Congratulations on becoming a glorious high-ranking citizen of the Star Civilization. High-ranking citizen? Fang Xing frowned. Yes. The citizens of our Star Civilization adopt a point system. Every citizen needs to contribute to the civilization. Among them, most people are primary citizens throughout their lives, and only a few will be promoted to middle-ranking citizens. And Mr. Fang Xing, since you are a master of the law, joining the Star Civilization is a kind of contribution. So after settlement, you are automatically promoted to a high-ranking citizen. Lulu replied. Sure enough, people with strength can live comfortably anywhere. Fang Xing complained in his heart, and then asked, Then, what are my rights and obligations? With rights, there are obligations. But many times, rights come before obligations. Lulu said, as a Dharma master. Mr. Fang Xing, you have obtained the qualification to enter the Starry Sky trial field. And the Starry Sky ranking is also open to you. In our Starry Sky civilization, all Dharma masters are listed on the Starry Sky ranking. And you can discuss and learn from them as much as you want. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. At any time, the environment is important. For Dharma masters who want to make progress, fighting with the same level, and even the collision of inspiration, are all very rare resources. Especially in this virtual universe where you won't get hurt. Second point. The Starry Sky civilization will provide you with a source of liquid every 100 years. Lulu's tone was full of envy. Fang Xing knew that the original liquid was a more advanced form of source power than the source power crystal. The amount of one side was probably more than the amount he had collected to assist in his promotion before. This was just the minimum living allowance once 100 years. Starry Sky civilization is indeed rich and powerful. You have obtained the permission of the Starry Sky Mall and can purchase any item in it, including spaceships, treasures, inheritance. In the Starry Sky Mall, the main currency used is source power coins, and more advanced transactions use source liquid. Lulu introduced the Starry Sky Mall to Fang Xing, and then continued, Finally, you have obtained a fiefdom as a master of the law. Now it has been approved. The territory is in the Afiyuka civilization, including 10 star systems, among which there are more than 10,000 life planets. You can make laws and taxes at will, as long as they do not violate the constitution of the Starry Sky civilization. I have sent you the relevant information. Waiting Lulu to leave, Fang Xing checked the Starry Sky list and the Starry Sky Mall, and marveled at the strong men and items in it. Sure enough, it's great to join a big force. At least, all kinds of guaranteed benefits are very good. Comparatively speaking, the fiefdom of 10 star systems is child's play. At most, it provides some source power coins, and there is an endless supply of population resources. He glanced at it casually, and suddenly exclaimed, "This star map is a bit familiar. The starry sky seen on different planets is completely different." At this time, Fong Xing looked at a certain place in his territory, but he had a familiar feeling. Soon, he began to search for a more detailed folder, and it appeared in front of him: Daxia Star, Strong, Liang, Lin Qianju, Si Huanyan, Hamilton. It seems this is the one I'm looking for. Fong Xing had a strange expression on his face, but I didn't pay much attention to it. And it came directly to me? There are two possibilities. One is that the Starry Sky civilization knew that the Sea clan Fong Yun had found this before. So they found this planet, and specially marked it as Fong Xing territory. But this possibility is very small. First of all, as a peak civilization, there is no need to be so flattering to a master of the Dharma Master Realm. What's more, Kui Lan, who inherited the Yuanyan Palace, may not betray himself. The second possibility is karma and fate. Although I didn't make a karma oath, I did get the benefits of the Grey Marquis, and then killed the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord and fulfilled the oath. Therefore, the Yuanzhong Temple, which inherited most of its karma, is destined for me. The galaxy where the Great Xia Star is located is a newly discovered galaxy, and it is very likely to be divided as a strong territory. And then it just happened to be allocated to me. Is this the so-called every sip and every bite? All destined by heaven. The avenue of karma and the avenue of fate are really terrifying. Fong Xing became interested and paid a little attention to the cultivation of acquaintances, and then found that Li Ying was indeed the bottom of the talent, completely relying on resources to make up for his existence. Now the record shows that he is a star-level strength of the Star Lord realm. Ahem. It's not bad. After all, he came from an ordinary planet. But with those adventures, it's a bit too much. Fong Xing complained speechlessly, but the source power system here can live for 1 billion years. It's still very good. If it were the Yuanshan realm of the Qingyuan realm, they would probably be envious to death. He continued, well, this Lin Qianju really came from behind. Is he now a red giant star? Specializing in the laws of the fire system, it seems that the trip to Yuanyan Palace has greatly honed him. As for the remaining few, they are just making up the numbers. Although they have broken through the Star Lord realm, they are not taken seriously by Fong Xing. Then, Yuanzhong Temple? Forget it. I already have a better Shuiyuan mountain now. So Yuanzhong Temple will be a gift for the Daxia planet. As for recognizing each other, Fong Xing is not interested in it. Chapter 517 Despair. A few months later, Ophiuchus civilization. In Ophiuchus civilization, the mainstream is the snakeman, a subspecies of humans with scales on their bodies and faces. One day, two powerful snake men were waiting respectfully outside a wormhole. Brother, a charming snake woman spit out her tongue. Our Ophiuchus civilization is at least a subsidiary civilization of the star civilization. You and I are both neutron star-level powerhouses, facing a high-ranking citizen. Is it necessary to do this? She was still very curious about the distinguished guest who was coming. Moreover, she was a little suspicious of her eldest brother's flattery, and wanted to find out the situation. If it's just an ordinary citizen, it won't be like this. Another black-scaled snakeman shook his head. But what if it's a great master of the realm of law? What? A great master of the realm of law? The enchanting snake girl couldn't help but cover her lips. Such a big man is a real VIP for us elementary and intermediate civilizations. Wait, the star systems redeemed by the Starry Sky civilization before. Yes, they have been marked out as the territory of that adult. The black-scaled snakeman said, this time, that adult also came to inspect the territory, and was ready to meet all the powerful people above the Star Master realm in the territory. Just as the two were talking, the wormhole suddenly changed. Amazing space fluctuations broke out, and a black dot emerged from the wormhole. And then it became bigger and bigger, finally turned into an asteroid. Planetary Fortress spaceship? The snake girl exclaimed, that adult is really rich. This flying planet was naturally purchased by Fong Xing, and he didn't spend much source coins. Moreover, it can also be used as a star core, constantly attracting rocks, soil, capturing other meteorites or asteroids, expanding its volume thousands of times, and after unfolding, it will become a main star, just as the capital of those territories. Although Fong Xing will not recognize Li Ying and others, he still wants to meet the managers of the territories. Moreover, Although the territories of these 10 star systems cannot provide many resources, they are still useful in his opinion. The greatest obligation of the strong in the starry sky civilization is to obey the call in wartime. According to the current intensity of the war, I will probably be assigned a mission once 100 years. Also, there are usually tasks issued specifically to the strong in the realm of the master of the law. Take the initiative to accept them, and the rewards after completion are very generous. In addition to buying spaceships, Fang Xing spent most of his time in the Taishu universe. Just as he was immersed in it, a middle-aged projection appeared. Lord, you have passed through the wormhole and arrived at the Enina star of the Snake Husband civilization. 2 snake people are here to greet you. Zhang Chu, are you used to your new body? Fang Xing came back to his senses from his contemplation and spoke. Zhang Chu is the name of the first president of St. Armor University. The biggest benefit of Fang Xing owning a territory is that he can forge many identity certificates. Of course, for a strong man like him, it doesn't matter even if he says that he is a creature from his inner world. The Starry Sky civilization will definitely accept him and give him citizenship. However, he thinks it is very good to use his own territory as a window for those people in the solar system to contact the new world. Very good. An unprecedented feeling. Zhang Chu smiled and replied. His mecha was too big, and Fang Xing was too lazy to waste the power of the true self-law on materializing an outdated mecha. Therefore, he only materialized the spiritual light of the first president, brought him to the real universe, and then temporarily combined with this planetary fortress as the artificial intelligence of the fortress. After arriving at the place, Zhang Chu can learn advanced technology and build a mecha that suits his heart again. This will cost much less. That's good. Prepare to park in the universe, and then let Lu Wei and Nandong Shui pick him up. Fang Xing nodded. Planetary fortress. On the bridge. Is this the real world? Any strong man who comes here has the combat power of the 12th realm, enough to tear apart the evil gods from outside the domain. Nandong Shui wore glasses and pigtailed hair, looking a little rustic. Looking at the 2 powerful snake men who came, Lu Wei rolled his eyes at Nandong Shui and took the initiative to step forward. The Lord is waiting for you. Please lead the way. The black-scaled snakeman seemed very polite. I am He Yuan from the snakeman tribe, and next to me is my sister Qing Lin. Humph! Nandong Shui snorted coldly, looking at Qing Lin, who had a graceful figure and armor that seemed to use very little material. Guessed some of the hidden thoughts of the snake men, and couldn't help but secretly angry. He Yuan naturally discovered it, but pretended not to see it. After flying for a distance, they arrived at a metal hall. He looked at Fang Xing, who was sitting cross-legged on the main seat, and bowed deeply. He Yuan. Qing Lin. Meet Master Fang Xing. Hee. The snake civilization is a vassal of my star civilization, and you are my neighbors. We still need to help each other in the future. Fang Xing seemed very kind. I dare not. He Yuan and Qing Lin looked at each other and felt that this gentleman was very kind, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Otherwise, if the neighbor was the moody and blood-sacrificing person, like the Lord of Shui Yuan Mountain, they would feel very troubled. Fang Xing patted his hands, and a woman came over with a tray with drinks and cups. This woman was Gu Yun. This time, after obtaining a large area of territory, the local star will make all the relatives and friends on the blue star real according to the previous agreement. For the law of the true self, this is not a burden at all. Thank you, sir. He Yuan took the cup and thanked him quickly. Also, I have passed on all the orders issued by the sir before. A total of 23,729 Star Lords are already waiting for the summons on Tianbai Star. Fang Xing listened and couldn't help but secretly complain. I have 10 star systems and tens of thousands of life planets. Combined, it means that each planet can only produce 2 or 3 Star Lords. This success rate is simply... Oh! There are also anomalies, like Daxia Star. It is entirely because of the high-level inheritance that there are more. It seems that although the lifespan of the Star Lord is very long, it is also very difficult to reach it. Tianbai Star. This is an uninhabited planet. The surface is barren, and there is even no oxygen. But for the Star Lord who has already opened up the Star Palace in his body, these are nothing. At this time, a basin that seems to have appeared due to the impact of a huge meteorite is already full of people. Most of them have human forms, but their appearances are very different. Some have animal ears, and some have scales on their bodies. There are also many people like Li Ying and Lin Qianzhu. Well, Most of them are satellite level, and there are few planetary level ones. It seems that my cultivation is still strong among the subordinates of this lord. Li Ying glanced over and chatted with Xiao Hui, who was hiding in the Yuanzhong temple. You loser. You are a bit lucky. Since Li Ying's split personality disappeared, Xiao Hui has been desperate for a long time, and even did not communicate with Li Ying for a long time, as if he was autistic. However, things have taken a turn for the better recently, and he is willing to pay attention to Li Ying, although you are not talented. I don't know how to describe this luck. It happened that your personality split into a genius personality and inherited the Yuanzhong temple. Otherwise, with your talent, I am afraid that you will never be able to break through the Star Lord realm even if you die of old age. In the temple, Xiao Hui sat on a soft chair, kicking his feet and complaining. Then, you swore to avenge the Grey Marquis, but the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord died. That bastard. I knew that he would be finished once he met a kind and strong man. It's a pity that I waited so long. Well, the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord is dead. Xiao Hui can rest assured. Li Ying nodded repeatedly, not mentioning the resurrection of the Grey Marquis at all. He simply didn't have the ability. It can even be imagined that there will be no such ability in the future. But I heard that the one who killed the Blood Yuan Mountain Lord was our new lord. Li Ying mentioned this lord with a very complicated expression. The other party helped him to avenge and complete the seemingly impossible task, so he was naturally grateful. But Daxiao planet had just entered the universe and inexplicably became someone else's fiefdom. As a native, he couldn't feel very comfortable. Humph! I am a real master of the law, a high-ranking citizen of the peak civilization. Xiao Hui sneered. It is your honor to be his subordinate. This kind of good luck may not be obtained by those neutron star-level powerhouses. If my master had chosen to follow a master of the law, he might not have fallen. Alas! In fact, this Yuanzhong temple should be given to Lord Fangxing, not you. Xiao Hui was a little bored, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. But Yuanzhong temple is a treasure. Do you think a master of the law can find it? What? Why didn't you remind me earlier? Li Ying was shocked and had the urge to run away. Hee. Even if I warn you in advance, you can't run away. Xiao Hui sneered several times. The great master of the Dharma Lord realm must be equipped with the most advanced detectors. Now our every move here may be under the attention of others. If you run away now, it will become very conspicuous. What's more, I have long wanted to kill you and change another master. Do you know this now? Li Ying's face twitched. Xiao Hui. Uncle Hui. I always thought that we were friends. It's too late for you to say anything. Xiao Hui shook his head. At this time, many masters of the Star Lord realm couldn't help but look up and saw a planet with countless engines behind it spewing bright flames, coming near Tianbai Star. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures flew over, although one of them looked very young. A terrifying source of power suddenly erupted, causing the strongmen present to be unable to bear it and half kneel on the ground. Is this the great master of the Dharma Lord realm? Li Ying felt a strong oppression and knelt down unwillingly. He looked at the side and found that Lin Qianzhu, who was stronger than him, was also kneeling, and a trace of despair emerged in his heart. Chapter 518 Transcendent Characteristics. My name is Fangxing, your lord. Fangxing was suspended in the air, and had no intention of letting them stand up. Human nature is selfish, and they fear power rather than virtue. At this time, they must see the absolute gap in power between the two sides, so that there will be less trouble in the future. Hello, Lord. At this time, no matter what they thought in their hearts, these local tyrants on the planet immediately saluted with sincerity. Very good. From now on, as long as you abide by my rules, everything will remain the same. If you violate them, you will be executed directly. Fangxing pointed to a few guys with the highest cultivation. You guys have good cultivation. Come in. He turned around and flew into the interior of the planetary fortress. It's bitter. Li Ying felt his scalp tingling. As for the lineage of the Daxiao planet, Fangxing pointed to him and Lin Qianzhu. At this moment, everyone is paying attention to me, and I can't run away at all. If I had known earlier, I might as well have fought hard before and escaped by riding on the Yuanzhong temple. He gritted his teeth and went to the metal hall inside the planet fortress with Lin Qianzhu and dozens of alien warriors. You are all above the star level at the lowest level. To be able to cultivate to this level on an ordinary planet, You either have some comprehension qualifications or some luck and opportunity. Fang Xing smiled slightly. And when he mentioned luck and opportunity, he deliberately stopped at Li Ying, almost scaring Li Ying to cardiac arrest. So, I will promote you to become my direct subjects, and then give each of you a heritage. Thank you, Master. A rough-looking man with purple hair immediately knelt down. Well, your name is Lei Ming, right? You are the one with the highest cultivation among this group of people, and you have reached the neutron star level. I will promote you again, and give you the qualification of primary citizen of the Starry Sky civilization. Fang Xing glanced at them and laughed. Thank you, Master. Lei Ming was so excited that he was shaking all over. This was a citizen of the peak civilization. Once he joined, the channel was opened, and he could buy resources and inheritance that he had never dared to think of before. It can be said that it really opened the channel to become a master of the law. Is this a huge sum of money to buy a horse bone? Lin Qianzhu thought secretly, and glanced at Li Ying again. He always felt that this half-teacher and half-friend chief hall master was a little confused today. However, the hall master temperament is like this. Sometimes he is so majestic that I feel in my heart. Sometimes, it's just like that. Lin Qianzhu actually thought this was normal. Okay, you guys leave your contact information with my housekeeper Nangong Shui later, and then go back. Fang Xing scolded a few more words, then waved his hand. Led by Lei Ming, a group of masters flew out of the planetary fortress. Only then did Li Ying feel like he had just woken up from a dream. I'm fine? I'm actually fine. Didn't Fang Xing find the Yuanzhong Temple? It's impossible. Inside the Yuanzhong Temple, Xiao Hui was also puzzled. If it was a defective black hole, it would be fine. But how could a master of the Dharma realm fail to find the Yuanzhong Temple? The anti-detection function of this treasure is not that strong. Right? Not to mention, I was secretly cooperating. What? Xiao Hui. I'm not done with you. Li Ying was furious. It's hard for him to get a treasure that wants to kill its master at any time. Okay. You are all family. I will speak directly. After He Yuan and Qing Lin left, Fang Xing called all the people from Blue Star and said, I promised you that I would make the Blue Star lineage real. In the future, you are the people of my territory on the surface. But in fact, you are the creatures of my inner universe. There is nothing to hide. It is very common in this universe. And 10 star systems are enough to arrange. After all, the Blue Star Federation has long lost its former glory, and only one planet is left. Here, the Blue Star lineage is led by Nangong Shui and Lu Wei. Zhang Chu, you assist. Well, you first operate the planetary fortress to build a habitable planet as the main star. Let's call it Blue Star. As for the remaining outsiders, Lei Ming and Lin Qianzhu can be used. After dealing with all these complicated matters, Fang Xing sat cross-legged and prepared to start practicing. If you want to improve the realm of the Master of Law, you still need to comprehend the law and then the Great Way. The usual accumulation of source power can be completely replaced by absorbing source fluid. At this time, while flipping through the various life-saving inheritances in the Taishu universe, he thought, these life-saving secrets are actually not as good as those in the Panwu Grand Canon. It seems that my authority is too low, and I can't access other eternal realms, or even the inheritance of transcendence. My current combat power is considered to be the best among the 3rd level Master of Law, and I can barely deal with the 4th level Master of Law. It is difficult to improve in a short period of time, so I still focus on saving my life. At any time, preserving a useful body is the most important thing. The life-saving technique, I have actually been practicing it, is the Heavenly Mother Powerful Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Dharma book. This strange magic can synchronize his thoughts with his immortal clone at any time. The immortal clone is not just his clone, but another Fang Xing. Therefore, that is his life-saving backup, even if the original body is killed in the main universe. Any cause and effect Fate's secret technique may not be able to be traced back to the other big world. This is more isolated from cause and effect than hiding in any treasure. As for why such a terrible two-world seamless consciousness communication can be achieved, Fang Xing was still confused at first. But now with a higher realm, he has some guesses. I'm afraid, it's still the characteristics of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. Since the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra has been infiltrated by the attribute panel and upgraded to the Time and Space Immortal Great Sun King Mantra, the Heavenly Mother Powerful Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Dharma book relies on the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. and obviously also has this characteristic. This also proves a guess. That is, many big worlds, such as Qingyuan world, such as Daxia universe, are still in the same level of a higher dimension, and the immortal son of time and space transcends this level, thus forming a de facto high-dimensional signal transfer station, which can enable my original body and clone to connect in real time. This is a characteristic possessed by the transcendent. Perhaps it can be named transcendence? I am afraid I cannot reveal this. Otherwise even the eternal level strongmen of the 15th realm will covet it and go crazy. Obtaining the eternal level inheritance upon Wu Grand Ceremony. There are some speculations about Pangu Wu's breakthrough to become a transcendent. According to Pangu Wu's guess, if the Eternals want to transcend, the first step is to break the cause and effect, or do subtraction and seek emptiness, so that their own cause and effect disappear, become empty, and cut off the line with anything. But this is just the first step. Next, you need to transcend. That is, the ultimate leap. In this leap, 99% of the Eternals will die directly, die quietly, as if forgotten by the world. Therefore, before the final transcendence, you must practice to make your body have certain transcendent characteristics. As for what is the transcendental characteristic, Pangu Wu himself is not clear, and wants to find a transcendent to ask for advice. But in Fang Xingyu today, transcendence may be the transcendental characteristic. Of course, it can only be said to be suspected, and it is one of the transcendental characteristics. Even so, it is a very precious thing. It represents a ticket to transcendence. The great Sun Tathagata mantra that is stained on the attribute panel is like this. So what is the attribute panel itself? Fang Xing was a little dignified in his heart, knowing that his own golden finger needs to be kept absolutely confidential. Ding! Welcome to the Starry Sky trial field. Fang Xing came to a place in the Taishu universe. As soon as he looked up, he could see a brilliant and all-encompassing list under the infinite starry sky. The Starry Sky list. The Starry Sky list only includes the powerful masters of the Starry Sky civilization and its affiliated civilizations. And there are currently 58,239 active masters. All masters can make appointments for battles. And then the Taishu universe will fairly compete for rankings. If you are within the top 1,000 and occupy it for more than 10 years, you will get extra rewards. Generally speaking, you need a third-level master, or even a strong master among the third level, to break into the top 1,000 and stand firm. Interesting. Fang Xing smiled and looked at the front of the Starry Sky list. In the Starry Sky civilization, there are only 3 fifth-level masters, all of whom are absolutely big names, and have long occupied the top 3 of the Starry Sky list. They are the Star Lord of Disasters, Emer, the Absolute Blade, Chixing, and the Ice Emperor, Catherine. He carefully watched the battle videos of these 3 fifth-level masters, and had to admit that they were stronger than him. Much stronger. Even, the laws they comprehended were infinitely close to the Great Tao. They were only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Tao Lord. But sometimes, this hair's breadth is a world of difference. It is even possible that for some interests, they could have broken through. But they have been hiding. After all, for the peak civilization, unless it is a full-scale war. Otherwise in the local battlefield, the 5th-level master is more useful than the Tao Lord, anyway. The lifespan of the master is unlimited, and there will be no loss if you wait for the right time to break through. Fang Xing watched a battle video. When he entered the battlefield, he felt as if he was there. He saw a man in black, who raised his hand to create a cosmic storm that could destroy the galaxy, and annihilated his opponent into nothingness. Emer, the Lord of the Disaster Star, famous for the law of storms, extremely powerful, good at large-scale destruction, and later dabbled in the law of destruction and the law of fire. He is only a hair's breadth away from the avenue of disaster. After the video, there is a brief introduction. As for Absolute Blade Red Star, the avenue he comprehended is a secret, but it is speculated that it should be related to destruction and killing. The last Ice Emperor Catherine undoubtedly comprehended the avenue related to the Yin power of the universe, which was sublimated from the law of ice. They are all strong. To be in the top 100 of the Starry Sky list, you need a 4th-level master of magic to stand firm. But the source liquid reward is also very generous. If I want to exchange for some Eternal Realm inheritance, I must get to the front, get the reward, and improve my own authority. Chapter 519 Kun Wu and Xiao. Although the power of the avenues involved by the 3 5th-level masters is very strong, it seems that none of them involve those top-level avenues, such as Qianquan Avenue and Space-Time Avenue. Of course, Qianquan Avenue is the name of the Qingyuan realm in the Daxia universe. It should be called the Universe Origin Avenue. Fang Xing pondered for a while, and felt that it might be because the power of the top-level avenues was too special. Because it is top-level, it is difficult. Even the geniuses in the realm of the master may not dare to go, for fear of being stuck at the last step. Just like those peerless geniuses in the Qingyuan realm, who were stuck at the last step of the road of law. They could only become the Yuanshan overlord, and then turned into ashes after 10,000 years. Or, is there still hidden power in the peak civilization? If the great masters of the Dharma Lord realm, who practice the top avenues such as the great Tao of space and time reach the last step, it is easier to have the combat power of the 5th level Dharma Lord. There is no need to order them to stay in the Dharma Lord realm for a long time, because they can't break through anyway. Fang Xing thought about it, and didn't care so much. Instead, he began to plan his own practice. I am now mainly based on the Panwu Grand Canon and the Panwu Avenue. The Panwu Avenue starts with the law of the true self. Next, I need to integrate the complete law of destruction, and then some of the laws of space and the law of killing. At the beginning, you need to fully comprehend the law of destruction, and then integrate it with the law of the true self. Even if there are some secret techniques and moves to assist, it is very difficult, and you can use external objects. However, such external objects that can benefit the practice of the Dharma Lord realm are extremely rare even in the Starry Sky Mall. Fang Xing suspected that he did not have enough authority, and could not see much at all. In addition, very few of these top resources were sold, and most of them were probably exchanged and digested within a few Dharma Lord circles. Fang Xing glanced at his ranking on the Starry Sky ranking, and found that he was ranked 58,238th. Obviously, all newly joined Dharma Masters must start from the lowest ranking. And in this short period of time, the Starry Sky civilization has added another new Dharma Master. Well, if I want to challenge, I can only challenge those who are ranked 1,000 higher than me. Even if everything goes well, I have to go through more than 50 battles to get to the top 1,000. Not to mention, there are wins and losses in battles, and there are situations where challengers do not respond to the challenge, etc. Fang Xing looked and found that most of the Dharma Masters' names were dim, which meant that they did not come to the Starry Sky trial field at all. He picked one of the 1,000 Dharma Masters, who were ranked higher than him, and randomly chose one, which was Kun Wu, ranked 57,553. After sending the challenge request, and the other party confirmed it, the countdown appeared. When the countdown ended, Fang Xing found himself in an endless starry sky. Well, fighting with other opponents, who have different powers of laws, is also a shortcut to comprehending the laws. Across from Fang Xing was a bald young man. When he saw Fang Xing, he immediately touched his bald head. It turns out to be Mr. Fang Xing. "Oh, you know me?" Fang Xing said casually. "Of course. I have seen your battle video. Mr. Fang Xing, I was definitely not your opponent in the battle that killed the Lord of Blood Yuan Mountain." Kun Wu smiled bitterly. He was just an ordinary first-level master. Otherwise, he would not be ranked more than 50,000. We are all masters of the Starry Sky civilization. You can just call me Fang Xing, although your strength is not as good as mine. The laws you comprehend may have some insights for me. I will also try to lower my strength and give you some advice. Fang Xing seemed very kind. After all, he has just joined a big force now, and it is not good for him to act arrogantly. Then you be careful. I comprehend the law of gold. This is my strongest move. I named it Golden Horn Break. A strange golden weapon appeared in Kun Wu's hand. He roared. The law of gold moved with it. The complete power of the law turned into pure golden light, covering the universe. Roar! In the golden light, a golden horn giant snake came out. It roared. The golden horn was full of sharp meaning, and it shot towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing smiled slightly. The blood robe on his body rippled, blocking in front of him. Buzz! The terrifying blood-colored fluctuations emerged and continued to spread to the distance. The golden light was instantly reduced by 90%. And then Fang Xing stretched out a finger to block the golden horn. Hua la la! The golden horn exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Yes, The attack power of this move of yours is already infinitely close to the second level master. Fang Xing praised generously, but I feel that this move seems to be a little unfinished. If you can attach soul influence while attacking physically, you can definitely make this move fully reach the level of the second level master. In his heart, he was still a little amazed. Ordinary masters have such qualities. Sure enough, masters of the peak civilization are generally stronger than masters of higher civilizations. In addition, this Taishu universe is really powerful, and it can even completely simulate the Blood Yuan Mountain. That's what I thought. Kuan-Wu was very grateful. I lost. But Fang Xing, your attitude is much better than that new member Xiao. He is not as strong as you, but his attitude is very bad. If you win in 3 moves, I will leave. Xiao. Fang Xing was a little surprised. It is said that the Starry Sky civilization he joined after you encountered a large army of Zerg, and was eaten up by only a few people left. So he looked bitter and resentful. Kuan-Wu was very indignant. Our Starry Sky civilization didn't ask him to join. Even the top 3 adults on the list are actively suppressing their own realms for the sake of Starry Sky civilization and mankind, and have never tried to break through the Dao Lord realm. He is a new member, and he is so arrogant that he wants to be promoted to Dao Lord. Sorry, I'm not talking about you. At the end, Kuan-Wu seemed to remember that Fang Xing was also an outsider, and couldn't help but touch his bald head to apologize. Oh, it's okay. Do you think Emer, Chixing, Catherine and others deliberately suppressed their own realms? Fang Xing became interested. I'm not sure, but Emer can definitely break through to become a Dao Lord. Kuan-Wu smiled. After all, Emer is their true family, so of course they have to say good things about her. Fang Xing thought of the information of the 3 powerful men and immediately understood. Emer was born and raised in the Starry Sky civilization, unlike Qixing and Catherine, who were outsiders who joined later. Sure enough, anywhere, as long as there are people, there will be circles. The key is that if you don't draw a circle, others will draw a circle to exclude you and oppress you. You are forced to follow the circle. Those 3 5th-level Dharma Lords may not really break through to become Dao Lords. But if someone is suppressed, I would rather believe that it is the outsiders Qixing and Catherine. After all, outsiders must be more oppressed and prove their loyalty to the official Starry Sky civilization. This Kuan-Wu, although his strength is not very good, because he is a native of the Starry Sky civilization, he has a wide range of friends. Fang Xing inquired about it and obtained a lot of information. In addition to the rewards of official tasks, resources suitable for our cultivation depend on personal acquisition. There are often private transactions. However, Fang Xing, you are a 3rd-level master, and the resources suitable for you are very rare and difficult to obtain. Kuan-Wu heard Fang Xing asking about this and couldn't help but say, but I will find out for you. What do you need? What do you need? Fang Xing thought for a while. If there is a destruction magic liquid and a feather of a crazy warrior bird, you can notify me. The destruction magic liquid is a strange spiritual liquid. Practitioners below the master level will be destroyed if they come into contact with a breath of it, but after swallowing it, the master can deepen his understanding of the law of destruction. The crazy warrior bird is a strange creature of law. The so-called creature of law is bred by the universe naturally, with very strong strength, and often born as a master of law. The crazy warrior bird is even more peculiar. It is born with the true self-law and the destruction law, and can even merge the two. It is extremely powerful, and is born with the strength of a 3rd-level master of law. The adult of it is comparable to the 4th-level master of law, and the number is extremely rare. Most of its activities are in the alien beast civilization, which is even more rare. Fang Xing needs the feathers of the crazy warrior bird, so he naturally needs to cooperate with the Panwu Grand Canon to practice the secret technique and explore the fusion of the true self-law and the destruction law. Sure enough, the practice of the 3rd-level master of law can make me bankrupt directly. I have heard that someone sells the destruction magic liquid, but it is also a high price of 100 Fang Yuan liquid for 1 drop. As for the feathers of the crazy warrior bird, you can only try your luck. See if there is any production on the battlefield of the alien beast civilization. Kuan-Wu replied with a wry smile. It's okay, as long as there is accurate information. I will pay you the agency fee. Fang Xing waved his hand. The two talked for a while before leaving. He was full of energy and started to challenge again. This time, the one who responded to the challenge was a master of magic ranked more than 56,000. His strength was also at the first level of the Master of Magic. But his expression was cold. After meeting, he waved his sword without saying a word. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light was overwhelming, and the attack power was stronger than the previous Kun Wu. Fang Xing saw that the other party didn't want to communicate, and knew that if he said more, he would be annoying. So he just took action. Roar! One by one, blood-marked golden beasts appeared and rushed towards the Master of Magic with a sword. Die! The Master of Magic with a sword had cold eyes, and with a flash of sword light, he split the trunk of a blood-marked golden beast. Unfortunately, this was his limit. Just when his sword was stuck by the corpse of the blood-veined golden beast, the other two illusory beasts had already bitten his shoulders on both sides. My friend? Fang Xing asked the two blood-veined golden beasts to stop, and was about to say something when he saw the man draw out his sword and chop the blood-veined golden beast on the left to death. It turned out to be a battle maniac, and he didn't want to talk. Well, a civilization this big really has all kinds of people. There are even more ascetics in the realm of the Dharma Master, and there are very few who are good at dancing with long sleeves. I am lucky to meet Kun Wu. Fang Xing shook his head and pointed casually. Puff! The Dharma Master head exploded immediately, and his body turned into a shadow and dissipated. Chapter 520. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was several years later. Starry Sky Trial Field. Rest area. Fang Xing sat on the sofa with a drink in his hand, and opposite him was Kun Wu. Oh! Is there finally news about the crazy warrior bird? A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Yes. According to the battle report, a 4th-level crazy warrior bird appeared on the battlefield between us and the alien beast civilization. According to convention, as long as there is a battle, there must be spoils. Its feathers, blood, are all very precious materials. Kun Wu said, I will keep an eye out for you. Thank you. Fang Xing toasted Kun Wu. In the past few years, through constant fighting, he has made friends with some masters of the Starry Sky civilization and mixed into several circles. It's a pity that the local strong are still relatively exclusive, and the levels of his several circles are all low. There is no way around it. He can only slowly wear it out over time, or make life and death friendships in one mission after another. He glanced at the attribute panel: Law Perception, True Self, Grandmaster; Illusion, Grandmaster; Space, Grandmaster; Time, Grandmaster; Destruction, Beginner. Has the Law of Time finally reached the Grandmaster level? It can be regarded as catching up with the perception of the Law of Space. My affinity with the Law of Destruction is relatively average, but the laws of the world are originally one. And after reaching the Law Master level, there is also the effect of analogy. In addition, I bought a Destruction Monument, which has the effect of assisting in comprehension, and finally barely got started. Even for neutron star-level powerhouses like Hui Ho, there are fire god pillars in the Yuanzhong Temple to assist in comprehension of the law. And there are also many various law monuments in the star civilization. The key is that Fang Xing knows the hidden dangers of comprehending the law monument, and it is easy to fall into the understanding of the seal engraver and cannot extricate himself. It is best to use it only at a few key moments, and there should be a period of time after each comprehension. But for him, these are not a problem. He bought the Destruction Monument mainly to get started. As long as he gets started and shows it on the attribute panel, he can slowly work on it. But it's easy to comprehend the law of destruction. But it's really difficult to integrate the law of true self with the law of destruction. I hope the feathers of the crazy warrior bird won't disappoint me. At this time, Kun Wu on the opposite side was still chattering. But the price of the crazy warrior bird feathers must be very expensive. You have to be prepared. And most of the strong people must not lack source liquid, and still like to barter. Don't worry about this. Fang Xing smiled slightly. The items I provide must be very competitive. The source power coins and source liquid in his hand should be considered poor in the realm of the Master of Law. But it doesn't matter. He can exchange them with precious treasures. Anyway, whether it is the Blood Yuan Mountain or even the Yuanzhong Temple, it doesn't help him much. And there is also the true immortal realm, where he can continue to be a trader between the two realms and earn a lot of resources. It's funny to say that before, whether in the Xiuxian world or the Creator Universe, they were all worlds generated by the law of illusion. So the objects on both sides can be exchanged, and they will not disappear in either world, because they are all creations created by the law of illusion. And now, The true immortal world and the Daxia universe are both real. So they can still be shared. Virtual to virtual. Real to real. It's quite interesting. While thinking, Fang Xing's face was happy. My challenge application has been approved. Oh! Then go and prepare quickly. I wish you success. Kunwu looked at Fang Xing's disappearing figure. But he was a little absent-minded. Muttering, after this challenge, Fang Xing should be ranked in the top 1,000. Right? If you maintain this ranking for 10 years, you can get a reward. Hee hee. I also have such a powerful friend. He is average in strength. But he is good at making friends with all kinds of strong people, which is also an advantage. Under the background of the starry sky, Fang Xing saw that his opponent this time was Di Ming Shifan, who was ranked 999th. Mr. Di Ming, thank you for accepting my challenge. Fang Xing thanked him politely. Di Ming looked like a pale young man, with a small golden horn on his head, and a blood mark between his eyebrows. Hearing this, he just shook his head. Those of us who are ranked in the top 1,000 must accept challenges every once in a while. Choosing you is just random. I have seen your challenge video. You definitely have the strength of a third-level master. You are a good opponent. Come on. Di Ming's weapon is a blood-colored flag, which looks like a treasure. To be ranked among the top 1,000 among tens of thousands of masters, he must be quite capable. Hua la la. He shook the blood flag in his hand, and a sea of blood suddenly appeared. From the sea of blood, a 9-headed blood python suddenly emerged, and each head carried a different emotion. The 9 emotional forces combined to form a chaotic field, instantly enveloping Fang Xing. Soul attack? Law of chaos? And the power of emotions? Fang Xing's blood robe fluttered, and he felt it carefully. Due to the Blood Yuan Mountain, this time the soul attack has been weakened by more than half. But the remaining ones are difficult to shake his mind. Impossible. My 9-snake devouring god will be affected even if the 4th-level master is a master. Di Ming's face showed a trace of shock. Your soul defense is probably not inferior to those 4th-level masters. In his heart, he secretly lamented his bad luck. He is best at soul attack. But when he encounters Fang Xing, who has super strong soul defense, he instantly feels like he has hit a wall. But I won't give up. A blood-colored flag in Di Ming's hand was rolled up, and the flagpole directly turned into a spear. Boom! He stabbed out with a spear, and the void within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly shattered, with an extreme sense of chaos and disharmony. Haha. Di Ming, you are too modest. Fang Xing pressed the blood robe on his body, and blood-marked golden beasts emerged one after another. The 9 blood-marked golden beasts roared together, and suddenly merged with each other, turning into a blood-marked golden beast king. Its body size is several times the size of other blood-marked golden beasts, with 9 sharp horns on its head, and a pressure comparable to that of a 2nd-level magic master burst out. Then it was pierced by Di Ming's gun. Even though Di Ming thought he was best at soul attacks, his material attacks were also at the level of 3rd-level magic masters. A magic master who can enter the top 1,000 will not have obvious weaknesses. Fang Xing slapped out with his palm, and the world seemed to be overturned. It was the heaven-covering hand. A touch of blood covered his palm, causing him to hold the gun directly. Then, the space behind Di Ming flashed, and the blood-marked golden beast king reappeared. It roared, and the 9 golden horns with blood-marked patterns on its head fell off, bursting out instantly, and pierced Di Ming's vest. Puff puff puff. Several golden thorns were instantly dissolved, and several others fell into chaos and missed the target. But the last golden horn pierced Di Ming's back, causing his body of law to suffer severe damage. How could your blood-marked golden beast's attack power break through the 3rd level? And before, it was clearly killed by me. Di Ming's mouth was bleeding, and he suddenly realized that. Lie, oh right. It's the law of illusion. The one I hit before was a beast king simulated by the law of illusion? The real beast king has already teleported away. Ready to attack? Yes. And I temporarily blessed the beast king with the law of true self, making it extremely real and powerful. Fang Xing explained politely. After all, they were not real mortal enemies, so they were still polite when fighting. So that's it. I lost. When you took my soul attack, I felt that there was little hope this time. Di Ming shook his head and admitted defeat. Fang Xing, your strength has won my recognition. Let's add a private friend. Okay. Fang Xing also responded with a smile. Many times, friendships are established in this way. Of course, more often, it is to be treated with hostility, and then receive a wave of hostility. When leaving the battle space, Fang Xing received a reminder from the Starry Sky trial field as usual. Ding! Dear citizen Fang Xing, you defeated Emperor Ming Shifan and won his rank. And now you are ranked 999th on the Starry Sky list. You have obtained the qualification for the defending battle. Please maintain this title, and you will be rewarded with one source liquid every 10 years. Attention! After entering the defending battle, you must complete a certain number of challenges every 10 years. Otherwise it will be regarded as a waiver. After reading all the rules, Fang Xing nodded. It is worthy of being a peak civilization. And the reward is generous. If it is maintained for 100 years, it will be 10 source liquids, which is much more than my original guarantee of one source liquid every 100 years. What's more, this is only the last 1,000. The 500, 100, top 10, top 3. The rewards will increase. However, I just arrived, so I'd better keep a low profile and just stay within the top 1,000. Fang Xing nodded and looked at the Starry Sky ranking. At this time, the ancient and vast Starry Sky ranking suddenly began to tremble. The stars moved one by one, transforming into beautiful constellations and star maps. And Di Meng, who was originally ranked 999, suddenly flashed and became Fang Xing. Huh? Look! There is an abnormal movement in the Starry Sky ranking. This is not an ordinary ranking change, but a change within the top 1,000. It's 999. From Di Meng to Fang Xing. Fang Xing. Is it the newcomer? It's really fierce. Kuan-Wu looked up and looked at the Starry Sky ranking. His expression was also a little shocked. Really? I've made it into the top 1,000. In another lounge, a white-haired boy who looked very young but had an aura of keep away from strangers also looked at this scene. Fang Xing is so strong. If I had such strength, I could at least save more people from the Zerg army. Right? I am still too weak. He clenched his fists and entered the battle space of the star trial field. Xiao, you defeated my brother in a humiliating way last time, which made him lose face. I want you to taste the taste of failure yourself. Across from him, a big man wearing a horn helmet roared. Stop talking nonsense. Come and fight. Xiao raised his hand, and the cry of a fierce bird suddenly sounded in the universe. And it seemed to carry the cries of countless wronged souls. Chapter 521 Hostility. The Starry Sky ranking has changed again? In a rest area, several Dharma Masters looked up at the vast and majestic Starry Sky ranking. The changes in the Starry Sky ranking this time were obviously not as huge as before, but those who were interested could still notice it. Xiao has entered the top 10,000. A master with hair that seemed to be burning put down his wine glass. One Xiao. One Fang Xing. 2 foreign masters are much better than the new masters trained by our star civilization. Humph. I don't know how long Fang Xing has been promoted to master. His previous breakthrough in deep-sea civilization was clearly a disguise. Fishing. Another woman with long green hair snorted coldly, but Xiao's breakthrough was not long ago. And his talent is indeed very good, but his temper is a little bad. And he is not as good as Fang Xing in this regard. What's the use of having a good temper? The fundamental conflict of interests cannot be reconciled. Those foreign masters are just eroding our resources. The master with burning hair was very angry. If it weren't for the military pressure from the alien beast civilization and the Zerg civilization, we wouldn't have to be so eager for quick success. And we could specialize in training the real people of star civilization. Okay. A peaceful voice came to stop the argument between the two masters. The one who spoke was a handsome young man, with a sapphire on his forehead. This sapphire seemed to be divided into countless faces, each of which reflected a strange light, giving people a sense of spatial disorder. Brother. The two masters seemed very respectful. What my second brother said just now was right. Compared to Xiao, Fang Xing has a greater impact on us. The man with the sapphire on his forehead chuckled. What's more, Fang Xing joined the Starry Sky civilization after being introduced by the Sekai family. The master with burning hair stopped talking. They all knew that their eldest brother had a grudge against the Sekai family. Nowadays, new and old grudges and hatred for the whole family are natural. I heard from Kuan-Wu that Fang Xing is looking for the destruction magic liquid and the feather of the crazy warrior bird. The young man with the sapphire on his forehead chuckled. I have a crazy warrior bird feather in my hand. Brother, what you mean is, To kill Fangxing hard? The woman with green hair laughed. No matter how much we gain. It is foolish to give cultivation resources to the enemy. The young man with a sapphire on his forehead smiled, but we can play tricks on him. Or even cheat him. As long as it is within the rules. Do you think the higher-ups are leaning towards us, or are we outsiders? We don't want his life either. We just want to delay his cultivation. This is also for his own good. After all, the general policy above is the same. Brother. What do you mean? Private transaction? The eyes of the master with burning hair lit up. Okay. And that owl? Haha. I can't wait to see the collapse on his face. Fangxing didn't know that even if he was reserved, the strength he showed was still a bit eye-catching. Oh! A result? On the newly built blue star, Fangxing sat on the majestic palace throne, looking at the Taishu stone in his hand, with a hint of joy on his face. It's Inquis. He told me that he has a feather of a crazy warrior bird and is willing to sell it. Kuenwu replied quickly, but he and his group don't have a good reputation among outsiders. You can judge for yourself. After a gentle reminder, Kuenwu gave Inquis's contact information and hung up the call directly. Oh! Fangxing entered the Taishu universe for a while, and found a lot of information about Inquis. He is a genius master born and raised in the Starry Sky civilization. He broke through with the space law. Now he is a 4th-level master, ranking 459th on the Starry Sky list. This ranking shows that his strength is only average among the 4th-level masters. Otherwise he can be in the top 100 or even the top 10. Fangxing pondered for a while, and dialed the message directly. Taishu Universe. In a conference room, Fangxing figure emerged and saw a young man with a blue gem on his forehead. The gem on the other party's forehead seemed to be able to be infinitely divided into facets, giving people a sense of spatial confusion. He is indeed a master of the law of space. Fangxing said to himself, and then said, Inquis. I heard that you have a feather of the crazy warrior bird and want to make a move? Yes. But what can you use to impress me? Inquis turned a silver short arrow in his hand and smiled. What do you think of this treasure? Fangxing raised his hand and released the projection and data of the Yuanzhong temple. Although this treasure is still on Liang, he can get it at any time if he wants. Moreover, according to the laws of the Starry Sky civilization, the treasure in the hands of the people is his. Yuanzhong temple? Inquis smiled and shook his head. Not enough. Not enough at all. Fangxing's face suddenly became ugly. This is already the most valuable item in my hand. The most valuable? Not really. Don't you still have a Blood Yuan Mountain? Inquis smiled. I still need the Blood Yuan Mountain, and it is much more valuable than the Yuanzhong temple. Fangxing seemed very reluctant, but finally made a concession. But forget it. I can exchange. It's still not enough. Inquis said, the Blood Yuan Mountain is very good, but now it's a seller's market. So I still need you to make up the difference. 100 Fang Yuan liquid? You are robbing. Fangxing seemed particularly angry. No. 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 How can robbery make money so quickly? Inquis smiled. You are an ascetic. Compared with external objects, it is naturally more important to improve your own strength. Isn't it? Deal. Fangxing glanced at Inquis deeply, and the angry expression on his face disappeared instantly, with a hint of playful smile. But I need to apply for Taishu Universe to notarize this transaction. And at the same time, I need a middleman to guarantee it. What did you say? Inquis's expression changed. He had previously made a private transaction to trick Fangxing, but he was not prepared to really hand over the feather of the crazy warrior bird. But if it was notarized and there was a middleman, it would be difficult to do so. Even if the major policy of the Starry Sky civilization is to squeeze foreign masters as much as possible. This is an unspoken rule and cannot be said openly. Once everything is revealed, Inquis knows that the official will definitely not protect him blatantly. Sure enough, you have no sincerity in the transaction. Fangxing projection shook his head, too lazy to say anything more, and disappeared instantly. Big brother. The second brother with burning hair walked in from outside the meeting room. Did the negotiation fail? He didn't believe me from the beginning. Inquis shook his head with a gloomy face. I even felt that he never really trusted the star civilization. If he really wanted to integrate into the star civilization, he would naturally have a good impression of the local strongmen, or feel inferior, and then be humble and subservient, and be at a disadvantage in the relationship, and have to accept some unfavorable terms. Then he was cheated and his face was covered with blood. But Fong Xing is different. He didn't even think about completely integrating. And he had been wary of these people for a long time. After a little probing, he knew that the transaction would not succeed. And he left directly because he was too lazy to waste time. I was still careless. If we accept him openly and play with him for years and decades, perhaps the success rate will be higher. The green-haired woman also walked in and sighed. We practice and want to obey our hearts. Where do we have so much time to play with others? The red-haired second brother refuted first. He achieved the realm of the master of law with the law of fire. And his personality was also affected. He would not be impatient with this. In short, Fong Xing's attitude towards us must change now. You should pay attention to it in the future. Inquis still didn't take it too seriously. After all, he was already a 4th-level master of law. In the blood prison civilization, only the strongest blood prison god emperor could match him. And Fong Xing? He was frightened by the blood prison god emperor like a stray dog before, and sought shelter from the starry sky civilization. How could he be afraid now? Let Fong Xing aside first and try the Xiao. Hee. The colder he behaves, the more it proves that he is afraid. Inquis analyzed. We are more likely to succeed with him. Blue star. Sure enough. Because I am an outsider. Many masters of law still dislike me and want to trick me. In fact, this is still good. The real trick is to cheat in the mission. At that time, whether it is framing or making him a cannon fodder, Fong Xing will definitely not be able to resist. But if he really does it, he will fall into the inferior position. After all, the Starry Sky civilization has 14th level Dao Lords and even 15th level Eternal Dao Lords. This time the acquisition of the crazy warrior bird feather failed. Maybe Inquis will secretly interfere. And it will be even more difficult next time. Fortunately, I don't have only this one channel. Fong Xing shook his head. Only at this time did he realize the importance of the right to choose. Although there is no greater force than the Starry Sky civilization within the territory of the human race in the Great Xia universe. But there may not be no creature similar to the crazy warrior bird in the true immortal realm. Therefore, this kind of thing can be handed over to the immortal cultivation avatar. With this choice, you can attack or defend. It seems much easier. True immortal realm. The true immortal realm is vast and boundless. Under the rule of the Dao Court, it is divided into 36 immortal realms. There are at least 36 14th level Dao Lords. Fong Xing immortal cultivation avatar is still a handsome young man with a bun, holding a jade stick in his hand, and studying something carefully. I am in the Xiaoyao immortal realm, which is ruled by Xiaoyao Dao Jun. It has 10,000 immortal cities under its jurisdiction, and countless real immortal realm masters. From the 13th realm to the 14th realm, it is indeed a natural barrier. After reading Xiaoyao immortal realm geomantic, Fong Xing flew out of the cave, and suddenly made a hand gesture, and a white paper crane fell down, turning into a white feathered boy with red lips and white teeth. With a crisp voice, Fong Zhenxian, Bixia Fairy and Luo Yun Zhenxian invite you to Zuyu Pavilion for a chat. Chapter 522 Filling the Road. Drunk Moon Pavilion. It is called a pavilion, but it is actually a jade palace. It is located beside a crescent lake, with a phantom moon rising above the lake and fairy air lingering. In the palace, there are carved beams and painted buildings, and the fairy garden is full of exotic flowers and fruits, with cranes and white apes playing. Roar! There were several dragon roars in the sky, which were several Mahayana dragons close to real dragons. They flew up the clouds, made clouds and rain, and then fell into the pond, turning into black and red carp. What a beautiful scene of a fairy! Fong Xing drove a fairy light and slowly fell into the palace, sighing. Theoretically, when a cultivator reaches the refining void stage, he will no longer be troubled by the exhaustion of his lifespan. After achieving the true immortal, there will be no more heavenly tribulations. They will live forever, or indulge in mountains and rivers, or make friends. Even if he joined the doubting army, there is actually nothing to do. He just needs to stand guard and patrol a place occasionally. There is still plenty of time to practice and even make friends. He is a real fairyland, and his cultivation is high in the fairy world. He is assigned to a team as a team leader, and he has more than a dozen Mahayana cultivators under him. Fairy Bixia and Immortal Luo Yun are both team leaders like him, and they are colleagues. They have been very close in recent years. This Zuyu Pavilion is the palace of Fairy Bixia. Fairy Bixia is a native fairy in the real fairyland. She has a rich family behind her, And immortal Luo Yun is an ascended fairy like himself. And he is famous for his wine brewing skills. He walked into a jade pavilion and saw two immortals brewing wine. One of them was wearing a green skirt and had a gentle appearance. It was Fairy Bixia. There was another one with a childlike face and white hair, two white eyebrows drooping. And he looked quite immortal. It was immortal Luo Yun. What a fragrant immortal wine. Fang Xing walked into the pavilion and smiled. Haha. My Sanyuan brew is made from 3 kinds of fine wines. Refined with Samadhi true fire. And buried for 3 years. Before enjoying it. Scalded with 10,000-year cold ice water. The flavor will be better. Luo Yun Jinxian said, we are borrowing the treasure land of Bixia Fairy to have fun. But we can't miss your spiritual food. Fellow Taoist Fang. Of course. Fang Xing smiled and took out a few plates of side dishes. It looks like dried fish. But it is actually similar. But it is a delicacy prepared by him using alchemy. Although Fang Xing has been practicing to become an immortal by taking drugs and relying on the power of Wan Hua Ding, he has at least improved his alchemy skills. Now that he has come to the fairyland, this alchemy skill can only be regarded as relatively excellent in the real fairyland. But it is very suitable for cooking various spiritual food dishes. About my ascension to become an immortal chef? Fang Xing took a sip of Sanyuan wine and complained in his heart, no. I am just cultivating my sentiments. Fairy Bixia drank a cup of immortal wine and her cheeks flushed, laughing. Today I heard from a sister that a water fairy and a fire fairy fought in Qianlong mountain range, destroyed a dragon fence, and caused several real dragons to flee. I don't think we will have a rest in the future. We have to catch dragons. Water fairy is a fairy who cultivates according to the law of water. And fire fairy is a fairy who cultivates according to the law of fire. Because when the immortals are weak, most of them specialize in the basic skills of the 5 elements. And the laws they comprehend are also biased towards the 5 elements. There are also many wood immortals, earth immortals, gold immortals, and so on. In addition, people like Fang Xing can be called fighting immortals. Alas, the real dragon has extraordinary combat power. And it depends on you. Fellow Taoist Fang. Immortal Luo Yun tasted a bite of dried fish and squinted his eyes comfortably. Don't joke. Fellow Taoists. I just ascended not long ago. I still need you too this time. Fang Xing waved his hands repeatedly. Come to think of it, fellow Taoist Fang seems to have only received the true immortal artifact, and has not yet exchanged the skills at the Dharma transmission hall. Right? Fairy Bixia smiled and said, it seems that my own skills have long been passed down by the descendants of the true immortals. There is no need to transform the skills, which saves a lot of effort. Fang Xing joined the Dao Court army, and naturally there were a series of benefits. The cave is just the most basic. In addition, there is a standard armor, the true immortal armor, and a flying sword at the immortal weapon level. According to the rules, a newly ascended person like him has another chance to choose a skill at the Dharma transmission hall. It is said that this kind of selected skills can be practiced all the way to the Tao Lord. But Fang Xing has already exchanged for the time and space lotus, so he doesn't need to go again. At this time, his mind was immersed in Dantian, and he saw a golden and silver lotus seed, with roots slightly extended, and even the flower stem was only a short section. Obviously it was still far from being fully developed. I did get the true immortal technique in the lower realm by chance, so this time the opportunity to exchange is redundant. Or, choose a powerful immortal technique? Fang Xing said so deliberately. Fairy Bixia and true immortal Luo Yun looked at each other. And it was Fairy Bixia who spoke. There is a younger generation in my family who wants to enter the Dharma transmission hall to choose a technique. If you are willing to give up the opportunity, I will satisfy you with the fairy jade. Immortal jade? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. This is a more precious thing than the source fluid. One piece is worth 100 years of hard work for a cultivator in the true immortal realm. During normal battles, it can quickly restore mana. Are the skills in the Dharma transmission hall so good? He was a little surprised. Fairy Bixia was born in the immortal clan. She can't say that she has all the skills of the Taoist level, but she definitely has some reserves. The Dharma transmission hall in Xiaoyao immortal realm has all-encompassing skills, which are naturally stronger than my family studies. Fairy Bixia shook her head and said, but the key is not this, but after entering the Dharma transmission hall and selecting the skills. Theoretically, even if you enter the Xiaoyao Taoist sect, you can be a registered disciple of the Taoist. What my family wants to buy is this registered disciple status. Fang Xing understood. A registered disciple of the Taoist. This status is indeed not bad. If the ascended cultivator is not innocent and talented, he will not have the opportunity to enter the Dharma transmission hall once. Of course, if the ascended cultivator does not go, or sells the opportunity, then there is no fate. For cultivators, they value fate and opportunity more. I was originally interested in the Dharma transmission hall, but since fellow Taoist Bixia asked, it's not impossible. But I don't want fairy jade. But these materials, Fang Xing smiled, took out a jade sign, and handed it to fairy Bixia. If fellow Taoist Bixia has one of them, you can exchange it with me. Fairy Bixia took it, glanced at it, and her expression suddenly relaxed. This crazy eagle feather. I remember that the ancestor of the family once killed a crazy eagle, and the feathers should still be in stock. If fellow Taoist only wants one, it won't be a big problem. Then it's settled. Fang Xing smiled and raised his glass. And the three of them laughed. Drink to win. Drink to win. After completing a transaction, the three of them did not have anything else to do. Just drinking and eating. Occasionally chatting about some insights during cultivation. And they were quite happy. In a trance, several days passed. During this time, true immortal Luo Yun was forced to take out several jars of good wine from his storage bag. And Fang Xing went down to cook a few good dishes. By the way, why does your family care so much about a registered disciple? Taoist fellow Bixia? True immortal Luo Yun was drunk and couldn't suppress his curiosity. There are many Tao lords in the true immortal realm. But Tao Lord Xiaoyao is different. He is a disciple taught by Tao Zun personally, even. Fairy Bixia seemed a little hesitant. And then sent a telepathic message. Our family heard some rumors. It is said that Tao Zun has condensed the Hongming purple qi in the Tao court, and wants to use it to break through to a higher realm. Before that, he is preparing to pass the position of Tao Zun to Tao Lord Xiaoyao. His true immortal Luo Yun and Fang Xing took a breath of cold air immediately. Of course, the two were shocked by other aspects. Hongming purple air? Fang Xing mind moved. Could this also be a kind of transcendental feature? Is Daozuan, the eternal being of the 15th realm, ready to make the ultimate leap? No wonder he wants to pass on his position. According to his understanding, if you want to transcend, you need to get rid of resistance and increase pulling force. For Daozuan, his first resistance is the great way of immortality. The second is the cause and effect of Tao court. And the third is other enemies. And pulling force is naturally a transcendental feature. The more transcendental features, the stronger, the greater the pulling force. You can even transcend with resistance. And if your own cause and effect are eliminated, and you have reached the limit of reducing and seeking emptiness, you may not need any transcendental features, or you only need a little pulling force, and you can succeed with a light jump. Daozuan's abdication is equivalent to handing over the two biggest causes and effects to Xiaoyao Daojun. This is asking Xiaoyao Daojun to fill the Tao. Is Xiaoyao Daojun really willing? Fang Xing mind inexplicably emerged with an idea. If the Eternal wants to transcend, the avenue he has opened up is the biggest obstacle. Therefore, he must find someone to control it, which is to fill the avenue, which is also a kind of seeking emptiness by subtraction. But the later ones are not opening the avenue. Even if they master the avenue of immortality, they are just filling the avenue, and they cannot be promoted to eternity. Is it the avenue of immortality that Xiaoyao Daojun cultivates? Fang Xing also transmitted the voice, and asked the doubts in his heart. No. Fairy Bixia replied, but as long as we cultivators practice the method of Daozuan, we have cultivated qi all the way, and built the foundation to become immortals. We have been nourished by the avenue of immortals since the refining period. No matter what laws and avenues the real immortals and Daojun's master, they will eventually be transformed into the avenue of immortality. So that's it. Fang Xing suddenly realized, and was a little dignified. This Fairy Bixia knows so many secrets. Even if they are open secrets in the upper class. Her family is obviously quite powerful. When he was silent, he couldn't help but think of his own body and the Panwu Grand Cannon, and suddenly felt that everything made sense. The strong men of the 15th realm have long been immortal. So why do they still leave behind inheritance? Everything must be sought after. This is naturally to cultivate a true successor. And then fill the way. Panguwu's Panwu Avenue is too strong. If he doesn't find a disciple to fill the way for him, even if he condenses more transcendental characteristics, he may not be able to succeed in Transcendence. Chapter 523 Mission. Daxia Universe. New Blue Star. Fang Xing sat in the main seat, silent, and suddenly raised his hand. A pitch-black feather several tens of meters long emerged, flashing with evil light, with a strong presence, and every breath seemed to bring destruction. The feather of the Mad Eagle, Fang Xing murmured. This was naturally a trade between the immortal clone and the fairy Bixia. The Mad Eagle is somewhat similar to the Mad Martial Bird, born with the true self-law and the destruction law, and is even very good at the fusion of the two laws. At this time, just by looking at some of the patterns on the black feather, Fang Xing felt that he had gained a lot. So that's it. Will the fusion of the true self and destruction become stronger from madness? No madness. No life. In fact, the Blue Star martial arts is also quite extreme. Otherwise it is difficult to inspire the martial arts will at a low level. Just by observing, Fang Xing felt that he had benefited a lot. In the future, you could also refine the crazy eagle feather into a secret medicine according to the secret method in the Panwu Grand Canon. After taking it, you will definitely make great progress in the fusion and understanding of the two complete laws. However, this will happen a long time later, probably after you have fully understood the law of destruction. There are two major hurdles in any law practice. The first is entry, and the second is the final perfection. It is not surprising to be stuck for a long time. The fusion law is even more so. It is extremely difficult to get started, and the final perfect fusion is even more difficult. At this time, some secret medicines in the inheritance can come in handy. At least, with the power of the secret medicine, it is not a big problem to find the point of convergence between the true self-law and the destruction law. Thinking of the Panwu Grand Canon, Fang Xing couldn't help but think of Pangu Wu and Transcendence. Pangu Wu left behind a legacy, and it was obvious that he had a certain intention of finding someone to fill the Tao. This person was considered a strong man in the eternal realm. Then, do I still have to take the Panwu Avenue? Even if there are other avenues, is there no eternal realm waiting? Fang Xing thought about it, and then thought about the situation in the true immortal realm. Is Xiaoyao Daojun willing to be used as a pawn to fill the Tao? After being filled, even if he has mastered the powerful immortal avenue, there is still a Tao court force. But taking on such a big cause and effect, the realm is still the 14th realm Daojun, which will increase countless difficulties for the eternal Daozuan, who will break through the 15th realm in the future. Not to mention that Transcendence is almost hopeless. If it were Fang Xing himself, he would not accept such an outcome. However, it is really hard to say what choice Xiaoyao Daojun will make. The only thing he is sure of is that once Daozuan transcends, the true immortal realm will definitely be in chaos. After obtaining the resources he wanted, Fang Xing began to concentrate on practicing. At the same time, he gave up the sprint in the Starry Sky trial field and maintained the ranking of 999. Only when there is a breakthrough in the law of destruction will he log in and choose a few challenges from the many challenges to brush up the number of invitations. The powerful masters of the star civilization are all very strong, or warlike, or for the rewards of the top 1,000. Anyway, the challenges are very frequent. Fang Xing calculated and found that it was easy to meet the requirements of a certain number of challenges within 10 years. So he became even more lazy. He didn't even leave the new Blue Star, but just watched the construction of the Blue Star Federation silently. Occasionally gave instructions to Lei Ming, Lin Qianju and others, and then relied on them to rule the territories of 10 star systems, because his fiefdoms were all some barren star systems, and there were not many planets with life. It was very simple to rule, and there was no trouble. 10 years later, in the hall, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, with a monument of destruction and a black bird feather in front of him. I have mastered the law of destruction. In addition, the time and space laws of the immortal clone may be fully understood at any time. This is a rapid progress. The key is that there is no danger approaching. It feels good. It's just that the gate of the heavens has been charging, and there is no sign of opening. At this moment, Fang Xing suddenly felt something and took out the Taishu stone. He entered the Taishu universe with a wisp of consciousness and came to a reception room, where he saw Kun Wu. Brother Kun Wu. Fang Xing greeted him. Haha. I went to carry out the tribe mission in the past few years and returned by luck. I heard that you and Inquis had some conflicts. Kun Wu was a little curious. No. It's just that he wanted to trick me unilaterally. But he didn't trick me. Fang Xing was very calm. Even if Inquis wanted to spread some rumors, Other Dharma Lord Realm Masters were not fools, and would believe whatever the other party said. Alas! No wonder I heard some rumors. Kuan-Wu lowered his voice, but it was only after I saved Yuan Shisan's life during this mission that I learned that Inquis had a grudge against the Sekai family. So there is this factor. Fang Xing understood. You can't underestimate Inquis because of this. I heard that Xiao suffered a great loss at the hands of their small group, and he was too embarrassed to publicize it. So he could only challenge Inquis's friends and brothers in the trial field. Kuan-Wu looked a little playful. Obviously he had a bad impression of Xiao, and liked to see him get humiliated. I see. Fang Xing nodded. But he thought of Beta and the Sekai family. If it was really because of the Sekai family that he was targeted, this family should have said something long ago. At least, they should have given a few reminders. Now it seems that it is also a kind of ignoring and cold attitude. Maybe he thought that he used Beta last time to join the Star Civilization. Forget it. It's not a big deal. After exchanging polite words with Kuan-Wu, Fang Xing heard a piece of news that surprised him. A Yuanian beast in the realm of a master of magic? Is his name Kuei-Lan? Yes. I met him during this mission. He is a powerful guy. I originally wanted to pull him into the Starry Sky Civilization. But later, I found out that he is from the Yuanian Beast clan. This race of creatures despises all races except their own. Even if they want to join, they will probably only join the Alien Beast Civilization. Indeed, the Alien Beast Civilization is the rarest among the 3 peak civilizations. But it has the most powerful people. Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. The 3 peak civilizations each have their own strengths. And it is easy for the Alien Beast Civilization to have powerful individual practitioners. The Zerg Civilization is good at technology and slavery. And with the slave army it controls, its population is the largest. After all, the bugs themselves are very weak. But their numbers are amazing. Among the astronomical number of Zerg, it is easy to have gifted individuals with psychic and psionic talents. These 2 laws are extremely good at slavery. In addition, the Zerg's technology is actually leading among the 3 major civilizations, which is also a very incredible thing. According to the research of the Starry Sky Civilization, it is probably because those high-level Zerg can share their minds at any time and communicate various ideas without reservation. In comparison, the Starry Sky Civilization dominated by humans seems very balanced, with more people and territory than the Alien Beast Civilization, but less than the Zerg Civilization. At the same time, it is also taking the path of individual cultivation and technological development in parallel. 40 years later, this is the source liquid that the Starry Sky Civilization just sent. Gu Yun walked into the hall with a space ring. Thank you. Fang Xing took it, probed into it with his mental power, and saw a deep chaotic liquid, including this one. He already has 5 source liquids in his hand, all of which are ranking benefits of the star trial field. He looked at Gu Yun's little face again. Actually, you can go out more often. The universe is huge, and so is the territory of the human race. Most of the materialized blue star people chose to truly integrate into the great Xia universe and contact the universe as Fang Xing citizens. Even Nandong Shui and Lu Wei have already started to travel around the universe. Only Zhang Chu is unlucky and is still building his body or mecha. According to the other party, this time he is going to build a fully mature neutron star mecha. Once successful, he will immediately become a master of the 12th realm. I just feel a little unreal. Besides, it's good to have my parents accompany me. Gu Yun smiled gently. Here, I can occasionally help you. Although it's just some small things. It's also helpful to see your poker iceberg face melt. Fang Xing smiled. He took over everything from the creator Laos, including the marks of all life in the universe inside the other party. Therefore, it is not difficult to resurrect Gu Yun's father with the law of illusion first, and then make him real in the great Xia universe. This is a limited edition resurrection. If the other party is not a character in his inner universe, it is impossible to resurrect. Even if Nandong Shui and others died in the great Xia universe, Fang Xing could only resurrect the other party's appearance in the universe inside the body. At the latest the state of the moment when he walked out of the universe inside the body. After Gu Yun left, Fang Xing glanced at the Taishu stone and his expression moved. About 50 years. Is it finally here? Joining the Starry Sky Civilization and enjoying many conveniences and offerings is of course also obligatory. Every 100 years, a mandatory task needs to be completed. Fang Xing did not accept the task before, just waiting for this. This is different from paying wages, but the opposite. If the task is issued at the beginning of this 100 years, it is considered a pit civilization. If the task is issued at the end of the 100 years, it is a conscience civilization. Stuck in the middle. It is not good or bad. Fong Xing complained in his heart and looked at the mission introduction. Mission: fight for star source fruit. Location: 10,000 Star Universe Secret Realm. Mission description: the 10,000 Star Universe Secret Realm is located in the Sankong civilization and has 10,000 entrances and exits. This secret realm is suspected to be left by the Taoist Master, and only the Dharma Master realm is allowed to enter the secret realm. The other opportunities have been distributed. Only the 10,000 star fruit tree in the center will produce 1,000 star source fruits every 10,000 years. At that time, the strong men of the alien beast civilization will come and snatch them. You need to cooperate with other teammates to snatch more star source fruits. You need to hand in at least 10 star source fruits. The extra ones, the Starry Sky civilization is willing to buy them at the price of 1 square of source liquid. Chapter 524 Time and Space Perfection. Are there any strong men from the alien beast civilization entering? It seems that the entrance to that secret place in the universe is controlled by the alien beast civilization. After Fong Xing read the task introduction, he went to the Starry Sky Mall again. As expected, he could not find the option of star source fruit. Obviously, this is not for sale, or his own authority is insufficient. But it can be proved that star source fruit is definitely a good thing. But he just doesn't know how to use it. Meeting place. Let's start the journey. Whoosh! Fong Xing flew out of the blue star and released the Blood Yuan Mountain. This treasure has its own space inside, which can be regarded as a good spaceship. When Fong Xing figure disappeared on the Blood Yuan Mountain, this treasure shook slightly, turned into a blood light, and quickly left this galaxy. True immortal realm. Inside the cave, I have a deep understanding of the laziness and procrastination of the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivator clone was speechless. Although he knew the news that the real dragon escaped and needed to be captured 50 years ago. But until now, no relevant tasks have been issued. And he has learned from several fellow Taoists that those evil dragons have long been unable to bear it and attack some gathering points outside the fairy city, looking for blood food, causing some disturbances. Of course, it is a disturbance in the real fairyland. No wonder in those mythological novels, any monster can cause trouble for decades or hundreds of years. They all have prototypes. Now let's focus on the deity first. The deity is about to start fighting for the star source fruit and needs help. It just so happens that I am about to break through. Fong Xing sat cross-legged, and a piece of fairy jade appeared in his hand. Thanks to the Dao Court. The Dao Court army actually paid wages. He slowly operated the skills and absorbed the fairy spirit in the fairy jade. These fairy spirits were pure white in color and endless. After entering Fong Xing body, they quickly operated along a specific skill route, going deep into the Dantian. And after being swallowed and spit out by the time and space lotus seeds, they turned into the time and space lotus magic power mixed with gold and silver. Unfortunately, there are not enough immortal jades. Otherwise, there would be no problem in cultivating to the peak of the early stage of the true immortal realm. With the blessing of the great Sun King mantra of the immortal space and time, it is not difficult for me to accumulate mana. The only thing I lack is the understanding of the law. Fong Xing silently observed his own spacetime lotus seed. This lotus seed is slightly different from the previous one. It has not only expanded the circle, but the gold and silver lines on the surface seem to have become tighter. The gold and silver cloud seal characters are constantly changing, as if interpreting the laws of time and space. Finally, it's a certain moment. Bang! Fong Xing felt a shock in his sea of consciousness, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Time. Space. So that's it. At this moment, he has already comprehended the laws of time and space. Perhaps it is because he used the power of the black hole to directly enter the law of space-time fusion. The laws of time and space have not been perfected for a long time. And to be perfect, they must be perfected together. Boom! It seems that a long river of time with no source and no future appeared in front of Fong Xing. It is a self-contained ring, without beginning or end. In the center of the long river of time, there is the origin of space in an irregular cross-section. The long river of time. The origin of space. Now I am a true immortal of space and time. Fong Xing's soul looked inward at Dantian, and saw that the space-time lotus seed was growing rapidly. On the trunk, A translucent illusory lotus pod emerged. And on the lotus pod, 2 lotus petals slowly condensed. These 2 petals, one represents time, and the other represents space. They must fully comprehend the power of the law to be completely condensed. And then, the 2 laws must be merged and transformed into the avenue of space and time, so that the remaining petals can appear one by one and condense. From this aspect alone, we know that the road to space-time fusion is far more difficult than comprehending the laws of time and space. Inside the cave, Feng Xing opened his eyes and frowned again. Sure enough, the law of the true self is interfering with my comprehension of the integration of the laws of time and space. This was the trouble that the creator Laos had encountered before. There were too many laws to comprehend, and they interfered with each other seriously. Otherwise, with the infinite lifespan of the master of the law, some people would have to walk several avenues. Fortunately, there is a secret technique in the Panwu Grand Canon that is most suitable for this situation. One of Feng Xing's eyes bloomed with pure golden light, and the other eye flashed with silver-white luster, and his hands pinched out a strange seal. Boom! Suddenly, his true immortal body trembled, and then turned into a group of strange vitality. In this group of vitality, the influence of the law of the true self is being quickly eliminated. Instead, it is the pure law of time and space. A lotus with only 2 petals emerged. Countless gold and silver cloud seals were flying, and roots and stems grew again. These roots are like human veins, continuously extending to form meridians and skeletons. Then, groups of vital energy fell down, and a young man who looked exactly like the previous one appeared. Although they look exactly the same, some of their cores are different. It is no longer the law of the true self that builds the body of a true immortal, but the law of time and space. The art of dividing gods and demons in the Panwu Grand Canon is indeed powerful. Feng Xing silently experienced it, and felt that the law perceptions from his body except for time and space, and the other law perceptions seemed to be isolated. He can walk the avenue of time and space calmly without any external pollution and obstacles. The main body will also eliminate the influence of the law of space and time, so as to focus more on comprehending the law of destruction, and even integrate the true self, and finally condense the Panwu Avenue. To gain benefits, there must be rewards. Xiaoyao Dao Jun is originally a Dao Jun. It is not only useless to fill the Dao, but it is also a lot of disadvantages. But I master the Panwu Avenue, which can not only promote Pangu to transcend, but also promote him to the Dao Lord of the 14th realm. When the 15th realm opens the Dao, Panwu Avenue will naturally be abandoned. Since it is a stepping stone, it can naturally be borrowed. And it is also to repay the cause and effect with Pangu. As for the immortal clone, it is still dedicated to the space and time avenue. This top-level avenue is very mysterious, and it may even have the power to resurrect others when in the Dao Lord realm. Even if Feng Xing splits out the immortal clone, he is just trying hard, and he does not think he will succeed. After all, it is common to master the power of multiple complete laws in the Dharma Lord realm. But in the Dao Lord realm, it is very rare to master the power of several avenues. Daxia Universe. 10,000 Stars Secret Realm. An entrance. The spiral nebula is magnificent, and a green palace blocks the entrance, emitting a green halo. Feng Xing, wearing a blood-stained robe, came to the outside of the green palace. The palace gate opened automatically to reveal a hall. In the hall, there were dozens of Dharma masters. There are quite a few people. Feng Xing landed and greeted his acquaintances. He had a rough idea in his mind with a glance from the corner of his eye. The number of Dharma masters dispatched by the Starry Sky civilization this time is about 100. He glanced and saw Inquis again. The other party was gathering with a Dharma master with burning hair and a green-haired woman, forming a small circle. At this time, Inquis seemed to have noticed Feng Xing's gaze, and he also looked over, with pride and provocation in his eyes. Inquis, and read, Green Tower. Just then, a low roar sounded. Feng Xing looked towards the palace gate and saw a stern and immature face with short white hair walking in. You are also participating in this mission? Good. Very good. Of course we are good. Green Tower said with a smile. This time, everyone should help each other in the group mission. Xiao exhaled a long breath. Yes. I really hope we can meet. He actually endured it directly, and chose a corner by himself and sat cross-legged. Not long after, a big man in green armor came to the center and said in a loud voice, Everyone, I don't care what hatred you have between each other. If we are found by our Starry Sky civilization to fight each other during the mission, we will punish you severely. In other words, as long as you are not found, it's fine? Fang Xing played with the Taishu stone in his hand, revealing a playful smile. At this time, a master with a short black horn on his forehead next to him exclaimed, "Is it actually the Lord of Qingli Palace who is in charge? It seems that this time the task of picking Xingyuan fruit is not too dangerous, and it can make a fortune." Lord of Qingli Palace? Fang Xing looked at the man in green armor and linked him to the 15th place on the Starry Sky list. The top 1,000, top 500, top 100 on the Starry Sky list are all quite different. If the top 1,000 are relatively outstanding third-level masters like Fang Xing, the top 500 are probably relatively ordinary fourth-level masters, and the top 100 are the powerful ones among the fourth-level masters. Lord of Qingli Palace is the 15th, which is even more extraordinary. What's more, he also holds a treasure, Qingli Palace, in his hands. He is an extremely powerful person among the fourth-level masters, and it is even said that he has escaped from the fifth-level masters of alien races. With this person in charge, the difficulty of this mission is much lower. In the 10,000 stars secret realm, only the powerful masters of the Lord Realm can enter. Fang Xing nodded. The general fifth-level masters have too many important tasks and battlefields to support. The priority here is not high, and it is already very important to have a top fourth-level master. As long as the combat power is limited to the fourth-level master level, Fang Xing is really not afraid of anything. At least, the fourth-level master can't threaten his life and safety at all, unless he is stupid enough to run into the encirclement formed by dozens of masters. Now that the immortal clone has perfected the laws of time and space, and has the real immortal armor and the immortal flying sword, I am afraid that his strength is not much less than my original body, which is a good card. Fang Xing glanced at Xiao. Even if he wanted to retaliate, he would definitely not go into battle personally. On the contrary, he would have enough alibis. Fortunately, the Starry Sky civilization passed smoothly. Chapter 525 Comment. 10,000 stars secret realm. The sky is full of stars shining. A blue palace is galloping. It is the Qingli Palace. This time, if we work together, we can at least take back 700 star source fruits. Right? Fang Xing was listening to a bull-headed Dharma master boasting. The Dharma masters of the alien beast civilization like to be alone, and there may not be many who can come. At least the number of people is definitely not as good as ours. That's right. If you want to have more people than us, unless it's the Zerg. Fang Xing smiled. Alas, I just hope to meet the requirements. Otherwise either take another task, or the share of the next 100-year source liquid will be reduced by 50%. The bull-headed Dharma master sighed. Its strength is average, only about the second-level Dharma master, and it relies on that little source liquid for daily practice. Not everyone is like Fang Xing, who has the characteristics of a star warrior and can quickly absorb a large amount of source power for practice. So if a mission fails, the next gift from the Starry Sky civilization will be halved. Until the next mission succeeds? Fang Xing understood. According to his inquiries, if consecutive missions fail, there may be a step-by-step punishment. In short, if you join a big force and enjoy the benefits, you naturally need to bear the obligations. If you want to cheat, those 14-level Taoist masters and even eternal beings will come to you to talk about reason. Only under the suppression of power can relative fairness and responsibility be achieved. This is determined by human nature. Attention! We are about to enter the tree area. The voice of the Lord of Qingli Palace came slowly. Fang Xing looked ahead and saw a strange fruit tree in front of him. No! It was not a tree at all, but more like a stump galaxy. Countless light-year-long silk threads continued to expand from the cluster, like a tree crown. Whoosh! Qingli Palace disappeared, and one by one, the Dharma Lords appeared. The Star Source fruit is guarded by local strongmen, and the strongest among those secret realm creatures has reached the realm of the 5th-level Master of Magic. So going deep into the fruit tree area is courting death. You are each responsible for a peripheral area, and then wait for the Star Source fruit to fall. According to the decision between us and the secret realm creatures, every time the Star Source fruit matures, a share of 1,000 will fly to the outside world. The Lord of Qingli Palace said a top-secret information. This is news that was not in the previous mission. So there is a guardian of the Wanqing fruit tree? That's right. It's called Wanqing. Maybe it can produce 10,000 star source fruits every time. The remaining 9,000 are intercepted by the secret realm creatures. It can still occupy the vast majority of the shares under the prying eyes of the two peak civilizations. Is this the power of the 5th level master of magic? Fang Xing pressed the Taishu stone, looking at the top secret information said by the Lord of Qingli Palace, and couldn't help thinking. The secret realm creatures guarding the Wanqing fruit tree call themselves the Xingmu clan. Their appearance can transform between giant birds and human forms. They have a tree-like skin and extremely strong defense. The leader of the Xingmu tribe is a 5th level master. In this special environment of the secret realm, it can be said that he is almost invincible. Even if he is surrounded by several 5th level masters, he will definitely pay a heavy price, or even drag people to be buried with him. And before he dies, he is absolutely capable of destroying the Wanqing fruit tree. It is because of this that this distribution ratio can be determined. As for why not win him over, it is because the cost effectiveness is too low. The leader of the Xingmu tribe can only exert the combat power of the 5th level master in the Wanqing secret realm. Once he goes out, he is just an ordinary 4th level master. Another sitting tiger. Fang Xing lightly tapped the blood yuan mountain, and it turned into a blood-colored robe, which he put on himself. His body turned into a stream of light, and flew to the designated area. The virtual technology of the Starry Sky civilization is quite powerful. Even in the Wanqing secret realm, the Taishu stone can communicate in real time and exchange many messages. It's here. Fang Xing came to a corner of the tree galaxy, sat on a space meteorite, and waited silently. At the same time, a wisp of consciousness was in the specially open space in the Taishu stone, contacting many Dharma masters. I saw the strongman of the alien beast civilization. Crazy devourer behemoth. I'm afraid that only the Qingli Palace master can deal with it. Fortunately, I am good at speed and have a long distance. Otherwise I would lose this clone. A Dharma master spoke. His true body is a bit strange. He is a 9-headed clan. This human subspecies has 9 heads. The innate magical power can split into 9 clones. And the ability to protect life is extremely strong. Therefore, even if the strength is only a 3rd level Dharma master, many 4th level Dharma masters like to team up with him in some exploration activities. 9 heads. Are you serious? Behemoth? Another Dharma master face showed a cold color. My 2 brothers were eaten alive by it on the battlefield. Qingli Palace master. I can give everything and even cooperate at all costs. Can the Starry Sky civilization change its plan and surround and kill Behemoth? This devouring beast is likely to be promoted to the 5th level of the master. The Lord of Qingli Palace closed his eyes slightly, then shook his head regretfully. We can't spare much of our high-level combat power. And with my own strength, it's difficult to even defeat Behemoth, let alone kill it. Such a beast has extremely strong vitality. Not to mention that it also practices the law of life. It is said that by devouring, the law of life is perfect. Hearing this, the master face showed a trace of sadness. It's a pity. Forget it. I slowly accumulate contributions, hoping that one day I can revive my brother. Hearing this, Fang Xing eyes flashed. Yes. For the powerful Dharma master, joining the peak civilization has another benefit. That is, the opportunity to be resurrected. Of course, such an opportunity is quite rare, and it must be a true member of the family with extremely high contributions. If it is not a special 14th level time and space Taoist master, if you want to revive a Dharma master, then it should be the eternal existence of the 15th level. Right? Sure enough, there is a terrible background behind the peak civilization. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, another Dharma master spoke. I just encountered a Yuanyan beast, which is probably the limit of the 1st level Dharma master. But the Yuanyan Palace, which has the former Yuanyan Palace master, can be regarded as the 2nd level combat power of the Dharma master. According to the information, it should be Kuilan, a mere 2nd level Dharma master. Don't pay attention. The Yuanyan beasts are always solitary, and look down on everyone except their own kind. I know this Kuilan. He is an interstellar wanderer. He does not belong to any faction. And this time, he is here to get benefits. Alas, it's all because there are too many entrances to the 10,000 stars secret realm. And sometimes they change their positions, so it's easy to sneak in. The several masters exchanged information, and didn't take Kuilan seriously. After all, even the Yuanyan Palace master had to retreat when he met their star civilization team. On the meteorite. Fong Xing opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Is Kulin here too? The other party refused to reveal the information about the great Xia star lineage, which made him look at him with some respect. There are many cold and powerful people who care about interests in the universe, but too few have principles. Although this Kulin is a bit protective, he is a good person. I hope he doesn't meet Behemoth or Qingli Palace Master. Otherwise, the Yuanyan Palace may not be able to protect him. He didn't think too much and pointed casually. A silver light appeared and quickly dissipated. No one would notice that a great master of time and space had quietly descended on this secret realm and then teleported away. In the void, Fong Xing Immortal Clone was wearing a simple standard armor, holding an ancient sword in his hand, waiting silently. The Taoist standard immortal weapon of the true immortal realm was placed here, which was also a treasure that was not inferior to the treasure. The immortal clone stroked the flying sword in his hand. His eyes. There were traces of sword intent blooming in his eyes. The armor on his body was engraved with a large number of formations, which could ignore the attacks of the first and second level masters, and could also weaken the attacks of the third and fourth level masters by 70% to 80%. And the immortal level flying sword had no other advantages, but it was strong and sharp enough. It could fully exert one's own cultivation and law perception. With my current cultivation of the laws of time and space, I might even surpass myself in attack and dodge, and touch the edge of the fourth level of the master. Time and space are both top laws, naturally more powerful than other laws. Not to mention, the realms of the two laws are all perfect. Even, Fong Xing has already merged the laws of time and space with the power of the black hole. The original black dragon was on the road to merge the laws of time and space. Now the law perception is more profound. Although there is no emperor weapon, it is enough to be on par with the peak period of the black dragon. The immortal clone glanced around. Now he is standing in the illusion layer. Thousands of space turbulences surround him, but they can't lift a corner of his clothes. After fully comprehending the laws of space, the essence of space in Fong Xing eyes can be said to be like looking at the pattern on the palm of your hand. Under the origin of space, layers of void are peeled off, showing a 1,000-layer cake-like structure, from the outermost material layer, to the Taishu layer, the Huanqiu layer, and even the Dao layer, the Dao origin layer. Even, this is not the limit. The essence of the 5 layers of space, above the Dao origin layer. I can't peek at it at present, but I can sense that what I have condensed, the immortal sun of time and space, is still above the origin layer of the avenue. It seems that the scenery above the origin layer of the avenue can only be seen after transcendence. Fong Xing looked down, and from the perspective of high-dimensional space, he could almost overlook the entire 10,000 stars secret realm. Now I can hide in the illusion layer for a long time and teleport to every place in the secret realm. No one can find me, let alone attack. If I really want to snatch the star source fruit, I am afraid that the 2 peak civilizations can't snatch it from me. Well, it started. He fixed his eyes and saw a blue comet flying out of the tree-like galaxy, through the outer layer of ice and water vapor. You can see the comet nucleus inside, which is an extremely large fruit that emits a little starlight. Chapter 526, Take Action. The star source fruit is beginning to ripen? The one closest to the comet is the 9-headed master of Dharma, who is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A smile appeared on his ugly face. I didn't expect. I have the best luck. The 9-headed master of Dharma immediately turned into a stream of light, came near the comet, opened his big hand, and grabbed the star source fruit. Roar! But the next moment, a dragon roar sounded. Light! The dazzling light filled the universe. The 9-headed master of Dharma immediately felt a burning sensation coming, the law of light. Not good. He didn't care about the injury of this clone at all, and grabbed the comet. But he was still a step late. Accompanied by a dragon roar, the star source fruit was firmly grasped in the palm of a dragon claw that was transformed into light. Behind the dragon claw of light was a terrifying dragon beast with wings spread out that seemed to cover a planet. Its pupils were ferocious as it stared at the 9-headed master, Starry Sky Civilization. 9-headed master. Oros, have taken a fancy to you. Why don't you get out of here? Damn it. You are just a 3rd-level master. The 9-headed master snorted coldly, but retreated with all his heart. Oros came from the alien beast civilization, and his body was a light dragon. He was born with the law of light, and his cubs could fly at the speed of light. And the speed of this adult light dragon has reached an unimaginable level. which may not be matched by ordinary 4th-level masters. In this kind of competition, it naturally has a great advantage. Forget it. It's just one. If my clone dies, I don't know how much rare resources it will cost to cultivate back. The 9-headed master thought he was unlucky and prepared to leave. At this moment, a sword sounded suddenly in the universe. A sword light slashed on the light dragon claw at an unimaginable speed. Ah! Oros screamed, and the huge dragon claw fell, turning into countless rays of light and disappearing in midair. Only the star source fruit was picked up by a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes and put into the storage bag. Damn it. The time around me was infinitely slowed down just now. Otherwise you would never be able to kill my claw with one sword. Oros lost a dragon claw, but did not become violent. Instead, he stared at Fang Xing with fear. When did the Starry Sky civilization have an extra time master? No. Your appearance just now was teleportation? No. This is not the master of our Starry Sky civilization. Another strange master appeared in the secret realm. This information must be reported immediately. The 9-headed master stopped immediately and transmitted the battle screen to the Taishu stone. Everyone. I found a strange master, who looks like he is from our human race. But I'm not sure. He is the master of time. Be careful when you meet him. Somewhere in the galaxy. Fang Xing looked at the video in the Taishu stone and nodded secretly. Very good. I used the secret technique in the Panwu secret book to cover up the breath. But it may not be very safe. Now it seems that even the Lord of Qingli Palace did not find that it was my clone. Is this the wonder of the god and demon dividing technique? Yes. Even the perception of the law is isolated. So what does the difference in breath mean? Then, can we act a little bit beyond the line? Fang Xing sneered and thought of Inquis. He is like Xiao. He is very vengeful. But he will not shout it out like Xiao. On the other side, Fang Xing immortal clone has already fought with the light dragon Oros. Swish. The rays of light are like the sharpest spears, filling most of the universe in sight. What a light attribute attack, making the light extremely deadly. The key is the extremely fast speed. Fang Xing figure suddenly became illusory and allowed many rays of light to penetrate through him. Still commenting with a smile. Compared to the real perfect light law, the photogenic superpowers he had seen before were simply not even dust. If those photogenic superpowers came here, they would probably be directly penetrated and killed by a ray of light. Not only time, but even the law of space has been perfected. When the light dragon Oros saw this scene, he turned around and turned into a ray of light and left. While flying, he cursed, "It's really impossible to fight this. The Time Master and the Space Master are both extremely powerful and good at saving their lives. When the two are combined, even Behemoth can't stop him. Instead of wasting the source of power in vain, it's better to pick up a few more star source fruits. No. If such a peerless genius appears among humans, it must be reported immediately. Let the clan arrange to block it, and not let it grow smoothly into the time and space Taoist master. Otherwise it will be a big trouble. The definition of genius will change with different realms. Those who can cultivate to the realm of the master of the law are all once peerless geniuses. But now they are all ordinary people. At this time, geniuses like Fang Xing in the realm of the master of the law represent a certain hope for the future Taoist master. It is enough to be on the must-kill list of the alien beast civilization and even the Zerg civilization. Especially once he grows up. The cost of a time and space Tao Lord is enough to revive the general Dharma Lord realm. And as for the black hole level, the cost is even less. This means that the combat potential of the Starry Sky civilization will increase dramatically. Go! Did I let you go? A figure flashed in the void. And it was Fang Xing who teleported. Even if the speed of light is fast, how can it be faster than space movement? Human, do you really think that the great Oros is afraid of you? Oros roared, spread his wings, and a number of dazzling stars of light emerged, filling the void of the universe. Strands of light shone through the surroundings, connected to each other, and turned into secret patterns. Light cage, accompanied by the dragon roar. Beams of light fell, and countless stars shone in them, surrounding Fang Xing in the center. Seal! Oros shouted, and the countless weightless rays of light instantly turned into a substantial crystal of light. The entire formation seemed to solidify, sealing Fang Xing in it, like a bug in amber. Humph. If I fight you, I will definitely suffer in the end. Oros snorted coldly and flapped his wings to leave. Swoosh! At this moment, Another Fong Xing walked out of the void. In that case, take my sword before leaving. This is your past body? No. The light dragon Oros suddenly glanced at Fong Xing, who was still sealed by the crystal of light, and understood. Your original body has been hiding in the depths of space. And the one who fought with me was the past body. How despicable. How can this be considered despicable by using the power of the law? But I think you are tired of living. Fong Xing chuckled and summoned another past body. Then, the third, the fourth. Hundreds of past incarnations stood in the universe, and they all had the immortal flying sword in their hands. 100 of my swords are also one sword. In his hands, the power of time and space began to merge, and a lotus with only 3 petals emerged. And the golden and silver magic power vibrated. Only by looking carefully can you find that the time and space lotus has only 2 petals that are relatively solid, and the remaining petal is also extremely illusory. Black hole one sword produces lotus. Fong Xing flicked the sword with his finger, and the ancient sword was unsheathed with a dragon's roar. Then, the ultimate sword energy, sword intent, sword heart, and sword soul merged, combined with the laws of time and space. A sword lotus slowly bloomed in the universe. One sword lotus after another was like a beautiful lotus pond in its summer, lush and green, with petals unfolding, wrapping the light dragon Oreos. No! Oreos wanted to turn into light to dodge, but was stunned for a moment. Time stands still. Space is blocked. When the space-time lotus blooms, any attempt to escape becomes a luxury. Then, strands of sword light continue to sink into the body of the light dragon, even melting the original brilliance of its body. Swish! When the 100 swords fell, there was no trace of the light dragon Oros in the universe. Only a few white scales, and a few drops of platinum blood remained. Refine the storage magic weapon into the shape of scales? Fong Xing grabbed a dragon scale, and couldn't help but feel quite satisfied. After collecting all the spoils, he glanced at a certain void, chuckled, and disappeared. After a long time, the figure of the 9-headed master of magic walked out from the void, so powerful. He must have spotted me with his last glance. Did he spare my life because we are all human? The 9-headed master of magic was still in shock. The master of space and time is too powerful. Those who are not as strong as him can't escape at all. Moreover, his main body is located in the depths of the void, which is invulnerable to all kinds of magic. He can use a large number of past bodies to fight a war of attrition, which makes him invincible. This strange human master of magic is definitely a 4th-level master of magic. Even those 4th-level masters will have a headache when they meet him. Guanlongao. Oros definitely has the ultimate combat power of a 3rd-level magician. But he still fell. If there is no other means to save his life, I am afraid he can only wait for the strong men of the alien beast civilization to resurrect him. And he may not be able to wait until then. His spirit immediately sank into the Taishu universe. That time and space magician has killed Oros, although he seems to have no ill will towards our starry sky civilization. If you meet him, it is better to give up the star source fruit or something. A guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Are you afraid of Giotto? Didn't you say you have 9 lives? Red, with his hair burning, snorted coldly. Red. Green Tower. Don't be angry. I think that time and space magician definitely has the combat power of the 4th level. You two will definitely die if you meet him. Even your boss Inquis. If you fight to the death, I am afraid he will be exhausted to death. Another magician who doesn't like Inquis's small group laughed. Red. Green Tower sent a message to Red, telling him not to be angry. Don't worry. I know my limits. Do they think I'm stupid? Will I fight to the death if I get provoked? Red replied in the same tone. If I meet that master of spacetime, I will definitely speak kindly and beg for mercy. We can't possibly bring trouble to Big Brother. Chapter 527 Revenge. Taishu Universe. Red, who was talking to Green Tower, suddenly trembled. Not good. Someone is attacking me. Go and ask for help from my brother. Who is it? Green Tower's expression suddenly became extremely dangerous, and her long green hair turned into a giant python. In an instant, she contacted Inquis and learned Red's address and the ambusher, the Yuanyan beast Kulan? Even if he has the Yuanyan palace, he is only at the beginning of the 2nd level of the master. How could he seriously injure you to the extent that it affects your consciousness? Damn it. That Kulan used a disposable treasure, which is a will attack type, and severely injured me. Red quickly explained. Now my law body and will spirit are severely injured at the same time. And my strength is greatly reduced. I can only barely maintain the first level of the master. If Kuolin has another attack treasure, I will be dead. My real body has been dispatched. And we are closer. You need to hold on for 37 seconds. Green Tower spoke immediately. In a dark universe, Reed turned into a fire giant tens of meters high, roaring and colliding with a Yuanian palace. At this time, the Yuanian palace was reduced to only a few hundred meters long, but its power was more concentrated. Almost every collision could extinguish part of the flames on the fire giant. Damn it. Kuolin, I ask myself if I have no hatred with you. Why did you ambush me? Reed roared. The terrifying law of fire descended, turning into fireballs, as if to burn everything. Puff! The fireballs fell on the Yuanian palace, but they could only leave a trail of charred marks in vain. Humph! Can't we fight without hatred? Kuolin looked cold. Suddenly, countless green pythons appeared in the universe. Like chains, easily entangled the Yuanian palace. Haha. Green Tower. You're here. Red laughed loudly. And the fire giant did not retreat but advanced. Stretched out two big hands. And grabbed Yuanian palace tightly. Kuolin. You are dead today. Even if you have a treasure. As long as you wait for my elder brother to come, you will definitely die. Hiss. The green pythons are like vines, binding Yuanian palace layer by layer. A green snake ball fell, and Green Tower walked out of it. Red, how are you? Fortunately, I won't die. Red regained his human form, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn kid. Even the Yuanian palace master back then didn't dare. Before he finished speaking, he saw a terrifying momentum erupting from Yuanian palace. A man in a black robe raised his hand and punched Green Tower. On Green Tower's body, a green robe suddenly flashed with emerald green luster, reducing the force of this blow by half. But the remaining attacks still fell on Green Tower. Bang! The giant green pythons roared and struggled, but they could not stop their fate of being cut in half. They fell helplessly and turned into strands of hair in the air. Die! The man in black robe held a claw-shaped weapon in his hand, tearing the air, and the void moved with it, and the universe of hundreds of thousands of miles in radius instantly turned into chaos. It looked like he was going to kill Green Tower with one claw. Together, a soft whip appeared in Green Tower's hand, and he joined forces with Red. The blue-red light spread out instantly, like a piece of light curtain. Under the green light, not only Green Tower, but also Red's injuries were recovering faster. At the same time, the terrifying red fire greeted the claw shadow, and there was a stalemate for a while. Haha, you dare to insult my teacher. You are dead. In Yuanian Palace? A pure white crystal in Kuolin's hand shattered instantly. Then, a terrible will awakened, reaching the level of a fourth-level master. The old spirit of Yuanian Palace stood not far away, watching all this quietly. Kuolin, since you have made up your mind to consume the life-saving item given to you by the master, the rest of the way can only be done by yourself. Buzz! A shadow appeared above Yuanian Palace, and suddenly turned into a giant beast that looked like a dog or a wolf. It roared and opened its bloody mouth. The terrible devouring power descended with a terrible wave that could devour the soul, sweeping over Red and Green Tower. Not good. It's the most proud method of the master of Yuanian Palace. Red's face was pale, and his soul, which had been severely injured, was instantly devoured by an inexplicable force, and his body fell from midair. No! The green robe on Green Tower was torn in an instant, and it was obviously also severely injured. Although the shadow of the master of Yuanian Palace disappeared after the attack, the blue and red colors in the universe were instantly unbalanced without Red, and a terrible claw shadow, without any obstruction, hit Green Tower heavily. The Green Tower immediately fell from the void like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, her hair continued to grow, like a giant python, wrapping her whole body. The last means of saving life, or death. The black-robed man waved his claws again. At this moment, Kuolin's face changed drastically. Not good. The puppets I arranged in advance found Inquis. He has gotten rid of the Xingmu clan masters we led away, and may teleport here at any time. You have 10 seconds left. Run with me immediately. Damn it. The black-robed man hit him a few more times. Give me another 20 seconds. I will definitely break this barrier. But he was very calm, and would not exchange his life for Green Tower's life. With a slight shake of his figure, he entered the Yuanyan Palace. The Yuanyan Palace roared, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. Until then, a figure appeared on the battlefield, gradually turning from virtual to real. And it was Inquis. Damn it. You can't escape. Inquis glanced at the battlefield, and he was furious. And he was about to teleport to stop the Yuanyan Palace. Ah! But at this moment, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes suddenly teleported to Lu Ta's side, smiled gently, and handed over the immortal flying sword in his hand without any fireworks. Brother. Save. Lu Ta's face was still in shock, and his body was turned into ashes in a sword lotus. Fang Xing raised his hand again, and collected all the storage items of Lu Ta and read. These were his spoils of war. You deserve to die. When Inquis saw this scene, his eyes immediately turned red. He raised his hand and grabbed the 100,000-mile void where Fang Xing was, and shattered it completely. Endless void storms surged out, but they could not shake a corner of Fang Xing clothes. The law of space is perfect. Are you in the same group with Kuolin and the guy who hit his head and showed his tail? A crystal-like armor appeared on Inquis's body, and his expression was cold, although the black-robed man used a secret treasure to conceal his breath. I will definitely find him. At that time, you will face the wanted list of the peak civilization, and the fight will not stop until you die. Killing the master of the Starry Sky civilization will definitely be wanted. And this time, it will not be a small fight like the Blood Prison civilization. Hee hee. Fang Xing laughed in response. Anyway, after the secret realm is opened this time, he will return to the true immortal realm. At that time, even the Taoist master-level strongman of the 14th realm will not be able to catch any clues about him. So what is there to be afraid of? What's more, since the other party dared to make an enemy before, don't be afraid of revenge. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't waste words, pulled out hundreds of clones, and each of them performed peerless swordsmanship. Among the 4th level masters, my attack power is average, but if it is continuously superimposed, I am afraid it will be very difficult to deal with. After all, Fang Xing's previous 100 swords were equivalent to hundreds of 4th level masters attacking together. Even the 3rd level limit would be gray. This is the power of the top law. Fang Xing now wants to try whether he can kill ordinary 4th level masters. The 4th level master is the peak of the immortals and demons in the Qingyuan realm. Even the black dragon at the time can only look up to it. Black Hole 1 sword produces lotus. Walala. Sword lotuses bloomed in the universe, and strange gold and silver runes covered the entire starry sky. Huh? Space freeze? Inquis clenched his fists, and a force of space spread out, instantly breaking a large number of silver runes. But the next moment, his figure was still frozen in midair, which was the power of time stillness. Swish. Sword energy fell on Inquis's transparent armor, constantly superimposed, and suddenly exploded. Puff! Inquis flashed and appeared several light years away, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Not only is the law of space perfect, but the law of time is also perfect. I can actually perform hundreds of past bodies in an instant. If the attack is more condensed, my Wan Guang armor will not be weakened that much, and I will definitely die. But at this time, a scene that made him shudder appeared. In the void in front, the invisible door was opened, and Fang Xing chased him directly. Life and death are not yet determined. Please take another sword from me. Get lost. Inquis's face turned green, and he teleported again to escape. At this time, in the illusion layer, he had already sensed that the main body of the immortal clone was gradually approaching and locked. Damn it! Inquis truly felt the threat of death. Originally, with his perfect attainments in the law of space, he could completely hide in the illusion layer, and all methods would be difficult to hurt. But facing Fang Xing, who also mastered the law of space, hiding in it was just a trap. Even teleportation was constantly being cracked by the opponent, once all his coordinates in the illusionary layer were destroyed. The next time he appeared in the illusionary layer, he might have to face the enemy in person. Ah, what hatred do I have with you? After Inquis teleported, he saw Fang Xing again, and his face was grim. Let's gamble again. Lord Qingli, save me quickly. He teleported again, but Fang Xing didn't catch up. Huh? Teleported directly to the depths of the tree-like galaxy, and joined Lord Qingli. This kind of space-perfect master is really hard to kill. Fang Xing didn't chase him. After all, His attack power was average. If he went deeper, if he met a powerful master, he might be overturned. For example, the leader of the Xingmu tribe, who was a 5th level master. The key is, my attack is still too weak. Even if I try to integrate the attacks of 100 past incarnations, the power is still not condensed and focused enough. Otherwise, Inquis will die the first time. The immortal cultivation clone slowly disappeared. I must learn a sword formation after I go back. Chapter 528 Rescue. Inside the tree-like galaxy with a network of light, a blue palace is colliding fiercely with a black giant beast. The aftermath of each fight may lead to the destruction of countless planets several light years away. The fight is between the Lord of Qingli Palace and Behemoth. Suddenly, the Lord of Qingli Palace paused, and Behemoth opened his mouth and bit the Qingli Palace fiercely. A deep tooth mark immediately appeared on this treasure. The Qingli Palace. Haha. Qingli, you are distracted. Behemoth laughed. And the next moment, he saw the void behind the Qingli Palace flash. And the figure of Inquis appeared. I won the bet. I didn't fall into other dangerous places. I'm next to the Lord of Qingli Palace. Inquis breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he was stared at by a pitch-black giant beast. And his hair stood on end again. Another 4th level master. No. A seriously injured master. Behemoth opened his bloody mouth. Swallow. A terrifying suction force instantly descended on Inquis, bringing him a life and death crisis. Even more terrifying than when he was pointed at by 100 swords before. Your opponent is me. The Lord of Qingli Palace waved his hand to interrupt this swallowing force, and casually took Inquis into Qingli Palace. During the battle, with such a treasure, it is indeed possible to attack or defend. While fighting with Behemoth, the Lord of Qingli Palace could also talk to Inquis. Where are Red and Green Tower? They are all dead. Inquis was a little sad, and manifested Fang Xing immortal clone, the Black-Robed Man, and the image of Kuolin. They are all murderers, suspected to be in the same group, but some are not quite. Speaking of this, even Inquis was a little uncertain. If the last person was from Kuolin's group, I am afraid that Red and Green Tower would die faster, and he would not have much time to react. No matter what, anyone who dares to kill the master of my Starry Sky civilization must die. The Lord of Qingli Palace said, I have contacted the Taishu universe, and there will be an official wanted notice from the Starry Sky civilization soon. Bang bang. In the outside world, Qingli Palace is still entangled with the black giant beast, occasionally relying on the advantage of the closest distance to intercept some star source fruit. But soon, those blue comets gave up this area and broke out in other directions. It's like this again. It must be the Starwood clan behind the scenes. So stingy. Behemoth roared and took the initiative to change the battlefield. Anyway, it also knew that it was unrealistic to want to kill or even seriously injure the Lord of Qingli Palace. It was only responsible for containment and grabbing more star source fruit. In the core position of the tree-like galaxy, a giant tree hundreds of light years high was lush and green, and blue light spots flickered on the treetops, like stars. I avoided that black giant with this one. Well, those two guys are too hateful. We have to avoid them. Okay. The star source fruit is also very important to us. We can't play anymore after we collect 1000. The huge strange birds with green barks chirped, and they seemed very immature. Occasionally, they picked up a star source fruit and threw it in an unknown direction at random. In midair, that star source fruit turned into a blue comet, with a long comet tail, sweeping across the galaxy. Shoo! Accompanied by a long cry. A Starwood clan member, which was obviously larger than other giant birds, fell down and turned into a human figure in midair. He walked into the tree canopy, and on the countless huge branches, there were planets built, on which countless creatures lived and reproduced. This Starwood clan member went deep all the way to the deepest part of the tree canopy, and saw a palace that seemed to be condensed by starlight. King, are you awake? In the palace sat an old man. His skin was dry and cracked, like a dead tree bark. At this time, he opened his cloudy eyes, and an indescribable majesty burst out. I feel that among this wave of incoming Dharma masters, there are beings that can meet the master inheritance requirements. It's so. The Xingmu tribe was shocked and a little unwilling. They are obviously the strong ones, who protect the secret realm. But the master just won't give them the inheritance. But at this time, I can't sense it anymore. You give orders to find this human. The bark old man waved his hand, and a scene emerged. which was the image of Xiuxian's clone. Yes. The Xingmu tribe retreated respectfully, and after turning around, a trace of ferocity flashed in his heart. The edge of the Wanqing secret realm. What a close call. The Yuanyan palace turned into a speck of dust and stationed near the entrance, ready to escape at any time. In the palace, Kuei-Lan also wiped a cold sweat. I have already led a 4th-level magic master of the Xingmu tribe to entangle that inquis. But I didn't expect that the other party would come so quickly. If only a little bit, the two of us would be finished. Sorry. You will definitely be wanted this time. The black-robed man untied his robe, revealing a white-haired boy, who was none other than Xiao. Humph. A mere human wanted warrant is nothing. At most, I can just surrender to the alien beast civilization. A wanted warrant here is proof of merit there. Kuei-Lan didn't seem to care. What's more, you saved my life. When you asked me to help, I had already thought of the worst outcome, haha. Now it's better than the worst outcome. Isn't it? That's right. Xiao smiled. I'm going to collect star source fruits and join other human masters. You should be careful, also. Although I can't find them. Star source fruits must be good stuff. Try to find as many as possible. Of course, on the premise of ensuring your own safety. Well, a great harvest. Fang Xing himself was very low-key, only occasionally catching passing comments. Gradually, as the secret realm opened to the end, he had accumulated 6 star source fruits in his hands. My strength should be considered good among the masters who entered. I have been working hard. I only got 6 star source fruits. It turns out that there is no way out for hard labor. The immortal clone killed people and robbed along the way. And he can teleport. The advantage is too great. He took hundreds of star source fruits and went back. If he stayed too long, Fang Xing was worried about being targeted. But the original body didn't have this problem. Huh? He was about to go to the agreed place to meet up. And suddenly a voice sounded in the Taishu universe. Save me. I'm at the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus of the alien beast civilization. Who is closest? Help. Fang Xing looked over and found that it was the bull-headed master. He saw the coordinates of the bull-headed master and immediately sent a voice. Save your life. For star source fruits. How about it? I agree. The bull-headed master gritted his teeth. My real body will come right over. You still have time to sign the Taishu universe contract with me. Fang Xing smiled slightly. Of course, I won't do anything if you don't sign the contract. Don't worry. I'm not some people. The bull-headed master nodded repeatedly and sent a contract, which was notarized by the Taishu universe. Fang Xing took a look and signed it immediately. A moment later, he saw the bull-headed master, who was desperately running towards him. And chasing behind him was a terrifying beast similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had 4 forearms and 6 claws with its powerful legs. Master Fang Xing. Help! The bull-headed master screamed. Behind him, the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus roared and slapped down with 1 claw. Bang! A blood-colored mountain appeared. It was the Blood Yuan Mountain. Boom! This claw seemed to be extremely condensed. With unimaginable power, it smashed the Blood Yuan Mountain hard. It's the law of force. Fang Xing eyes lit up. The last thing that Panwu Avenue needs to integrate is part of the law of force. Behind him, the Dharmakaya of the Tathagata quietly emerged, turning into a giant almost as tall as the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus, and slapped it hard with a palm, which was the palm of the Tathagata. Boom! A big sun emerged, and the terrifying light and heat enveloped the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus. Damn human Dharma Master! The 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus roared, and its claws directly toward the sun. Every inch of its body seemed to be a perfect interpretation of power. After tearing the sun, the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus immediately turned its target and looked at Fang Xing. You are not bad. If you can take my 6 claws and survive, I will let you go today. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Xing laughed loudly, controlling the Dharmakaya of the Tathagata. The terrifying Buddha of the sun made the Dharma realm seal, and the Dharma realm of the sun came down with a bang. The surrounding starry sky disappeared, replaced by a sun that stood above the endless time and space. Immortal and indestructible, and difficult to describe with any color. With the blessing of the time and space immortal Sun King mantra. All the methods related to the Sun Tathagata mantra of Fang Xing before surged in power. Rumble. A Tathagata venerable stretched out his 5-colored arm, stretched out 5 rings of fingers, turned into a palm, and fell on the head of the 6-clawed Tyrannosaurus, which was the Buddha's head plus dirt. Bang! 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 Fong Xing used palms to fight claws. And it was very enjoyable. This six-clawed Tyrannosaurus is not simple. And in terms of strength, it is probably the top among the third-level masters. Damn. You have a treasure to protect yourself. I am not your opponent. It is too disadvantageous to fight. After dozens of claws, the six-clawed Tyrannosaurus took the initiative to retreat. After reaching the realm of the master, even wild beasts are very smart and will not fight desperately easily. Fong Xing did not chase and watch the other party leave. It would be of no benefit to reveal too much strength now. What he showed was the level of the 999th place on the normal Starry Sky list. Thank you, Master Fong Xing. Here are 4 star source fruits. The bullhead master flew over, looking quite respectful, and presented 4 star source fruits. Fong Xing accepted them without hesitation. Thank you. I have finally completed this mission. Alas, my mission is doomed to fail this time. The source liquid will be had next time, so I need to save a little. The bullhead master said carelessly. However, even if it weren't for this time, I don't think I could get 10. This mission is too strange, and it seems that there are many variables. Fong Xing's face was solemn, but he was laughing in his heart. The original share of 1,000. He secretly took away more than 100. Of course, it seemed that there were too many monks and too little porridge. Chapter 529 Reincarnation. A few days later. It's finally over. Outside the 10,000 stars secret realm, Fong Xing flew out of Qingli Palace and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, more than 100 Dharma masters entered, and the casualties exceeded 10%. It was definitely a heavy loss. Generally speaking, for this kind of mission that happens once every 100 years, the loss should not exceed 1% each time. There were even many times when Dharma masters were injured, but no one died. If the death rate was so high every time, the Dharma masters of the Starry Sky civilization would be destroyed in a few tens of thousands of years, and no foreign Dharma masters would want to join. Although, a large part of this was contributed by him. In addition, the immortal clone took away the star source fruit, which would undoubtedly make the subsequent competition with the alien beast civilization more intense. Among these fallen Dharma masters, perhaps a few have the method to save their lives and can revive themselves. But most of them still have to rely on stronger people to revive. Thinking of this, Fong Xing was a little speechless. In the Taishu universe, he had already seen Kui Lan, the black-robed man, and the wanted posters for his own immortal cultivator. Among them, the wanted poster for the immortal cultivator had the highest price. After obtaining clues and confirming them, there would be a reward of 100 fangs of source liquid. And if he was captured alive or even killed, the reward was actually a chance to revive. It can be said that this is equivalent to a reward of a second life, which is enough to drive many powerful masters of the Dharma Master realm crazy. If the immortal cultivator's clone had no cause and effect with this universe, he might have been betrayed by his relatives and disciples immediately. In the face of big enough interests, no one can be trusted. Fortunately, I have never believed in others. Even the immortal cultivator's clone has a transformation after becoming an immortal, even if the people in the inner universe can't recognize it. Fong Xing released the Blood Yuan Mountain and flew to the new blue star. This time the mission is completed. At least 100 years of peace. Just right. I can focus on the practice of the law of destruction. Fong Xing sat on the sofa and opened a bottle of fruit wine for himself. There is also the star origin fruit. Even if I ask around, I don't know what it is used for, but it must be very precious. Maybe I should let my immortal clone look for it in the true immortal realm. Maybe there is a similar fruit in the illustration. After all, the feather of the crazy eagle is very similar to the crazy warrior bird in this world. At this moment, Fong Xing suddenly thought about something and trembled all over. Then, he looked at the attribute panel. Gate of the Heavens. 1/100 is the gate of the heavens finally going to open. Fong Xing's face immediately showed a hint of joy. Over the years, he has never forgotten to charge the gate of the heavens, but he didn't expect to see the light until now. At this time, on the attribute panel, the symbol representing the gate of the heavens trembled slightly, and an inexplicable message appeared in Fong Xing's sea of consciousness. After the Dharma Master realm, the size is very large. The presence is too strong, and it will be a great burden to shuttle through the gate of the heavens. Therefore, can I choose to travel in my true body, or just a wisp of consciousness to descend, similar to the mode of descending into the Taishu universe? If the real body travels, it may take a year or even 10 years to progress by 1% of the progress. But the consciousness will descend very quickly, and it is very likely to jump 1 progress a day. In addition, since I can now actively charge the gate of the heavens, I still have a certain right to choose? Feng Xing's eyes lit up. Although this cannot freely choose the world, it also has a certain direction. Although the direction may be vague and may not necessarily succeed, that is naturally the world that helps me the most. Well, it is best to help me comprehend the law of destruction. He immediately gathered his will and sent the choice into the gate of the heavens. Consciousness travels to the world that helps me the most and can comprehend the law of destruction. On the attribute panel, the symbol representing the gate of the heavens trembled slightly, but it seemed that there was no change. The next day, Feng Xing saw that the progress of the gate of all heavens had reached 2 out of 100. And he couldn't help but smile. 100 cosmic days will be opened. Just in time. Hurry back to New Blue Star. And then start retreat. After 100 days. New Blue Star. I want to retreat, and don't care about anyone during this period. Feng Xing called Gu Yun and gave the order. A wisp of consciousness traveled through, and his original body actually still retained most of the combat power. So he didn't worry about anything. What's more, now that the mandatory mission is over, there is at least 100 years of free time. Yes, Gu Yun knew that the retreat of such a powerful cosmic person could easily last for decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years. It didn't feel strange at all. But when he walked out of the palace and began to give orders one by one, it felt a little unreal. A little retreat may be thousands or tens of thousands of years. Such a long life. And what about me? Even she had to admit that her qualifications were actually average. Of course, now that she is following Feng Xing, it won't be a big problem even if a little resource slips out from between his fingers to help her cultivate to the Star Lord realm. In the Creator universe, that is a realm above the 8 realms Martial Saint. Moreover, the lifespan of the Star Lord realm is comparable to that of ordinary planets and stars. It is not difficult to live for hundreds of millions of years. However, the lifespan of the Law Lord realm is infinite. Compared to the infinitely long lifespan, a lifespan of only 1 billion years may be just a blink of an eye. This kind of melancholy suddenly made Gu Yun feel a little sad. But suddenly, she laughed dumbly. I didn't expect that one day I would become so hypocritical. 1 billion years. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? In the secret room, Feng Xing didn't care about the inner thoughts of a little girl. Well, although Gu Yun is also an old girl of more than 100 years old, in his eyes, she is just a little girl. At this time, he made up his mind, and a wisp of consciousness entered the gate of the heavens. Let's start. Boom! In an instant, the gate of the heavens opened with a bang. Feng Xing saw the origin of space again, and this time, the immortal clone who had perfected the space law had more insights. Origin of space? No. Seems higher? I seem to have seen more big worlds. But even if the laws of space are perfect, they cannot be touched. Must we use transcendence to observe a little? At this moment, Feng Xing truly confirmed it. Whether it is the Great Xia universe or the Qingyuan Great Realm, they are actually in the same river. However, they have no boundary at all. Even the Dharma Master and the Tao Master may not be able to cross. Even the eternal existence is like a fish in the river, occasionally jumping out of the water and taking a light glance, but can never go ashore, let alone see the whole picture of the river. But Feng Xing is different. After condensing the transcendental feature of transcendence, with the help of the gate of the heavens, he can overlook the river, even if it's just a light glance. After going ashore, I wonder what the scenery will be like. A thought came into Feng Xing consciousness. Then, his sight fell quickly and entered a layer of river water. In the river water, there are vast worlds, each of which is not inferior to the Great Xia universe and the Qingyuan Great Realm. And he rushed to a corner. Boom! Feng Xing's eyes went dark. Line up. Get ready to awaken the heart phase. A voice suddenly sounded. Feng Xing heard a strange language, but he could fully understand the meaning. In his mind, a faint memory emerged. Heart beast. Green Forest City. Control. Soldier level. King level. He raised his hand and found that it was the palm of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. The clothes he wore were very luxurious, as if woven with some kind of silk, and it felt cool and comfortable when touching the skin. Reincarnation. Awakening the mystery in the womb. or possession. Forget it. It's all the same. Fang Xing looked up and saw that his home was located in a magnificent building. Stone pillars stood around, carved with various exotic beast patterns, and the high dome was decorated with colored glass, allowing the sun to fall and showing various colorful patterns on the ground. Just seeing this building, the body's instinctive memory emerged. This is the Heart Temple of Lucin City. This person is also called Fang Xing. He is the legitimate son of a small country gentry family outside Lucin City. He is in the process of awakening his heart. The so-called heart is the extraordinary way of this world. They believe that there is infinite power in the human heart. It can be summoned, go out and appear, transform into a physical body, and become a natal beast. After owning a natal beast, you become a true driver. You can subdue other wild heart beasts and embark on the extraordinary road. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a voice sounded in front of him, Konglingzi. Heart. Wooden comb. Fang Xing looked over and saw a girl in plain clothes, who was standing in a hexagram array with an expectant face. The person who spoke was an old man in black priest clothes. He held a bronze code in his hand and spoke solemnly. Along with streams of light, a cloud-like breath emerged from the little girl and turned into an ordinary wooden comb, and a few teeth seemed to be broken. Elder Dugafang of the Holy Hall of Heart. He was holding the Holy Book of Heart, which was said to record all the heart images that had appeared in the world. At this time, Dugafang continued to say, heart image wooden comb. Rotten wood quality. Next one. Hearing this, Konglingzi's eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. Fang Xing watched coldly, watching a little fat man step forward and walk into the hexagram formation nervously. Feng Sanjiao. Heart image wild boar. Black iron quality. Next one. He saw a phantom of a wild boar cub emerge from the little fat man, gradually solidify, and let out a roar. And next to them, a chubby couple who were obviously the parents of the little fat man actually had a hint of joy on their faces. Zhao Qianduo heart image peach wood. Rotten wood quality. Shin Hao Hao. Heart image broken bull. Rotten wood quality. The next few people were all rotten wood quality, which made Fang Xing understand that black iron qualities seemed to be quite good. Next one. Fang Xing. Not long after, when a little girl came down crying, Fang Xing heard her name. Chapter 530 The Beast Tamer. Here it comes. A classic scene. It's probably a useless mind. What kind of rotten wood level mind? Sparrow? Chopsticks? Grit? But what I need is a world that is beneficial to my cultivation, especially the world of the law of destruction. What does it mean to come to a world of beast taming? With a little doubt, Fang Xing entered the hexagram array. There was a little childish confusion on his face. This was not trepidation or fear, but just a little uneasiness of losing power. After taking these few steps, Fang Xing has confirmed that he is a child's body without any extraordinary power. What's more terrifying is, just like in that tantric world, he can't sense the law. Is this world special? No law fluctuations. Sure enough, the Dharma Master Realm is still too low level, and changing to another world may be severely restricted. If it is a Taoist master, it will be completely different. The feeling of no power is really bad. If I can still feel the power of the law, even if I am just an ordinary child now, Fang Xing will not be afraid. But at this time, I still have to play the role of a child well. The next moment, a ray of light enveloped Fang Xing. He felt an inexplicable desire rolling in his heart. Desire to kill. Desire to destroy. I didn't know my heart was so dark. Fang Xing complained in his heart, but did not limit it, but let the dark side surge out. Ah! There were exclamations. Even Dugafang was like this. Walala. In his hand, the bronze heart appearance sacred book turned to a certain page without wind. Fang Xing. Heart appearance black fire dog. Bronze quality. The surprise on Dugafang's face disappeared, and a hint of joy appeared. Congratulations. You have the potential to become an excellent driver. Fang Xing thanked politely, then walked down the six-pointed star formation, and was immediately hugged by a woman in her 30s, axing. You did a good job. Fang Xing came back to his senses. This was his mother Gong Lanqiang in this life, and the middle-aged man next to him was his father Fang Lianshan. Although the Fang family is not a big family in Lucin City, it is a local tyrant in Sanshan Township. There are several charioteers in the family, including his mother Gong Lanqiang, whose natal beast is the green silkworm, and the clothes he wears are all woven by green silkworms. Not bad. Bronze quality. Your achievements in the future will definitely be better than mine. Fong Lianshan also smiled. What is bronze level? Fong Xing was puzzled. Before you awakened your mind, your mother and I were worried that you would awaken a useless mind and not be able to grow. The more you know, the more painful it will be. So we didn't tell you much. In fact, you will learn all this knowledge when you enter Green Forest Academy in the future. Fong Lianshan said, the mind still needs to be cultivated, summoned continuously, and finally condensed to become the natal mind beast. And the mind beast has different growth potentials. Soldiers, generals, lords, kings, emperors, legends. The quality of the mind at the beginning determines the potential limit in the future. The natal mind beast of Rottenwood quality can't even reach the soldier level. It is a standard useless mind. The black iron level is qualified to enter the Green Forest Academy and can become a real driver in the future. But without a great opportunity, you will be at the soldier level all your life. You are a bronze mind. If you practice well in the future, you will definitely become a general level. Maybe there is a chance to become a lord level. I see. Fong Xing summoned his own mind, and it looked like a black puppy that hadn't opened its eyes yet, with wisps of black flames on its body. However, when he touched it, he found that the puppy was actually an illusion. Apparently, he had only awakened his mind, and had not yet truly condensed into his natal mind beast. Okay, aren't we leaving? Fong Xing looked at Gong Lanqiang, but found a hint of anger on Fong Lianshan's face. Why are you leaving? Your brother hasn't been tested yet. Brother? Fong Lung. Oh! Fong Xing recalled that he did have a younger brother, but that brother was born to a concubine and had been bullied by him since he was a child. Wait, that concubine seemed to have died of illness in her early years, before awakening the mind phase. My mother Gong Lanqiang in this body seemed to have taken away the inheritance left to him by Fong Lung's mother, sold it, and bought a bottle of Yuanya that was said to strengthen the body and awaken a better quality mind phase, and gave it to me to drink. Damn. Am I a standard villain template? If my brother Fong Lung awakens another useless mind phase, it will be even more similar. Fong Xing was thinking, and heard Dugu Fan said, next. Fong Lung, a child who looked 1 or 2 years younger than him, and wore linen clothes, walked into the hexagram. His little face was full of determination, and his fists and his sleeves were secretly clenched. A ray of light flashed, and then, wisps of thin mist emerged from his body. Fong Lung. Hard phase gray fog. Rottenwood quality. Dugu Fan said expressionlessly. No. Fong Lung's eyes suddenly turned red. Fong Xing rubbed his cheeks solemnly. Gray fog. Alas. Just like his mother. Let's go! Fong Lianshan shook his head, took Fong Xing and Fong Lung out of the Heart Temple, got on a carriage, and drove slowly towards Sanshan Township. Fong Xing took the opportunity to look outside and found that this Green Forest city was built quite well. The buildings on the street were spacious and tidy, and the streets were clean enough to accommodate 8 carriages driving side by side. The productivity of this world is not bad. He moved in his heart, and when he got out of the tall city wall, he saw a piece of continuous farmland. In the farmland, a farmer-like man raised his hand, and a white cloud floated over, covering dozens of acres of land. Then, a gust of wind blew, lightning and thunder roared, and a drizzle began to fall. Is this the farmer driver? Fong Xing grasped a wisp of memory and spoke. Well, there are many different professions for the controllers, including the pottery controller, the doctor controller, the food controller, and the weaving controller. Your mother is the weaving controller. After choosing a profession, you have to subdue a specific heart beast. For example, if your brother's heart is not a Rottenwood level gray object, but a black iron level gray cloud, then he can wait until the gray cloud grows to the soldier level, and then try to subdue the wind heart beast, and then rain and thunder, and become a farmer controller. This farmer controller is very popular. A soldier level farmer controller can easily cultivate hundreds or thousands of acres of land, and a general level farmer controller can easily cultivate tens of thousands of acres. The lord level farmer controller can easily affect the astronomical phenomena of an area, eliminate natural disasters, floods, locust plagues, etc. The lord of our Green Forest city is a lord level farmer controller. Fong Lianshan took out a pipe, took a puff, glanced at Fong Lung who was curled up in the corner, and spoke. Agriculturist? Is it similar to the druids in another world? No. It is equivalent to the agricultural technology and giant machinery in the modern world. The extraordinary professions in this world are closely integrated with life, and the productivity and living standards are quite high. However, among these professions, the most powerful is of course the battle protagonist. But the casualties are also high. Your black fire dog is closer to a war beast, and there is a high probability that you will go on the road of fighting in the future. Fan Lianshan said with some melancholy. In fact, other professions are also very good. Alas, if your brother has the black iron heart, he has the potential to become an agricultural proprietor. In that case, we can give him the field of Sanshan Township to plant. How much manpower can be saved every year? And how much more food can be produced? I will definitely become a proprietor. At this time, Fan Leng suddenly spoke. You are a useless person. What else do you have to say? Fan Lianshan's hand trembled, and he wanted to hit his son. But thinking that he was disappointed with him, he forced himself to hold back. Don't think about these things. Learn to farm from the tenants at home. When you come of age, I will give you dozens of acres of land to build a new house for you, and then marry a wife. That's it for the rest of your life. Fan Leng lowered his head, but everyone could see that he was unwilling. Seeing this, Gong Lanqiang's mouth curled up slightly. Fang Xing watched coldly, knowing that his mother, as the eldest wife, instinctively wanted to suppress his father's other descendants. And did Fan Lianshan know? 80% of him knew a little about the situation. But the palms and backs of the hands are flesh. Not to mention that Gong Lanqiang is the legal wife and the imperial concubine, who can bring a lot of benefits to the Fang family. And he married a concubine just because he coveted her beauty. That's all. By now, the concubine was dead. He had done his best to save Fan Leng's life and let him grow up to be a self-employed farmer and build some business. He could only pretend not to see the hidden suppression of his wife. After all, he was not deaf or dumb, so he was still a patriarch. Fang Xing saw through all this, but it was hard to say anything, because he was the ultimate beneficiary, and he had a bad face before. Fan Leng probably wouldn't believe anything he said now, and would think he was teasing him. However, if it was a normal novel, then Fan Leng would soon have an adventure. Right? Was it a legendary hard beast recognizing its master? Or some system? A portable grandfather? During this period, I have to observe carefully. Unfortunately, the law of fate cannot be sensed here. Otherwise I could observe the fate of this little brother. Or use the eye of heaven in the world of cultivation to check his luck? After half a day, the carriage arrived at a small mountain village. Many farmers saw Fan Lianshan in the carriage, and they all had a flattering smile on their faces, looking very humble, compared to the real ancient times. The landlords, gentry, county tyrants, and noble families in this world have the extraordinary power of the driver, which means they have the greatest means of violence and are increasingly difficult to overthrow. Even if these tenants don't have many children to resist passively, it's useless. At most, they can let the driver of farmers come, and one person can do the work of 1,000 or 10,000 farmers. In the universe era, that means robots controlled by intelligent brains can do everything. That is eternal despair for the lower class. Chapter 531 Hard Beast Wolf. Sanshan Township. Fang's house. In a room in the backyard, Fang Xing was holding a thread-bound book in his hand, and was fighting by lamplight at night. The quality of the hard beast is divided into rotten wood level, black iron level, bronze level, commander level, king level, emperor level, and legendary level. Among them, the heart of the rotten wood level is difficult to cultivate and difficult to condense. In other words, it can't even reach the soldier level. And all the beasts in the wild, even the wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, all natural phenomena, flowers, birds, fish and insects, as long as the hard beast is born, it is at least the lower level of the soldier. Therefore, the rotten wood level heart cannot become a driver, let alone subdue any hard beast. And once the heart is condensed, it is immediately a lower level of the soldier. The natal hard beast has 3 advantages. The first is immortality. The subdued hard beast is dead once it dies in battle. But the natal hard beast dies in battle. As long as the owner is not dead, it will only restore to the heart, and it can be recondensed and grow. The second biggest advantage is that it can protect the owner. You must know that the way of fighting in this world is not stupid. The driver must be killed at the first time. And the natal heart beast, as long as it survives, it can provide protection to the master and share all the injuries of the driver. Therefore, if you want to kill the driver, you must first kill the natal heart beast. The third benefit is that after the natal heart beast is cultivated to a high level, it can awaken the fusion skill and merge with the driver, allowing the driver to master powerful power. Fong Xing closed the last page and put down the book. A brief talk on heart beasts. So, the natal heart beast is very important. And if you want to condense the heart, you must go to Lucent Academy, where you will be taught the method of cultivating the heart, which can condense the heart. And it seems that when condensing, you can invest a lot of resources and treasures to increase the quality of the heart, or improve the strength. Lucent Academy. It seems that you still have to go. Well, if it is a rotten wood level heart, even if you master the method of cultivation, you can't condense the heart for a lifetime? Fong Xing thought of Fan Lung, ready to see if the other party has the fate of the protagonist and can turn over. But, as soon as he raised his hand, an illusory black fire dog pup emerged, with strands of black flames burning tenaciously. Binging. Fong Xing teased it, and the puppy phantom started to cry. I always feel as if I have made a mistake. My black fire dog is not of ordinary quality. Fong Xing stared at the dark flames, thinking, is this the fire of destruction? Although I cannot perceive the laws in this world, my mind is manifested, and the law of destruction is transformed into a physical entity. Is this black fire dog cub? Or should I call it the destruction demon wolf? As the heart beast grows, my understanding of the law of destruction will continue to deepen. The rules of this world are a bit strange. Is the heart beast the shape of the law? After that, I'm afraid I have to subdue a heart beast of strength. When they are all cultivated and return to their original bodies, I'm afraid they can all gather the Panmu Avenue. Well, this world is not bad. It's just right. I can go to Lucent Academy in a few days. Just when Fong Xing was about to blow out the lights and go to bed, he suddenly moved and came to the window. Who? Click. A footstep sounded, and then quickly went away. He came to the door, and saw only darkness. Is it Fong Lung? Fong Xing's eyes were dim. The young man was angry and wanted revenge? What about now? Feeling that he couldn't stay in this family anymore, and had to run away? According to the development of the novel, should he encounter an adventure? He really didn't have the idea of chasing after him to wipe out the roots. After all, 99% of things, like young people's revenge, are failures. The only successful one has been passed down, and has become a popular story. What's more, I really hope you can encounter some adventure. Then come and slap me in the face, and give me treasures. Fong Xing thought with some anticipation. The next day, the Fong family breakfast was relatively ordinary, with only thick white porridge, eggs, duck eggs, and a few dishes of pickled vegetables. However, Fong Xing rarely ate this kind of food. He picked up the porridge and smelled it. The porridge was obviously cooked for a long time, with porridge oil, and it smelled very fragrant. The green duck eggs were pickled, and the egg yolk inside was red, just like crab paste. I have to say that he felt it was okay. At this moment, the old housekeeper came in, with an inexplicable expression on his face. Master. Young Master Fong Lung is missing. Fong Lung? Fong Lianshan was slightly surprised. What's going on? Here is a letter he left behind. The housekeeper immediately handed over a letter. Fong Lianshan glanced at it for a few times. His face suddenly turned red, and he glared at Gong Lanxiang next to him. But he glanced at Fong Xing again, and still didn't say anything. Sure enough, at this time, the son is the best guarantee for the mother. I have a bright future. Even Fong Lianshan dare not easily turn his face. It's best to pretend that nothing has happened. Unless Fong Lung becomes rich in the future, and plays a trick of not bullying the poor young man, otherwise, there will be no changes. Fong Xing calmly drank the last mouthful of porridge and asked, Father, when will I go to Lucent Academy? Well, the school starts in a few days. I have already registered for you. You don't have to worry about living expenses. Fong Lianshan's face turned solemn when he mentioned this. Remember, you must practice well. Don't worry about other things. Okay. Fong Xing nodded. No other questions. Fong Lianshan was a little surprised. This kid of his was usually so arrogant. But why was he so calm today? Even he felt it was difficult to scold him. He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he couldn't say it at this time. I'm done eating. Fong Xing walked out of the hall and strolled casually. I still have to go to the school. Although others can also practice. There may not be a special teacher to teach well. But the key should still be the heart phase condensation. When it is transformed into the natal heart beast, the school can provide the best environment. And even some rare materials. While practicing casually, he thought of Fong Lung again, the quality of rotten wood. Meaning that rotten wood cannot be carved. It is difficult to develop above the driver. And it is said that it is difficult to even condense the natal heart beast. It is precisely because it is impossible to condense the natal heart beast that it is difficult to obtain the lower level combat power of the soldier level. And it is nonsense to subdue wild heart beasts. If you want to subdue wild creatures, you must perform better than the opponent. The same is true for the heart beast. And the conditions are even more stringent. Therefore, most of those who awaken the rotten wood level heart phase in this world can only be ordinary people for their whole lives. And this even accounts for 70% to 80% of the population. It is lucky to awaken the black iron level. And it is very lucky to awaken the bronze level. As for the commanding quality of the natal beast, it already has the potential to grow into a lord. And may occupy a piece of territory in the future. At least a county tyrant. The king. The emperor. The legend is even more incredible. Afternoon. Fong Xing is doing daily exercise. Although this body is just an ordinary person, it is also necessary to cultivate the physique to the limit of the human body. Otherwise, how can he cross mountains and ridges in the future to find the hard beast to subdue? Master, it's not good. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. What's the matter? Fong Xing walked out of the door and saw the housekeeper with a panicked face. It's Master Lung. The housekeeper was a little speechless. He has been carried back. Just in front. Huh? Fong Xing walked over and saw a lot of people surrounding a stretcher in the middle. The stretcher was covered with a layer of white cloth, and blood was still oozing out. When it was slightly opened, Fong Lung's stiff face could be seen. Next to him, Gong Lanqiang was still crying, "Woo-woo. My poor child. The mother of this body is smart." Fong Xing nodded secretly. He really didn't have much affection for this brother, who was sent by the time traveler. At this time, he walked forward with a serious expression and found Fong Lianshan. "Father, what's going on? It's a wolf. And it's not an ordinary wolf." Fong Lianshan's voice was dry. Linger's stomach was cut open. And his internal organs were eaten clean. "I'm afraid it was a hard beast wolf that ran over." Hearing this, everyone around was shocked. Sanshan Township has always been calm, with only a few wild wolves. But they have been hunted almost by hunters. But the hard beast wolf is different. Even the worst hard beast is a lower level soldier. Far beyond ordinary people. Unless it is a true driver. It is difficult to match. The countryside is not safe recently. Everyone should not go out at night. In addition, people need to keep watch and patrol every night. The night watchman cannot slack off. Fong Lianshan said calmly. In addition, once I find the hard beast wolf, I will personally take action to deal with it. At this moment, a driver is a guarantee of safety. Not to mention that Fong Lianshan is also a war driver. And his strength has even reached the upper level of soldiers. The other people dispersed with solemn faces. And the Fong family began to prepare for the funeral. After all, Fong Lung is dead. And death is the greatest thing. So the afterlife should be handled better. As expected, Fong Xing heard the quarrel coming from the master bedroom. He found an opportunity, and went forward to carefully examine Fong Lung's body. Yes, it is indeed Fong Lung. Not a disguise. And, judging from the wound, it does seem to be caused by a bite from some creature. There is no poisoning. And there are no other fatal injuries. This is just an accident. It shouldn't be Gong Lanqiang. After all, Fong Lung has been confirmed to be a waste of heart, which is even more hopeless than disfigurement or a broken leg. There is no threat at all. It is time to show the tolerance and generosity of the housewife. Fong Xing was a little surprised. My brother is really dead like this? He thought that the other party could get some golden fingers, slap him in the face in the future, and give him treasures. Alas, this is actually the norm. If you want to change your fate, the result is that 99% of the time you die halfway. And the only one who succeeded by chance becomes a legend, and then inspires generations to follow. Fong Xing sighed, stroked Fong Lung's face, and slowly closed the other's eyes. The hard beast wolf will be knocked out sooner or later. You can rest assured. Chapter 532 School. Lucin School. It is built in Lucin City, and is the largest and most magnificent building. When Fang Xing entered, he could see the white square and the garden with fountains. It's a bit strange. This world is similar to the ancient East, but the biggest power is the Heart Temple. Even the school was built by the Heart Temple. It worships the only God, the Lord of Heart. Churches are built in various regions to enlighten the hearts of children of appropriate age. There are also a series of rulers such as priests, bishops, archbishops, cardinals, and popes. However, the ruling power of the church is very weak, and it often adopts the tax farmer system, which is more similar to the Western hierarchical feudal system, giving up most of the local power. For example, in the countryside, there are many gentry, such as the Fang family, who occupied Sanshan Township and could control the rural militia. As long as they completed a certain amount of taxes every year, they would be the local tyrants. Even Green Forest City and the large tracts of land nearby belong to the lord-level agricultural driver family. The history of this world is very strange. I can find some history books to read some other day. He checked in smoothly and chose a single dormitory. The next day, in a class, Fang Xing and other 20 or so peers sat on the futon, looking respectfully at the person in front of them. The man was in his 40s, wearing a green Confucian shirt, and looked somewhat elegant. I am the school teacher Wen Luan. You can call me Teacher Wen. After Fang Xing and others saluted, Teacher Wen smiled and said, "Next, everyone introduce yourselves and get to know each other. And then I will start to teach you the practice of the power of the heart." As soon as the voice fell, a little fat man stood up. My name is Feng Sanju, and my heart is a black iron quality wild boar. I am Lin Linglin, and my heart is a black iron quality iron tree. After Feng Sanjiao introduced himself, another dark-skinned, short little girl stood up. Fang Xing counted and found that there were 25 people in a class, and 22 of them were black iron level heart. If they didn't have a great opportunity in the future, they would be soldiers for life. My name is Pei Ziyue, and my heart is a bronze quality thunder cloud. At this time, a girl stood up and said, Fang Xing looked over and saw that the girl had a pair of willow leaf eyebrows, looking very gentle and quiet. Bronze quality. In the future, there is a high probability that you can cultivate to the general level. If you have the opportunity, you may become a lord. Teacher Wen smiled in his heart. Very good. Next one. My name is Ning Jian, and my heart is a bronze quality Longquan sword. A tall and thin boy stood up. Fang Xing stood up behind him. Fang Xing. Bronze grade black fire wolf. Very good. All the students have introduced themselves. Now let's start the class. Teacher Wen nodded. Before entering the practice of heart power, we must first understand the origin of heart beasts. They come from the inner spiritual world. So they may be a beast, or a wisp of wind, a bowl, or a knife, a sword, a shadow. Those beasts occasionally produce heart beasts, because beasts also have hearts and minds. Even the mountains, rivers, this world has a heart, but their thoughts may run for thousands of years. Therefore, the concept of heart beasts is not accurate enough. The world is so vast that there are all kinds of things. Maybe a flame, a wisp of wind, or even invisible will and destiny, can all condense into heart beasts. With Teacher Wen's explanation, Fang Xing has a deeper understanding of this world. So that's it. The minds of wild beasts are not as good as those of humans. But when there are many of them, various minds gather together, and it is possible to give birth to a heart beast. Moreover, after the death of a powerful driver, their heart beasts may not dissipate, but run into the wild and become wild heart beasts. Therefore, it is even more bizarre. The practice of heart power is even more interesting, and it requires meditation, gathering of essence and other stages. The more Fang Xing listened, the more solemn his expression became. The practice of heart power seems to be higher than will. The 3 levels of the soul. Will is only the middle level, and the deepest true spirit practice is the realm that peak civilizations can hardly reach. Even if the cultivation reaches the realm of the master of the law, it may not be possible to sense the existence of the true spirit. Only Fang Xing, who has cultivated his will to a certain extent, can have a vague understanding with the help of the attribute panel. This world is not normal. Who is that Lord of the Heart? The power of the heart he passed on seems to involve the cultivation of the true spirit. The heart state. Can the heart state of a mortal reach this level? Even Pan Gu Wu, the eternal existence of the 15th realm. Only mentioned the cultivation of will in the Panwu Grand Canon he passed on, but not the secret of the cultivation of the true spirit. Could it be that the Lord of the Heart is suspected to be a transcendent of the 16th realm? At least it is related to the transcendent, and has obtained part of the transcendent's inheritance? Sure enough, this world is very useful to me. Fang Xing felt that the direction of the gate of the heavens was a little wrong at first, but now it seems to be just right. Therefore, he listened more carefully. It's a rare opportunity, so there's no need to do anything too extraordinary. Just do what you should do. I was originally in the top 3 in the class, so I just need to be excellent. But I don't need to be too extraordinary. According to Instructor 1, it takes 3 to 5 years to complete the practice of the Black Iron level heart phase and summon the natal heart beast. Bronze quality is much better, about 2 to 3 years. And, at the last step, if some special items are added, it may even lead to the upgrading of the quality of the natal heart beast. Of course, this is difficult. Very difficult. And requires great opportunity. Ordinary students don't have to count on it. But from his tone, it seems that there is a way in the school. But the requirements are very strict. In the future, to subdue other hard beasts, or even cultivate hard beasts, daily feeding will be a huge expense. You also need to learn to identify hard beasts, wilderness survival skills, and even various advanced skills, and even secret teachings. These all need to be accumulated, and even attract investment. At the critical moment, you can take out the marriage contract of this body, bind a powerful wife clan, and get the support of the wife clan? Fang Xing silently made a future practice plan. This is based on the 10 years of this body, the best route formed by the memory of. Time flies. Years pass by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. For Fang Xing, he was determined to keep a low profile, so naturally nothing came to him. The only big thing was probably a letter from home, saying that the hard beast wolf was very cunning, and was later subdued by a passing rider, and became the other party's pet. However, Sanshan Township finally got rid of the trouble, and ordinary people no longer had to worry. This day, in the school, classmates, after 3 years of practice, the best among you have reached a certain stage of heart power, and can truly condense the heart image and summon your own heart beast. Teacher Wen looked not much different from 3 years ago, and his voice was gentle. Peizue, tell me about the precautions for summoning the heart beast. Yes. A 15 or 16-year-old girl with a bookish air stood up. For the summoning of the heart beast, except for the natal heart beast, the other heart beasts that have been conquered cannot be taken into the body, and must be cultivated outside. Cultivation inside the body is to use the power of the heart to open up the heart space, and only the natal heart beast can enter. And external cultivation requires heart beast space props. The most common and popular one is the heart sacred scripture of the heart temple. Different heart sacred scriptures not only have different internal spaces, but also have different effects on the growth of heart beasts, and have some query functions. Well, Ning Jian, how many kinds of heart beasts are there now? Teacher Wen looked at Ning Jian again. According to the heart newspaper of the heart temple last month, we have discovered about 3.5 million kinds of heart beasts. And this number is still growing. Ning Jian stood up and answered. Sit down. Fang Xing, how do you judge the strength of the heart beast's cultivation? Teacher Wen looked at Fang Xing again. No matter what teacher, they are all interested in good grades. The students are a little biased, and in his class, there is no doubt that Fang Xing and the other two are the first echelon. Fang Xing stood up. At this time, he has grown into a 16-year-old boy. He answered. The cultivation of the heart beast is generally judged by the years of cultivation. Generally speaking, the cultivation of the soldier-level heart beast is between 1 and 10 years. Even the natal heart beast that has just been summoned has at least 1 year of cultivation. In addition, 1 to 5 years is the lower level of the soldier. 6 to 10 years is the upper level of the soldier. 10 to 50 years is the lower level of the general. And 50 to 100 years is the upper level of the general. Here, 1 year of cultivation refers to the heart power accumulated by a black iron quality heart beast in a normal natural environment for 1 year. Whether it is the quality of the heart beast, the feeding, or even the special environment, different effects can be achieved. For example, a bronze quality heart beast may have 2 years of cultivation after 1 year of cultivation. It should be noted that black iron quality hard beasts often cannot break through the bottleneck of 10 years of cultivation. After reaching this limit, no matter how much training is done, it is difficult to break through, unless they find some opportunities, such as swallowing natural treasures, or the accumulation is really strong, and because of some coincidences, in the bloody battle. After answering these questions, Feng Xing also sighed in his heart. The awakening of the mind in this world is even more demanding than the spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. Basically, the quality of awakening determines the upper limit of a person. Black iron quality. The upper limit of 10 years of cultivation. The soldier level. Bronze quality. The upper limit of 100 years of cultivation. The general level. The commander quality. The upper limit of 1,000 years of cultivation. This is what ordinary people can get. The 10,000-year monarch level of the king quality, and the emperor of 100,000 years are extremely rare. As for the cultivation of more than 100,000 years, that is indeed a legend in every sense. Chapter 533 Condensation. After class, Feng Xing walked in the quiet garden, looking at a jade millet field not far away. This is the jade millet planted by a farmer in the school. The farmer has a soldier-level jade millet spirit that can produce a large amount of corn. Eating it regularly can strengthen the blood and qi, which is good for the practice of heart power. It can also be used as food for many hard beasts. In fact, the farmer is very powerful in real combat, especially after the Lord level. It can easily change the sky and summon natural disasters. Many ordinary people and armies will die. Feng Xing glanced at it, stopped looking, and returned to his dormitory. I can feel that my heart power has reached a bottleneck. If I want to break through next, I must condense my heart and transform it into my own hard beast. He sat cross-legged and summoned the black fire dog heart. Awooh! The black fire dog at this time no longer looked like a fist-sized puppy, but about a foot long, with shiny black hair and wisps of black flames. From a puppy to a puppy. Feng Xing was speechless. No. You are a wolf. Don't pretend to be a husky. He took out another black crystal. This is what he has gained in the 3 years in the academy, because he ranked among the top in many exams, and asked the Feng family to give expensive gifts to several teachers. He was awarded the black flame crystal by the academy. If used when the heart is solid, it is very likely to enhance the cultivation of the natal hard beast, and it is less likely to make it comprehend a few more innate skills. There is a very small possibility to promote the quality of the natal hard beast. For example, if a bronze quality black fire wolf is lucky, it may be promoted to a leader quality black flame dog. In the future, it will have a great chance to break through the limit of 100 years of cultivation and become a lord-level hard beast with hundreds of years of cultivation. So theoretically, a hard beast of rottenwood quality also has the opportunity to break through the black iron quality. But it requires real natural treasures. The input and output are completely disproportionate. Unless it is very necessary, it will not be done. What is very necessary? According to the information Feng Xing inquired about, even the legitimate son of a county family does not have this treatment. Unless it is a real aristocratic family, or a cardinal, or the illegitimate son of the Pope, there is a little possibility. Of course, the world is so big, and the mystery of creation is not something that ordinary people can understand. Maybe an ordinary mortal will just pick up this kind of natural treasure in the wild. Tianyin Sijia will definitely leave a glimmer of hope. That's it. It is for this reason that every year a large number of soldiers and generals enter the wilderness to adventure, just to change their fate. Let's get started. Feng Xing held the black flame crystal in his hand, and smiled slightly. This is what I chose personally, although it is more suitable for black fire dogs and has fire attributes. It actually contains a destructive force. If other black fire dogs use this to advance, they are likely to fail. But my destruction wolf is a perfect match. Now, come out. Boom! His heart power spread and completely merged with the black fire dog. This is nothing, because it was originally his innate heart form, and the initial harmony is 100%. The black fire dog swallowed the black flame crystal, let out a roar, and came to the ground. Snap! Its originally illusory figure suddenly became extremely solid and landed with a sound. Not only that, its body was also growing rapidly, from 1 foot long to 3 feet long. In the blink of an eye, it became a large adult dog. Feng Xing could even feel that a certain heart-form space was opening up in his body. As this space opened up, He could clearly feel the Black Fire Dog's cultivation level skyrocketing. Originally, the average Black Iron Beast would take at least 1 year to form. Bronze quality might take 2 or 3 years to form. But at this time, the Black Fire Dog's cultivation increased rapidly, exceeding 3 years to 5 years. This was the limit of using the Black Flame Crystal, but not the limit of destroying the Demon Wolf. A woof! Accompanied by a majestic roar, white stripes appeared on the Black Dog's body, and its eyes were green, like 2 fine emeralds. There were 2 white spots above the green eyes. Its cultivation broke through the lower limit of the soldier level in 5 years, reaching the upper level of the soldier level, and it sprinted to 10 years of cultivation before it barely stopped. In fact, Fang Xing found that the dog still had some strength, but it was a little unstable to break through to the general level with decades of cultivation, so it stopped to stabilize it a little. But this appearance, he stretched out his hand and rubbed the dog's head angrily, and the other party's originally majestic expression broke in a second, revealing a somewhat flattering smile, and sticking out his tongue, more like air and pure blood. Fang Xing closed his eyes, and silently comprehended the skills of his own beast. Huh? There are actually 4. The first one is the must-have guardian. As long as the beast is not dead, the owner will never be hurt. The second skill is concealment, which can restrain one's own breath and disguise one's cultivation. Seeing this, Fang Xing couldn't help but glance at the destruction wolf that looked like a husky. Why are you so skilled? The mind is actually an extension of the master's spiritual power. Could it be that you learned this from me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head and continued to comprehend. The third skill is fatal bite. Through the husky's eye. No, the destruction eye. It is easier to find the enemy's fatal weakness and find the death line. As long as the death line is bitten off, the enemy will definitely die. The last one is the fire of destruction. This is the most powerful ability of the destruction wolf. As long as the fire of destruction is touched, it will never be able to get rid of it until it is completely destroyed. Even after destroying other mind beasts, it will also gain part of the mind beast's cultivation. What an evil! What a powerful skill! Fang Xing's eyes lit up. There is no doubt that the last fire of destruction is definitely the core skill of the destruction wolf. Even in the future, it will be quickly promoted to the lord level and the king level. It all depends on this skill. As for the problem of whether it will be stuck with the quality of the destruction demon wolf, it is at least an emperor, or even a legend. In other words, within 100,000 years, there is almost no need to consider the problem of not being able to break through. So I am a peerless genius? Fang Xing smiled dumbly, and then ordered, from now on, you should still be called Black Fire Dog. In addition, the cultivation level should be restrained to 5 years. 5 years of cultivation is the peak of the lower soldier level, which is very suitable for the Black Fire Dog that uses precious materials and other people's impression. What Fang Xing wants now is to develop steadily, and don't want to expose too much. So this disguise is still necessary. And it just so happens that Era has the ability to restrain his breath. A woof! The Black Fire Dog roared, and the breath on his body immediately dropped, returning to about 5 years of cultivation. Very good. The driver controls his own natal hard beast, just like using his arms and fingers, if it is replaced with other hard beasts that are forcibly subdued. It may not be the case. It may even be betrayed. It all depends on each person's skills and the character of the wild hard beast. Fang Xing raised his hand, and Era turned into a stream of light and disappeared on him. And in the heart space, a Black Fire Dog suddenly appeared, lying on the ground board, scratching its neck with its hind paws. The heart space can only accommodate the natal hard beast, and the protection skill can be turned on all the time. Fang Xing raised his hand and saw a faint white light on his skin. This is the protection brought by Era. Although it is only at the soldier level at this time, it is not something that ordinary people can break through. It can be said that this step is directly extraordinary, and it will be above all ordinary people from then on. This is the charm of great power belonging to oneself. The soldier level protection aura is actually just average in defense, and it will still be bad when encountering heavy siege equipment. If it is replaced by those general level, even lord level, king level protection aura, it can be considered safe and sound in the army. Only the same level or higher can break through. Fang Xing didn't walk a few steps, and saw a person in front of him. It was named Jian. As classmates, The relationship between the two sides can't be said to be very good, but it is also good. Fang Xing. You? Ning Jian just greeted him, and his expression changed slightly. Guardian Light. Have you condensed your natal heart beast? Yes. Fang Xing did not intend to hide anything, but smiled and said, it is said that Pei Ziyue also succeeded, and was even accepted as a disciple by a farmer. You have to work hard. He arranged a breakthrough progress for himself that was neither fast nor slow. Slightly slower than Pei Ziyue. I will go into seclusion when I go back, and I will never come out until I condense my natal heart beast. Ning Jian clenched his fists. Teaching area. When Instructor Wenluan saw Fang Xing Black Fire Dog, he looked at it and nodded. Not bad. Not bad. After 5 years of cultivation, it seems that the power of the black flame crystal has been absorbed perfectly. He looked at Fang Xing and couldn't help but sighed. This disciple's talent may be better than Pei Ziyue. After all, Ziyue has the support of the family in the county and the teacher behind him, so his breakthrough is a little faster than Fang Xing. However, he didn't say these, but just touched the fur of the black fire dog. After the heart form condenses into a natal beast, it needs to be fed. Although the corn in this school is suitable for most heart beasts, it is not as good as real meat. It is best if the meat has fire. You are a top student in the course of feeding heart beasts, so you naturally know it. And you have to go to the Holy Hall to learn skills in the later stage. Instructor Wen gave a few suggestions and sighed. He knew that this outstanding student of his would not have an easier road in the future than Pei Ziyue. To become an excellent driver, you need all kinds of support. Otherwise, even daily feeding and learning skills may drag him down. Fang Xing family is just an ordinary gentry. They may be able to provide some support when he is at the soldier level. After reaching the general level, it all depends on Fang Xing's own efforts. In comparison, Pei Ziyue's future path is broader. Even if Fang Xing seems to have better qualifications, it is useless. Chapter 534 Weatherfield. So what are your plans next? Teacher Wen sighed in his heart, looking at Fang Xing. The student. It was as if he saw his former self. I plan to apply for graduation, then capture other heart beasts, improve my team, and then travel far to hone myself. Fang Xing said the route of most war drivers. This journey is naturally very dangerous, but for him, it is an excellent opportunity for development. After 3 years of patience, staying in the academy, he also made him a little restless. And now is the time to make a breakthrough. Be careful of everything in the wild, even. Be careful of other drivers. Wenluan warned solemnly, and then said, Student Fang Xing, I have seen your natal heart beast, which fully meets the graduation standards, and can even be said to be an excellent graduate. The academy rewards excellent graduates. He walked into the study room, and soon came over with a bronze book. This is the Heart Sutra? Fang Xing was surprised. It's actually bronze quality. It's a bit too expensive. The Heart Sutra comes from the Heart Temple, and Fang Xing thinks it's a poke ball from another world. However, the number of accumulative quantities is different. The Iron Level Heart Sutra has only 3 pages of storage space, which means it can only accommodate 3 wild heart beasts at most. The Bronze level has 6 pages of space, which is twice as much. In addition, there are some functions for querying and recording the status of heart beasts. It is said that in some higher level scriptures, not only can the heart beasts stay more comfortably, but they may even have the effect of accelerating the heart beast's cultivation. Of course, it is impossible to take out such high-level scriptures as a favor. Thank you, teacher. Fang Xing showed gratitude and took the thick bronze brick. It seems that this is the result of 3 years of communication and a small investment. This teacher one seems to see a shadow in me. Otherwise, he would not have added some more on top of the black flame crystal. However, the Heart Temple launched this kind of holy book. Maybe there are some backdoors, and it still needs to be checked. Apart from anything else, if the status of each heart beast is recorded, if a rider is lucky enough to find a king-quality heart beast cub in the wild, he may face the risk of being killed and robbed. Although Fang Xing may have a mean mind, he will never rely on the unknown or the kindness of others for his safety. It seems that there is one more benefit of the natal heart beast. It can stay in your body and will never reveal any information. Almost all drivers put the most effort to cultivate their own natal heart beasts. Okay. I wish you a bright future. When Teacher Wen saw Fang Xing accept it, it seemed as if his previous dream had been fulfilled. I hope to see news about you in the Heart Tower in the Heart City in the future. The Heart City is the headquarters of the Heart Temple, and it is also the best place in the world today. The Heart Temple built a 9-story Heart Tower in the Heart City, welcoming talented drivers from all over the world to challenge and rank. Those who pass the 7th floor of the Heart Tower will be canonized as the Heavenly King, which is the honor pursued by many charioteers. Of course, this is very difficult. Extremely difficult. Even among the king-level charioteers. Not everyone can pass the 7th floor of the Heart Tower. Only by achieving the Heavenly King will it be permanently engraved and passed down for hundreds or thousands of years. This shows the expectations of Wenjiashi. Of course, it may just be a casual congratulation. Just like a bright future. Whoever really loses. Definitely. Fang Xing laughed and said goodbye. Wenjiashi watched Fang Xing leave, but sighed. He knew that this expectation seemed a bit too high for a charioteer with a bronze destiny. Qilong Mountain. This is a large mountain range near Lucin City, stretching for thousands of miles. The terrain is steep, and there are many primitive jungles, inhabited by a large number of wild beast tribes, and even hard beast tribes. It can be said that it is a place that charioteers from several nearby cities yearn for. As for ordinary hunters, they dare not go deep into the mountains for hundreds of miles. Otherwise they will be in trouble. One day, a young man carrying a bamboo basket and wearing a bamboo hat on his head directly broke into the Qilong Mountain. Shahuku. Entering the mountain from this mountain pass is really entering the wilderness, where danger and opportunity coexist. Fang Xing looked at the Heart Sutra in his hand, confirmed it, and nodded. This time, we must subdue a few more hard beasts and search for some rare resources. Otherwise we will go bankrupt. After all, the Fang family is just a gentry, and it is good enough to support some soldier-level dog food. However, the Black Fire dog will soon be promoted to the general level, and subdue a few more hard beasts. Relying on the family's support will sooner or later be insufficient, and can only come out to take risks. This is the sorrow of many poor riders. Come out. Era! Fang Xing shouted lightly, and a stream of light flew out, turning into the form of a Black Fire dog. Its dog-like face was majestic, with dark flames burning on its body. It seemed very excited when it saw the wild environment, as if it wanted to run out and have fun immediately. It's time to rely on you. Fang Xing took out a few strips of cloth and threw them over. Remember these smells, and then find them. These strips of cloth naturally contained the scents he had painstakingly collected. Among them were some precious herbs and minerals, as well as the hard beasts he wanted to subdue. The periphery of Qilong Mountain is a paradise for soldier-level and general-level hard beasts, as long as it is a hard beast of bronze quality or above. Even if I can't use it, it will be a great fortune if I sell it. In the past 3 years, Fang Xing had already made plans. He came to this world mainly to make the law of destruction perfect, which naturally fell on Era. The rest was mainly the law of power. The hard beast is the shape of the law. I need a hard beast of pure power. Titan Ape and Power Ant are both suitable, but their qualities are too high. Even if I meet them now, I may not be able to subdue them successfully. If it doesn't work, Violent Ape and Power Ant can also be used. Let's see the effect first. Anyway, we can change at any time. In addition, we will form a team to challenge the Heart Tower. As long as we pass 1 or 2 levels, there will be generous rewards. I will definitely try this in the future. Era. Let's go! Fang Xing trotted for a while, and Era immediately followed him like a madman. Not long after entering the mountain pass, he saw a golden sea of flowers. Many golden flowers looked magnificent under the sun. Woof woof. A woof. Era has been pretending to be a Black Fire dog for a while, and has mastered dog language, although it is out of place at this time. His 10 years of cultivation are revealed, and he immediately forced out a spiritual light in the sea of flowers. In the spiritual light, a golden plant hard beast emerged. Sunflower, plant type hard beast. Black iron quality, about 6 years of cultivation. It can mainly absorb sunlight and replenish energy if it is well cultivated. It has certain healing ability. The solid foundation made Fang Xing make a judgment immediately. If I want to open a flower shop, I may be able to subdue it. But it is not necessary at this time. He thought about it, and Era immediately turned around. Seeing him turn around, Sunflower did not chase him, but continued to hide in the sea of flowers. Plant-type hard beasts are not only too gentle, but also have problems with movement. even if I want a defensive hand or a controlling hand. It is a piranha. 1,000 vines. Etc. Fang Xing shook his head, but still thought Era was good. At least, the dog's nose can find a hard beast in the sea of flowers. Don't be a playboy. Go find the ones I really want, he scolded, thinking in his heart. The team of the war controller usually consists of 5 controllers, because the battle in the Heart Tower is either a 5-on-5 team battle or a 5-on-5 round-robin battle. Generally speaking, in addition to a strong attacker and a defender, the team also needs to be mobile, heal, assist, and control. After all, the controller needs to survive in the wild for a long time, and the hard beast must meet these requirements. My Destruction Wolf is of course a well-deserved attacker. As for the control system, why not make a weather team? Fang Xing touched his chin and thought to himself as he watched Era, who was having fun all the way and began to bully the insects and birds on the roadside. The so-called weather team is to use the environment to achieve full member enhancement, or to control the opponent's team. Among the controllers, the weather team has actually already taken shape. That is, the agriculture controllers. They mainly subdue the hard beasts of the wind, cloud, rain and thunder type, and have very strong control of the field. Except for the fact that their own attacks are not enough. They have almost no shortcomings. Fang Xing will certainly not copy it. But in his opinion, the Destruction Wolf still has great potential as a weather player. After all, when the Destruction Wolf grows up, it will most likely awaken the Destruction Domain. With the power of the domain, amplification and control will only be better than controlling the weather. Therefore, the Destruction Wolf is the absolute core attacker and weather expert. And then select a few less useless companions to match with the wolf. For ordinary small characters, you probably don't have to wait for Era to take action to solve them. If you really encounter a strong enemy, you may still have to rely on Era to fight 5 in a row. Fang Xing knew very well that with Era's growth rate, it would be difficult for those companions to catch up. Shaw. At this moment, Era, who was constantly going deeper, suddenly stopped, and his dog face looked majestic. In front, a series of black shadows emerged in the woods, and then a pair of emerald green and bloodthirsty eyes lit up. Wolf pack? Fang Xing looked thoughtful, watching the gray wolves appear. For a wolf pack of this level, the Wolf King must have reached the standard of a hard beast. Not long after, he saw a big gray wolf twice as big as an ordinary gray wolf appear. One of its eyes was blind, and the other eye was staring at Era with all kinds of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Era raised his head proudly. Awooh! The next moment, a layer of terrifying majesty emerged, causing the gray wolves to tuck their tails and whimper. Monarch temperament. This is a special aura that only the hard beast of the king's quality has, also known as the majesty of the king. Chapter 535 Earth Violent Bear. Big Gray Wolf. Black Iron Quality. 9 years of cultivation? Fang Xing glanced at the big gray wolf that was beginning to struggle, and immediately shook his head. If it was bronze quality, and had broken through to the general level after 10 years of cultivation, it might dare to compete with Era for the title of Wolf King. This one has no chance. However, now it is only the outer area of Qinglong Mountain, and it is unlikely that a bronze-quality hard beast will appear. Finally, the big gray wolf also lowered its noble head and surrendered at Era's feet. Let them help find it. Fang Xing thought moved, and Era immediately let out a majestic wolf howl. Awooh! The gray wolves immediately scattered, as if they were hunting. With help, Fang Xing's speed of action suddenly increased. His figure was like a gust of wind, gracefully shuttling through the jungle. Well, the mobile hard beast should be arranged first. It's better to have the ability to fly. Otherwise it's too troublesome. Just as he was complaining in his heart, his vision in front of him suddenly became clear, revealing a valley. A waterfall fell like a jade belt, forming a green pool, with mist rising around it. A reef could be seen in the mist. In the cracks of the stone, there seemed to be a strange orchid growing. Blood orchid has a miraculous effect on cultivating snake-hard beasts. Probably a little worse than the black flame crystal I got before. Put in the market of the Heart Temple, and it's no problem to sell it for 100 taels of gold. Fang Xing eyes lit up. Era. Come on! This special medicinal material must be guarded by a hard beast. Blood orchid is not a natural treasure, but it is also quite rare. Era whined, and jumped onto the reef with a nimble body. Then, he opened his mouth, dug out a blood-red orchid with his 2 claws. Looking at it from a close distance, I found that the orchid looked a bit like a snake, with a fishy smell. Where's the guardian beast? Did it just go out to look for food? Fang Xing was just wondering, when a gray wolf around him suddenly screamed and fell down. Whoosh! A red light pierced his chest like an arrow, and was blocked by a layer of guardian light. The red light fell to the ground and turned into a red snake more than 1 meter long, with a triangular head raised high and spitting out its tongue. Red scale snake. Black iron quality. About 10 years of cultivation. The peak of the soldier level. Fang Xing sighed silently. If my era really only has 5 years of cultivation, maybe the previous attack would have directly broken my guardian aura and hurt me. The guardian aura on his body came from Era, who also had 10 years of cultivation. If it was broken, Era would be killed directly and regress back to the hard phase, and he would die in the subsequent attacks, with no chance to come back. In this respect, this red-scaled snake is very vicious and cruel. Moreover, in the periphery of Qinglong Mountain, the 10-year cultivation of the top soldier level is enough to become a killer for many novice riders. Ouch! Fang Xing kept retreating, while Era put down the snake orchid, screamed wildly, and jumped over. The red-scaled snake knew how powerful it was, coiled its body into a circle, and sprayed out a ball of red mist. Era, the fire of destruction. Fang Xing snorted coldly, not entangled with this wild beast, and went straight to the big one. Ouch! Era opened his dog mouth, and a ball of black flame emerged, falling on the scarlet poisonous mist, and actually burned all the mist. A trace of black flame fell on the scales of the red-scaled snake, and suddenly swept wildly. The red-scaled snake didn't even have time to hiss before it turned into a ball of ashes. Both have 10 years of cultivation, but the quality gap is too big, and the combat power gap is also very big. Fang Xing was thoughtful when he saw this scene. Although they are both at the soldier level, the red-scaled snake suffers from the black iron quality. It is like a child beating an adult when it encounters Era. If it is replaced by a king or emperor quality hard beast, it may be able to fight Era for a few moves. If the hard beast has the same cultivation, the combat power mainly depends on the quality. If the quality is also the same, then attribute restraint, tactics and the like are considered. At this time, Fang Xing can sense that Era's cultivation is gradually increasing. Just now, the red-scaled snake was burned, which increased its cultivation by 1 year. This is not to absorb cultivation, but more like feedback obtained by destroying other hard beasts and practicing the way of destruction. Era is going to be promoted. Fang Xing's face was solemn. 10 years is the soldier level limit. More than 10 years will enter the general level. If the soldier level driver is the lowest among the drivers, the general level is completely promoted to a higher level. Even in Green Forest City, he could get a position like the captain of the garrison, and he was considered a big shot in the city. Era had some spare energy when he was promoted before, and now it is triggered by his cultivation this year. Fang Xing looked at Era and howled like a wolf, and his body grew rapidly. From about 1 meter long, it became more than 3 meters long. Its fur was black and shiny, and the fire of destruction burned quietly, like a demon wolf from hell. But that dog head really reduced his aura. Lower general level, 15 years of cultivation. Feeling the information from his own natal beast, Fang Xing murmured, the gap between generals is much wider than that between soldiers. No matter how strong or weak a soldier is, it is only within 10 years. The gap between the generals is 90 years. The gap between the lower generals and the peak generals may not be made up by several soldiers. And the gap between the lords is 900 years. The weakest king has 1,000 years of cultivation, while the strongest has 10,000 years of cultivation. A gap of 9,000 years. It can be said that the higher you go, the greater the gap between the same level riders. Because of this, some king-level riders can easily pass the 7th floor of the Hard Tower and be named the Heavenly King, while others can never get through. It is the same for the same level. It is natural that a Lord-level rider can easily suppress many General-level riders. Fang Xing came to Era and directly turned over to the dog and rode on Era. Now Era, which is more than 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters high, is enough to be ridden as a horse. The dark fire of destruction didn't even burn his clothes, but brought a warm feeling. Pippy dog, let's go. Since you have broken through, try to improve your cultivation. Pippy dog, no. Era has broken through to the general level. In the outer area of Qinglong Mountain, it can be said that there are almost no opponents. A few days later, somewhere in Qinglong Mountain Range, awoo! The huge black fire dog jumped nimbly and bit the throat of a big earth bear. Fatal bite. Along with this bite, a lot of blood splashed, and there was a sound of broken bones. The bronze-quality big earth bear body fell heavily to the ground, losing all life breath. But the broad bear paw was still twitching subconsciously. Era opened his mouth, and a ball of black flame fell. In the flames, the body of the big earth bear quickly turned into ashes, and the breath of Era was strengthened by several years. Well, every time I destroy a hard beast, I can get about 10% to 20% of my cultivation feedback. Don't underestimate it. Compared with other riders, they still need to practice hard on their own, or take natural treasures to improve their practice, find better hard beast rations, practice environment, etc. The advancement speed of the destruction demon wolf can only be described as terrifying. If the outside world knows about it, I'm afraid a lot of riders above the king level will be interested in Fangxing. Of course, Fangxing will not expose all the functions of the destruction fire. 98 years of cultivation, almost approaching the limit of the general level. Fangxing felt the fluctuations of Era's heart power and murmured, "This is actually not difficult. The main thing is to find trouble with the weak in every possible way." Most of Era's previous opponents were black iron level hard beasts, and their highest cultivation was no more than 10 years. Facing Era, who had been promoted to the general level, they naturally surrendered. Only this time, when chasing a swift-wind rabbit, it attracted the attention of the earth-violent bear. But it was no big deal. Although this earth bear had cultivated for more than 60 years, it was no match for Era. There is an earth bear nearby. Fangxing thought about it, and immediately asked Era to follow the smell and find the earth bear's cave. It was a withered giant tree that required several people to hug together. There was a big hole at the root of the tree, and on the top of the tree, there was a beehive hanging. Even from a distance, Fangxing seemed to smell the sweet smell of honey. Jade bees? There must be hard beast level jade bees in that beehive. The jade honey produced is a very high level ingredient, suitable for hard beasts of the general level or even the lord level. Era, forget it. I do it this time. He jumped lightly and took off the beehive. Those jade bees rioted, but they could not pierce the nearly 100-year-old protective aura on his body. After collecting the honey, Fangxing asked Era to roast the jade bees one by one. Suddenly, his ears moved. There seems to be some movement in this tree hole. This time, he did not act on his own, but slightly signaled. Era immediately shrank his body to a length of more than 1 meter and got into the tree hole. Not long after, it ran out dragging a furry ball. Oh! Earth-violent bear cub, only 1 or 2 years of cultivation. Fangxing became interested. This little bear cub was much smaller in size, and there was a large piece of white fluff on its chest, forming a strange pattern. At this time, it was nudged by Era and immediately raised its head and let out a scream. Unfortunately, its parents did not come, and Era directly suppressed it with one claw. Well, the bronze-quality hard beast cub is probably worth hundreds of taels of gold. Fangxing took out the bronze-quality hard appearance scripture and turned to a blank page. Although I don't like it, it's not bad to sell it. He encouraged his heart power, and a stream of bronze light emerged, covering the little bear cub. The little bear cub appeared on the blank page, turning into a vivid pattern. Next to the image, there were lines of text: Earth-violent bear. Cub period. Cultivation, 2 years. Quality, bronze. Skill, earth-shaking. Chapter 536 Trading. If a standard bronze cub is released, many black iron quality natal beast masters may be tempted. Fangxing looked at the appraisal result given by the bronze heart scripture and nodded. For those masters whose natal heart is only black iron quality, it does not mean that they can only stay at the soldier level for the rest of their lives. Although the natal beast cannot break through to the general level without great opportunities, other natal beasts that are subdued can naturally break through to the soldier level as long as they are bronze quality. Of course, there is a certain risk in doing so, because the master controls the foreign beasts. He basically relies on his own natal beasts to suppress them. Once the natal beast is weaker than the foreign beast, if the other party suddenly rebels, even the guardian aura itself cannot resist, and it may be killed by the foreign beast. Therefore, It is very dangerous for the master to rashly subdue a foreign beast that exceeds the level of his own natal beast. Of course, if it is a cub that has been raised since childhood, the two sides may have a good relationship. Compared with a natal hard beast, it is not much different except that it cannot share the guardian aura. Guardian skills are the unique skills of the natal hard beast. This kind of hard beast that is subdued later, no matter how high the harmony is unlikely to add a layer of guardian aura to the owner. However, if there are other defensive skills, of course, they can be added to the driver. In short, this Storm Bear Cub can still be sold at a good price. Many soldier level drivers and general level drivers will be tempted by it. Okay, let's go! Fong Xing closed the Bronze Heart scripture and rode on Era. It's time to leave. He came here mainly to search for resources and find a hard beast that suits his heart. However, he really didn't see any species that made him excited. So he had to go to the Hard Temple to have a look. Not long after Fong Xing left, a gust of wind blew. In the gust of wind, there was a ferocious beast. It is somewhat similar to a white tiger, but it has two long sharp teeth. It is an upper Lord level fierce saber-toothed tiger. After the hard beast enters the Lord level, it has a very strong sense of territory. This saber-toothed tiger was obviously alarmed by the hard beasts that disappeared in the territory in recent days. This means that a predator has come. Generally speaking, in this situation, they must hunt each other, and only one can stay alive. And with the cultivation of this fierce saber-toothed tiger for more than 700 years, Era is definitely not an opponent. Even if its quality is extremely high, the huge gap in cultivation is still difficult to make up. Fortunately, Fong Xing also knew this, and did not plan to promote Era to the Lord level immediately. Although Era has extremely high quality, he has just broken through the general level, and has been promoted to the cultivation level of more than 90 years. He is already a little full, and needs to digest it well. Therefore, he decided to leave, and at the same time avoid being targeted by the Lord level hard beast. It must be said that Fong Xing's decision is just right. Otherwise, even if he could escape from the fierce saber-toothed tiger, he would certainly be humiliated. Green Forest City. Hard Temple. Coming here again. Fong Xing felt quite complicated. He entered the temple, and saw the tall glass dome, the stone pillars standing around, and the statue of the Lord of the Heart. According to the doctrine, the Lord of the Heart is the heart of all things, and has no specific form. Therefore, the statues carved by the worshippers are often very abstract. What is enshrined here is a white round ball, which looks a bit like a glutinous rice ball. Hello, young driver. Duga Fong, wearing a priest's robe, smiled and said, "Is there anything I can help you with? I come to offer sacrifice to the Lord of the Heart, and I want to enter the trading area behind the temple." Fong Xing took out a piece of gold, which seemed to weigh 5 taels. "The Lord of the Heart will bless you." Duga Fong smiled slightly, accepted the offerings of the believers, and asked a priest to lead the way. Fong Xing came to the back of the church and saw a square. There were several solemn buildings in 2 rows on the square. In addition, there were some riders who set up stalls directly in the square. But there were very few traders. Most of them were soldiers, and even generals were rare. Fong Xing glanced and shook his head. Before entering Green Forest City, he certainly let Era continue to hide his cultivation. Now he also looked like a soldier-level rider. After a little identification, he first walked into a building with a plaque with gold and copper coins. This is a bank, and it also purchases precious materials related to riders. "My lord, what do you want to do in our Datong Bank?" A shopkeeper saw Fong Xing coming in, and immediately saluted with a kind smile. "Sell some resources." Fong Xing put down the bamboo basket, and took out a few things. "Is this blood orchid, star iron, and jade honey?" The old shopkeeper rubbed his left eye. Above his eyes, he was wearing a monocle. Seeing Fong Xing gaze, he couldn't help but smile. "Excuse me, dear guest. This is my natal beast, the Arc Mirror. Although it is not powerful in combat, it is quite useful in identification. Your blood orchid is 90 years old, and worth 100 taels of gold. Star iron weighs 3 caddies and 6 taels, and can be sold for 80 taels of gold. The last jade honey? How about 10 taels of gold per bottle? The price is fair." Fong Xing nodded, which was considered to be an approval of the transaction. In fact, he still had these materials in his hands, and the jade honey alone would deduct a large part, so it was impossible to trade them in one place. What's more, Bronze quality dog food is more difficult to find. So the jade honey can be used first. Okay. A total of 220 taels of gold. Dear guest, do you want gold or gold notes? The old shopkeeper smiled. Fong Xing knew that in Lucent City, 1 tael of gold was worth 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver could buy 100 kilograms of rice. These 200 and more taels of gold would be a pain even for the Fong family in Sanshan Township. The more top level the charioteer is, the more money he makes. Of course, the more he spends. He replied, just gold notes? Your Datong Bank has a head office in the Heart City, and its reputation is still good. The old shopkeeper smiled even more and gave Fong Xing 22 gold notes. These gold notes are 10 taels each, with a light gold surface, thick and crisp paper, and a special feel to the touch. Fong Xing even felt some special power, probably the anti-counterfeiting mark, being able to open banks in various places in the Heart Realm. Datong Bank obviously has a powerful force behind the scenes. Even the king level is not enough. By the way, I heard that you have a wide range of channels, and can reserve some powerful hard beast cubs or hard beast eggs. After the transaction, Fong Xing seemed to ask casually, are there any commander quality ones? Well, command quality hard beasts are very popular, especially cubs. Although our bank accepts reservations, this service is only provided to higher level partners, the old shopkeeper said with some embarrassment. As a distinguished guest, perhaps you can reserve a few black iron and bronze quality cubs first. Commander quality, when grown up, is lord level. If placed in Green Forest City, it can challenge the city lord, so it is naturally strictly controlled. Fong Xing nodded to show his understanding, walked out of the bank, and came to the square. The best war pet food, all full of blood and blood teeth rice. Skill book. The skill book Terror Claw circulated in the Heart Temple. Only 50 taels of gold. Hard beast eggs. Hard beast cubs. Black iron quality hard beast cubs are sold at a low price. The battle robe woven by the weaving driver himself is made of water and fire silk, which can resist water and fire. It is definitely a must-have for outdoor travel. At this time, there seemed to be more people in the square, and the vendors who shouted also had strength, and their voices were a little louder than before. Fong Xing looked at several stalls and shook his head. Sure enough, there was no good stuff on the street stalls. The quality was even worse than that in the store. If you want to pick up a bargain, you will end up suffering. He stood in front of a stall selling hard beast cubs, looking at the cubs who were listless and had average strength and appearance, and shook his head. Too bad, compared to them. The Earth Violent Bear I was going to sell was considered to be of excellent quality. However, a bronze quality hard beast cub was indeed of extraordinary value, almost as valuable as all the gains he made this time in the mountains. Brother Charioteer, how about this mingling cat? The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced stall owner saw Fong Xing stop and immediately praised the hard beast on his stall to the sky, as if the quality would be upgraded in the next moment, becoming a king, an emperor, or even a legend. And these few black feather crow eggs, I took great pains to get them out of a bird's nest on a cliff. The stall owner probably knew that his goods were not of good quality, so he took out a few more black bird eggs. It's still a black iron quality, and the black feather crow is too small to carry people. Fong Xing shook his head. He also knew that in such a small county, it was unlikely that there would be any top-quality hard beasts. An era is the absolute core of the weather team's concept. As long as there is a large flying hard beast that fits the destruction field, even if it is bronze quality, he is ready to accept it. Anyway, it is just a transition. Unexpectedly, the poverty of this small county is even more than he expected before. It seems I still have to catch it myself. After replenishing, I will go to Qinglong Mountain again. But this time I must avoid the area last time. Fong Xing has read so many books in the school, and naturally knows that the death of a large number of hard beasts in an area will definitely cause a chain reaction and attract lord-level strongmen. Just as he was about to leave, another driver came to the entrance of the square. This driver was in his 40s, wearing a black suit and a headband on his head. Fong Xing did not recognize him. Beside him, there was a one-eyed old wolf. This old wolf was covered with scars. One eye was blind, and the hair was gray, looking a little miserable. More importantly, when its only remaining eye saw Fong Xing, it actually stared at him straight. Huh? Fong Xing mind moved. This one-eyed old wolf Seems a bit like the one that appeared in Sanshan Township. Fong Lianshan said in the letter that the old wolf was one-eyed and was subdued and taken away by a passing rider. Chapter 537 Shadow. Looking at the temperament of this rider, he should be a combat profession. As for leaving the hard beast outside, it is the habit of many riders. Some are short of money and have no extra space for equipment. Some let the hard beast protect themselves at all times. However, when the two sides crossed each other, Fong Xing still felt that his spirituality was touched. How can such rich emotions be seen in the eyes of an old one-eyed man? With a thought, he flicked his finger lightly, and a little powder fell on the old one-eyed man. The rider always turns on the protection of his own hard beast, and is very sensitive to foreign things. But ordinary hard beasts don't have this problem. It is inevitable that a wolf will get some dirt on its body. And the powder that Fong Xing flicked out is not a toxin, but just a kind of medicine powder. It just so happens that Era has been trained during this period, and is very sensitive to this smell. This can be tracked. Half a day later, watching the middle-aged rider walk into an inn, Fong Xing silently memorized the other party's room number. A few days later, he had a general idea of the other party, Xiao Feimong, a fighter, whose natal beast is a kind of insect. I am also an expert at controlling various insects. No wonder he is attracted by the combat power of the old one-eyed man. Will he keep him by his side after he is subdued? For fighters, most soldier-level fighters are in a very difficult situation. Whether it is feeding or learning skills, or even investing natural resources when advancing. This is the case. There is no other way to choose to specialize in insects. Because insect-type beasts grow very fast and have low food requirements, they can be said to occupy a small part of the soldier-level fighters. Of course, the rapid formation of combat power means that the successors are weak, and the attack power of insect-type beasts has always been low. In the later stage, they will either be abandoned or developed in the direction of toxins. This Xiao Feimong is obviously not ready to follow the path of insects wholeheartedly, and subduing the old one-eyed man is probably an attempt. In short, his strength is not strong. You can give it a try. 3 days later, Xiao Feimong walked out of Lucin City and prepared to go to Qinglong Mountain. Even if the consumption is small, the life of the insect-type rider is still very difficult. They need to accept various tasks, or hunt and gather, and their harvest is obviously not comparable to Fong Xing. Besides Xiao Feimong, the old one-eyed one was lazily accompanying, alert from time to time. Suddenly, it raised its head and looked at a man in black who suddenly appeared in front of it, with a trace of astonishment on its wolf face. Sure enough, it is not a real old one-eyed one, and its vigilance is too poor for the hard beast wandering in the wilderness. Losing vigilance is equivalent to death. Fong Xing covered his face with a black cloth and looked at Xiao Feimong. My friend, what are you going to do? Xiao Feimong took a few steps back, and a black iron quality hard image holy book appeared in his hand. After opening it, 3 pages of the space book shone brightly, releasing 3 hard beasts, namely the upper soldier level crazy needle bee, the upper soldier level soul bewitching butterfly, and the lower soldier level hardhorn longhorn beetle. 3 summoned beasts plus your life-born hard beast and a one-eyed old wolf. A very standard 5-type battle formation. Fong Xing lowered his voice with a hint of smile. You are even poorer than I thought. Is that old one-eyed beast released in the outside world because there is no extra space in the black iron holy book? As he spoke, the protective aura on his body continued to grow stronger, as if it were real. In his hand, a bronze holy book appeared. Or, do you want to fight with me first and learn the way of fighting from me? General level? Xiao Feimong exclaimed and bowed quickly. I have no intention of challenging you. In fact, if they really fought, he would find that the mysterious man in front of him was just a lame rider with a general level hard beast. Of course, that was also not something he could match. The reason why the weak defeated the strong was praised was because it rarely happened. Pa! A purse was thrown on the ground, and the mouth of the purse spread out, revealing the golden brilliance inside. 100 taels of gold. Fong Xing said, I want to buy your old one-eyed one. This? Xiao Feimong looked at the wolf beast beside him and hesitated. It's just an old wolf. In fact, after getting along with it for a while, he also found that this old one-eyed one was unusual. Although some wolf beasts are not very proficient in skills, they are very humane. Over time, Xiao Feimong regarded the old one-eyed one as his real partner. The old one-eyed one looked at the black-clothed man in front of him with his remaining eye. as if he remembered something, with a trace of fear in his wolf eyes, biting the corner of the clothes of the master of the chariot beside him. You just need to answer me. Are you willing or not? Fang Xing spoke in a dull voice, and the bronze holy book in his hand was turning pages. It seemed that a powerful general-level hard beast would jump out in the next moment. In fact, if Xia Feimong insisted, he would find that Fang Xing could only release a giant earth bear cub in addition to a black fire dog. Of course, just Era had the strength to completely destroy the 5 soldier-level hard beasts on the opposite side. If we compare purely by the years of cultivation, at least 10 soldier-level hard beasts are needed to barely compete with Era. But if we add the quality gap, it will be a huge gap. I agree. Xia Feimong finally struggled to nod. He squatted down and stroked the back of the old one-eyed man. My partner. You are free. After saying this, it was as if an invisible thread broke on his body, and even the power of his heart dropped a bit. After signing a contract with a hard beast, if you take the initiative to break it, of course you will pay a certain price. However, this price can be recovered by continuing to cultivate in the future, compared to offending a powerful general-level controller and losing his life. Naturally, his own life is more important. After losing his master, the old one-eyed man seemed a little sluggish. But the next moment, a stream of light enveloped him. That was the bronze heart appearance, holy book in Fang Xing hand. Compared to the earth-violent bear cub, the old one-eyed man was struggling a little. But it seems that the disconnection just now also hurt its spirit. Now it is still in mental shock. And finally it turned into a stream of light, and fell on the bronze page, next to a lifelike gray-white old wolf. Lines of text appeared. Gray wolf. Old age. Cultivation, 8 years. Quality, black iron. Skills, bite. Claw. It looks very ordinary. Is it an illusion? Fang Xing said to himself, and looked at Xia Feimong. Sir, can I leave now? Xia Feimong stood up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked, Yes, take the 100 taels of gold. That's what you deserve. Fang Xing nodded, and watched Xia Feimong leave. He turned around, and started running. It didn't take long before he entered a small forest. This kind of place is not far from the human gathering point, and it is unlikely to have wild hard beasts. There are only traces of ordinary wild beasts walking. At this time, he slapped the bronze heart scripture again, and released the old one-eyed man. The old one-eyed man was completely confused, and then he remembered to prepare to show his teeth. Awuh! At this time, a stream of light flashed from Fang Xing. An Era jumped out. The 3-meter-long body immediately made the old one-eyed man a little afraid. Even a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, you recognize the black fire dog and guess my identity. Fang Xing pulled the scarf casually, revealing his true face, and your eyes have betrayed you. You are very powerful. You can actually avoid the identification of the Bronze Heart Sutra. But I still need to confirm it. However, the old one-eyed man was still stupid, as if he was shocked by Era. Go! Fang Xing pointed casually, and Era rushed forward, biting the old one-eyed man's neck, pressing him to the ground, exposing his belly. Exposing the vital parts without reservation is the way dogs express submission, even if it is forced. In that case, Fang Xing squatted down and put his palm on the forehead of the old one-eyed man. I didn't expect that the first foreign beast I subdued was you. Buzz! A ball of light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Then, with the power of the heart as a connection, he was ready to try to conclude a contract with this gray wolf. No! No! With Fang Xing current mind, he could feel that the subject of the contract was not the gray wolf in front of him. It was the shadow of the gray wolf. It was like possessed, controlling everything about the gray wolf. But after feeling Fang Xing heart power, the shadow of the old wolf was immediately frightened and turned into the shadow of a person, surrounded by a circle of hazy gray mist. Ghost? A very appropriate name suddenly emerged in Fang Xing's mind. Then, his heart power spread, and he signed a contract with the ghost without hesitation. Boom! Instantly, information about the ghost appeared in his mind. Ghost. Childhood. Cultivation, 8 years. Quality, Emperor. Skills, Fraud. Ghost possession. His. An Emperor quality hard beast? No, this gray fog is somewhat familiar. Are you the heart of Fang Lung? Through mental communication, Fang Xing immediately understood. Fang Lung was indeed dead, but his heart was preserved. And with the help of special abilities, He possessed the gray wolf, because it was transformed from the other party's mind. It retained some of Fan Leng's memories. So when the old one-eyed man saw Fan Xing, his expression was so complicated. Back then, the Dugyafang of the Heart Temple made a wrong assessment. Fan Leng's mind was not the gray mist of the rotten wood quality, but the ghost shadow of the emperor quality. Of course, this may not be the other party's fault, because the ghost shadow is good at fraud, and can even fool the assessment of the Heart Sutra. I didn't expect that the rumor that after the death of those powerful writers, their natal mind beasts did not die with them, but turned into wild mind beasts, would be encountered by me. Fan Xing found the truth of what happened that night 3 years ago from the ghost shadow's memory. That night, Fan Leng went out alone, encountered a hard beast, and was killed by a wolf kiss. But although the ghost shadow was only a heart image, it had special abilities and did not die with it. Instead, it used the ability of ghost possession to possess the old one-eyed man. In the past few years, it secretly absorbed the power of the heart and finally condensed into a hard beast. If it hadn't met me, it might have grown into an extremely powerful hard beast and become the golden finger for Xia Feimong's rise? No. If Fan Leng hadn't gone out at the beginning, but accepted his fate, then in a few years, I'm afraid he would have discovered the secret of his heart image and thus rise. My brother's heart image eventually became my wings? I didn't expect Fan Leng. You really gave me a golden finger? Chapter 538 Pterodactyl. Fan Xing looked at the human-shaped shadows surrounded by gray mist, feeling somewhat amused. The first skill of the Emperor quality ghost is deception, which is different from concealment, but direct deception. For example, Era. It can only hide its own cultivation, which is aimed at itself, while deception is aimed at others and external objects. For example, after the bronze holy book was defrauded, not to mention that it could not identify the ghost. Even if I asked it to identify the earth violent bear as a leader quality or a king quality, it would take it seriously and show it. This ability is the magical skill of thieves and liars. And the second ability is ghost possession. The ghost can possess the heart beast that killed it and complete the possession, and absorb the cultivation of the heart beast. The ghost was originally just a heart image, but by constantly absorbing the cultivation of the old one-eyed man, it finally became a heart beast. This ability is almost invincible. If I feed the old one-eyed man to an emperor level or even legendary heart beast, the ghost can also seize the control of the other party? No. It seems to be limited. It can only be activated 3 times in its lifetime. The previous possession of the old one-eyed man has already counted as 1 time, and there are 2 chances left. And, after each activation, there must be a silent period. If you die during this period, you are really dead? Fan Xing used the power of the mind to sense, and found that the silent period of the ghost's ghost possession skill has not passed. However, as long as he uses the power of the mind to assist, he should be able to speed up the process. But ghost possession is definitely not omnipotent. I am afraid there are certain cultivation restrictions, and even quality restrictions. Fan Xing immediately thought of something. No matter how powerful the ghost is now, it is only a soldier level. Let it possess a general level, or even a lord level, and it may be successful. But possessing a king level hard beast now is like a dream. In addition to the number of times and cultivation, there may be other restrictions. There has never been an invincible hard beast in this world. Only an invincible rider. He released the restrictions, and let the ghost shadow possess the old one-eyed man again. The old one-eyed man groaned and stood up. Fan Xing saw this scene, and finally confirmed one thing. Fan Leng really died that night, and only his life-born hard beast survived. Now it has fallen into my hands again. Ah! My blood brother became my wings. It's quite literary and lyrical. Instead of that, why not thank my old friend for the hard beast he rewarded? This ghost shadow is obviously of the attribute of death, which should be of great help in comprehending the law of death. A few months later, Qinglong Mountain. Deep thundercloud. Pei Ziyu has summoned his life-born hard beast, and a dark cloud emerged, with a faint sound of thunder in it. Very good. Your natal beast has been cultivated to the upper level of the soldier level. It's time to subdue the second beast. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat stood beside Pei Ziyu and said, "Teacher." Pei Ziyu's face immediately showed respect, because her teacher was the mayor of Lucin City, a powerful agricultural driver. At this time, in the hand of the old mayor, there was still a wooden stick that looked ordinary. This wooden stick seemed to have just been broken off from a tree. without scraping off the bark, and still had a few fresh branches with green buds on them. Thumb! The old mayor used the wooden stick in his hand to support the ground. And strange seedlings grew up one by one. The leaves were dark blue, with a hint of purple lightning. It didn't take long before the ears of rice were full of grains. The most suitable food for your thundercloud hard beast is thundercloud rice. Plus the piece of thunder crystal you used when you condensed your form before. You can cultivate to the upper level of the soldier level in just a few months. The old city lord taught some skills to feed Thundercloud. And continued, however. The strength of a driver also depends on the combination of other hard beasts. Now, it's time for you to subdue the second hard beast. According to your bronze quality initial hard beast standard, the second hard beast must be at least bronze quality, or a leader quality cub. Yes, teacher. Pei Ziyue was a little excited. She thought of her two classmates. Although they chased each other in the school, they were clearly separated after leaving the school. It is said that Fang Xing came directly to Qinglong Mountain to make a living. He is probably still in the outskirts now. The second hard beast may only be of black iron quality, wasting its potential. There is no way to deal with this. Not everyone can have a lord-level teacher to lead them to hunt hard beasts when they are at the soldier level. I have dealt with several lord-level hard beasts in Qinglong Mountain. Maybe I can find a cub that suits you. If this kind of cub is cultivated from a young age, even if it grows up to be a lord, it will not be bad for you. The old city lord smiled, and a white cloud flew out of his hand. Then, this white cloud floated up to the sky, expanding continuously, and soon covered dozens of miles, hundreds of miles. Pei Ziyue looked at this scene with admiration, being able to change the sky of 100 miles with just a wave of his hand. This is a true lord-level driver. Your thundercloud has both thunder and cloud. You don't have to deliberately subdue a thunder beast. So there is a space left. And it's also good to go on the road of fighting. The old city lord smiled, took out another silver holy book, and turned to a certain page. On the screen, it was a hazy rainy season, and elves dancing in the rain. Walala. A drizzle fell, covering 100 miles of land, and a hazy mist and rain. Where? You have to remember that we, the farmer drivers, either don't take action, or if we do, we must seize the right time, use clouds and fog to cover, and then use the reconnaissance skills of the rain spirit. At least the big movement within 100 miles can't be hidden from the master. The old city lord said proudly, now, let's go see that pterodactyl. There are also high and low levels of leadership quality. Pterodactyls are undoubtedly top-notch among the leader-level hard beasts. And more importantly, they have the ability to fly. Pei Ziyue's eyes lit up. Do I want a pterodactyl baby? Such a leader-quality cub, after being trained and grown up, will definitely be the best among the lords. In fact, there is no hard beast with the word dragon that is not strong. And pterodactyls are not even considered true dragon-type hard beasts. Suddenly, the old city lord looked in a certain direction. His expression became extremely solemn. Two upper lord hard beasts are fighting. One of them is the ferocious saber-toothed tiger with 700 years of cultivation. The upper lord's hard beasts are fighting? Pei Ziyue took a breath. Is this normal? According to what she learned in the textbook, lord-level hard beasts have fixed territories and will not fight unless necessary. Of course, this is not normal. The other lord-level hard beast has a cultivation of at least 900 years. It's an invasion. It's hunting. The old city lord's face showed a trace of solemnity, and the silver holy book in his hand kept turning pages. A wind spirit and a thunder beast were released. Wind, rain, thunder, cloud. This is the standard configuration of the farmer driver. Although among these lord-level hard beasts, only the natal hard beast Wu Dingyun and the thunder beast have reached the upper lord level. The rest are lower lords. But if they work together, they can tangle or even defeat a lord's hard beast with 1,000-year cultivation. Roar! Even in the rain. Pei Ziyue heard the tiger roar. Gradually, the tiger roar changed from high-pitched to shrill, and finally silent. Hua la la. In the rain, a wolf beast with a body size of more than 6 meters and green eyes emerged. It still had a saber-toothed tiger's head in its mouth, and glanced at this side with disdain, which made the thunder beast shudder. Soon, the wolf beast retreated and disappeared quickly in the rain. It's gone. The old city lord breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to take back the hard beast. Otherwise, if he encountered a sudden attack, he would not be afraid with a protective aura. But Pei Ziyue would be dead. Hoo-hoo. It was only then that Pei Ziyue heard his heavy breathing. She was just an ordinary soldier-level rider. It was too difficult for her to suddenly face a lord-level beast with a cultivation level of nearly 1,000 years. However, when she thought of the vague figure she had just seen, she inexplicably had a familiar feeling. Wolf, dog, heart? Is that a black fire dog? Pei Ziyue blurted out. As someone's classmate, she certainly had seen Fang Xing heart. No, it should be a black flame dog of command quality. Or even a black flame dog king of king quality. The old city lord shook his head and said, ordinary black fire dogs can't break the limit of 100 years and be promoted to a lord-level heart beast. That's right. Pei Ziyue nodded. Somewhere 100 miles away, Fang Xing, wearing a bamboo hat, stood on the cliff, looking at the rain clouds not far away. A lord-level farmer rider? There are many farmers near Lucin City, but there seems to be only one lord-level one. Why would the city lord condescend to take risks? He thought about it casually, and then it didn't matter. Not long after, Era came to Fang Xing with the head of the ferocious saber-toothed tiger in his mouth to ask for credit. Well, you did a good job. He nodded, quite satisfied with Era's performance. After spending several months to let Era get familiar with the power of the general level, Fang Xing took it into Qinglong Mountain again, catching dogs and chasing chickens along the way. Anyway, he just picked the weak and burned countless insects, butterflies, and small animals with the fire of destruction. Era quickly promoted to the lord level, breaking through the 100 years of cultivation. His body size exploded, and he also comprehended the skill of the destruction domain. Generally speaking, only the king-level hard beast has the probability of mastering domain skills. Era obtained it when he was at the lord level, which shows that he is gifted. Now that my cultivation has improved, it's like snowballing. However, it's enough to maintain my cultivation for 1,000 years. I still need to get familiar with it and hone it before I can break through to the king level. Fang Xing looked at his other hard beast again. The old one-eyed man was standing aside with a melancholy look, but he didn't look panicked when facing Era. After all, the ghost shadow was of emperor quality, and it was completely delayed before. Now that it has obtained high-level ingredients for cultivation, it has improved rapidly. It will soon break through to the general level. After that, maybe I can try to directly possess the lord-level hard beast? Fang Xing has always been too lazy to cultivate new blood. Not every hard beast is like Era. As long as they keep fighting and practice the way of destruction, their cultivation will rise. There are only 3 chances for the ghost shadow to possess. I used it on the one-eyed wolf before, which was a waste of talent. This time, I have to catch at least one lord to become a hard beast. It's not a waste if it has the potential to be a king. It just so happens that after my natal hard beast was promoted, I am now also a lord-level driver. There is no problem in bearing the contracts of several lord-level beasts. Chapter 539 Wind God Pterosaur. Fang Xing rode Era, speeding along. Not long after, he saw a cliff. Whoosh! Countless strong winds surged, as if forming an eye of the storm. There were many caves on the cliffs, from which pterosaurs of soldier and general levels flew out. The lowest level of the pterosaur tribe is the bronze quality pterosaur, and the highest cultivation is 100 years. But the general level is at its peak. Pterosaurs are of commander quality, and they can grow up to be a sky lord. I seem to be at a disadvantage for contracting a pterosaur now, but if the other party is already a high-level commander, it is not too disadvantageous. The quality of the hard beast in Qinglong Mountain is just like this. After getting the pterosaur, mobility will not be a problem. You can travel long distances and trek all the way to the heart city. For the war driver, travel is an indispensable training. Through the battles along the way, subdue the hard beast, form the most perfect combination for yourself, and then challenge the hard tower in the hard city and become famous. Of course, this is a shortcut that only a few drivers can succeed. Most of the battle drivers either died halfway or were seriously injured and unknown. Those who can finally return to their hometown safely and become local tyrants are considered successful. But, for me, success is 100%. Fang Xing patted Era's head. Era immediately turned around and prepared to find a place to ambush. Now it's just reconnaissance. And his target is of course the pterodactyl lord here. Take a cub or a dragon egg. And I don't know how much energy and resources it will take to hatch and cultivate it. Naturally, it's best to eat ready-made ones. As for the problem, that wild adult hard beasts are unruly and easy to rebel, Fang Xing, who has the destruction wolf in his hand, doesn't care about this at all. Iron making still depends on its own hardness. Era's speed of improvement will only make all the beasts to spare. And even if they rebel, they can be easily suppressed. Huh? Suddenly, Fang Xing saw a group of rain clouds that were constantly moving forward. Is it that city lord? His goal is also the cliff where the pterodactyl is located. Could it be that the old city lord decided to make a move and subdue the pterodactyl lord? Fang Xing touched Era under him. After killing the saber-toothed tiger, Era's cultivation level directly reached 1,000 years. Even, he can break through to the lower king level at any time. With this strength, you can watch the show calmly without being afraid of blood splashing on your body. Not long after, Fang Xing saw the rain cloud covering the sky above the cliffs. Hua la la. The strands of rain kept getting bigger, like rain hitting banana leaves, falling on the flesh wings of those soldier-level and general-level pterosaurs. With a hint of coldness. Skill, ice rain. The pterosaurs trembled visibly, no longer flying, but landing on the cliffs, screaming at the invaders. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and a pterodactyl with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew out from the eye of the wind, with dragon claws at the end of its wings. When its wings flapped, it directly raised a strong wind, causing countless rain to roll back. Whoosh! A turquoise wind formed a vortex, protecting the old city lord and Pei Ziyue. The old city lord laughed and floated in the air directly under the wind, shouting, "Lord Pterodactyl, we meet again." The pterodactyl had red skin, and its sharp beak opened like a bird's beak, revealing countless sharp saw teeth, and syllables of varying heights came out of its throat. The old city lord continued, "I have a good disciple who I want to introduce to you. After all, from all indications, you should have just given birth to a child. Right? You should know that it is too slow for the hard beast to practice alone in the wild. The only way to grow up with the driver is the most convenient way. I promise to give your child the best treatment, and even use natural treasures to help it upgrade its bloodline grade." He took out a green Ganoderma from his arms with some pain. "Did you see it? This is a 1,000-year-old wind Ganoderma. If you give it to your child, there is a 10% chance of being promoted to the king. Can you find treasures like this? But in the human world, there are many such treasures." Pei Ziyue's cheeks flushed as he listened to the teacher negotiation. It turned out that the teacher knew that this pterosaur lord had just laid eggs and his strength was greatly damaged. There is also a 1,000-year-old wind Ganoderma. That is the tribute of Green Forest City for 5 years. And the teacher is just keeping it for it. It will have to be returned to the Holy Hall later. However, it seems to be enough to deceive the hard beast. Pei Ziyue felt that if she really had a baby pterodactyl, she would definitely find all kinds of resources for it. Of course, promotion to the king is just talk. Even if she was promoted, she couldn't control it at all. And it might even be snatched away by the teacher. Cry! Suddenly, the pterodactyl lord let out an owl cry, and a series of green wind blades swept over. Negotiation. Failed? This female dragon has such a hot temper? Pei Ziyue was shocked. Above the sky, the old city lord was fearless, and the rain curtains turned into ice walls in the air. Chi-chi! The wind blades cut on the ice wall, leaving deep traces, and countless ice chips flew. This time it's a bit strange. Pei Ziyue heard the old city lord's thin voice, but forget it. The master has already made plans for the failure of the negotiation. You watch carefully how the master fights. Although the old city lord was not sure of killing or even subduing the pterodactyl lord. After all, the hard beast with the ability to fly was really too shameless. But he was still somewhat sure of forcibly driving the other party away and snatching the commander-level hard beast egg. Crash! Within 100 miles, heavy rain poured down. Boom! Purple lightning appeared, and countless forks fell, as if forming a purgatory. In the thunder purgatory, there was a green thunder beast. It roared and hit the pterodactyl directly. This is a battle of lords. Not only that, in the air, there were also ice rain, wind blades, hail, constantly hitting the pterodactyl lord. Compared with a hard beast that can only fight alone, the driver can easily use several hard beasts to besiege, which naturally has a great advantage. In the distance, Fang Xing also looked at the scene. This pterodactyl lord is defeated. However, it is impossible to kill or subdue it. Wild hard beasts are generally very arrogant. Unless they are forced into a desperate situation, they will not surrender. Moreover, if it is a battle to subdue, It is best to be one-on-one, and use the natal hard beast to defeat the opponent, so that they can be convinced, so as to avoid any disobedience or defection later. Of course, the old city lord of Lucin also has no such hope. While he was entangled with the pterodactyl lord, he sent a hard beast to the pterodactyl lord's lair. Whack! In the rain, a huge figure landed on the cliff, using all 4 legs to climb quickly. Amazingly, its skin color blended with the rock wall, and with the help of the rain, the pterodactyls did not notice it, and it successfully sneaked into the pterodactyl lord's cave. A chameleon? Fang Xing watched this scene, thinking, well, should I save that female dragon later? But the quality of the leader is so low. Cry! The next moment, a voice even hoarser than the pterodactyl lord came from the cave. Boom! A huge green flesh wing emerged, with a single wingspan of more than 10 meters, and a layer of green scales all over its body. A huge pterodactyl crawled out of the cave, holding the chameleon in its mouth, and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Yes, the pterodactyl lord laid an egg. But who did it lay with? Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the newly appeared hard beast. Cry! At this time, the huge pterodactyl spread its wings, and a series of green tornadoes emerged, rushing straight into the sky. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and there seemed to be an eye in the rain cloud, swallowing up large tracts of dark clouds, tearing the rain curtain, and letting the sun's glory fall. It spread its flesh wings, like the lord of birds of prey in the sky, swooping down with the breath of a predator from ancient times. The old city lord didn't care about the loss of a hard beast, and was shocked. A king-quality wind god pterodactyl? It seems that it has not yet entered adulthood. Or is it a lord of the upper level? There was greed and fear in his eyes, and finally turned into a touch of helplessness. If he were a pure warrior, he might be able to try to defeat this wind god pterodactyl, subdue it, and train it as his trump card. But now, he definitely can't beat this couple. But the old city lord glanced at the pterodactyl lord again, and could judge his age by the pattern on his tail. This lord is really unrefined. Is this a rich woman supporting a little puppy? Puff! Wind blades fell one after another, passing through the bodies of the old city lord and Pei Ziyue, but could only bring up a series of water streams in vain. Let's go! Not far away, the old city lord and Pei Ziyue were running for their lives. According to the custom of pterodactyls, the male should leave after mating. I didn't expect this pterodactyl lord to go his own way and find a wind god pterodactyl. This time he is in trouble. Although so, his tone was full of joy, a flying hard beast of king quality. Even a king-level driver would be tempted. We will report to the king of Jade City when we go back. With this merit, there is no problem in exchanging you for a leader-quality hard beast egg. Beyond the cliffs, the male and female pterodactyls were still roaring wildly, venting their anger at the earth. Fang Xing saw the green wind god pterodactyl, but nodded. King quality. Lord level cultivation. Not bad. Era. Go! He patted his body, and Era immediately flew out. Ouch! Era roared, and the blue-black light of destruction filled the world. It was the destruction domain. In the destruction domain, Era's various skills and physical fitness were improved, while the 2 pterodactyls on the opposite side were suppressed. Well, if the farmer driver is the real weather team. In fact, what I built with Era's destruction domain should be the field team. Fang Xing mind moved, and Era flew up and entangled the pterodactyl lord. The wind god pterodactyl roared and flew directly towards Fang Xing. The battle between the hard beasts has always been unscrupulous, and there is no saying that it is forbidden to attack the driver. Even the so-called human military tactics are to concentrate their own superior forces to attack the enemy's weak teams and gradually erode them. Looking at the rushing Elis, Fang Xing took out the bronze holy book without panic. It's decided to be you. Go! A gray wolf was summoned and smashed towards the Elis in midair. There was a trace of contempt in the eyes of the Elis. After all, it was just a soldier-level gray wolf. Without thinking, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the gray wolf in one gulp. Cry! The pterodactyl lord who was fighting with Era seemed to sense something and looked over here in horror. After swallowing the gray wolf, the Elis pterodactyl did not move, but stood there in a daze. If you look at the ground, you will find a human-shaped black shadow that is constantly merging into its shadow. Fang Xing saw the scene and smiled. Pterodactyl lord, your partner is good, and now he is mine. Chapter 540 Secret Realm News. Dacia Universe. New blue star. Although a wisp of consciousness was put into the gate of the heavens, it was just like entering the Taishu universe. Fang Xing original body was still able to move, and could even handle government affairs and comprehend the laws. The power of the heart is really strange. At this time, he was trying to figure out the practice method of the power of the heart in the world of the driver. Although I haven't cultivated the heart form, I can sense that my observation of the true spirit has become clearer. This is just the elementary practice method of the heart power in the Green Forest Academy. When I get to the City of Heart, I get the advanced practice method, and even the secret method in the Holy Hall. I wonder what the scenery will be like. That world is probably related to the transcendent. Fang Xing is quite looking forward to it. As for the comprehension of the law, Era has just reached the Lord level, which does not help his destruction law much. And the destruction field team has not yet taken shape. When he completes his plan and travels all the way to the City of Heart, it will be the time to reap the rewards. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the castle. A high-level spaceship broke into my galaxy? Fang Xing called up the detailed information and shouted, Zhang Chu. Just received a communication. The visitors are two masters of the Starry Sky civilization. Red and Green Tower. The purpose of coming is to visit you. Zhang Chu's projection appeared, and he is now equivalent to Fang Xing artificial intelligence butler. Of course, Fang Xing has kept many tricks on this first-generation principle, and the other party does not have access rights to many places. Red and Green Tower? Didn't these two brothers of inks die in the last mission? Fang Xing was a little speechless. Yes, according to the information disclosed by the Starry Sky civilization, these two masters of the realm of the law have been resurrected again. Zhang Chu explained. In the Peak civilization, there are strong people who can resurrect the masters of the realm of the law. Even if Fang Xing, an outsider master of the realm, falls, he will most likely be resurrected after queuing. But if his meritorious contributions are not enough, he will definitely owe the Starry Sky civilization a large sum. If they die a few more times, they will be completely bankrupt. Red and Green Tower are native masters of the Star civilization, so they should be treated more generously in this regard. Of course, it is also possible that Inquis paid the price. After all, he is a 4th-level master, and he is one of us. Whether it is connections or authority, he is far superior to me. However, if he kills a few more times, it may be enough to bankrupt Inquis, and these two people will not be able to be resurrected. After all, resurrecting a master of the 13th level is also a burden for the Peak Strong, and it requires a certain price. And these two people came to me to confirm something? Otherwise, if there is anything, it can be discussed in the Taishu universe. Why offline? Fang Xing thoughts turned very quickly, and he said, let them land at spaceport number 2. Rumble. Accompanied by countless gases, a silver-white water droplet-shaped spaceship landed at the spaceport of the new blue star. The hatch opened, and Red and Green Tower, whose hair seemed to be burning, walked out. Welcome, both of you. The Lord has prepared a banquet. A projection appeared, showing Zhang Chu's figure. We go by ourselves. Red turned into a beam of fire and came to the castle hall with Green Tower. Fang Xing sat cross-legged on the main seat. Seeing Red and Green Tower, he smiled. Congratulations on your resurrection. What do you want to see me about? Red and Green Tower looked at each other and said, our Starry Sky civilization has discovered a secret realm above the battlefield outside the domain. It is suspected to be the inheritance of the Taoist Master. Only the Dharma Master realm is allowed to enter. This is a newly opened secret realm. Although it is dangerous, the rewards must be very rich. In the Taishu universe, there will be corresponding tasks soon. I wonder if Fang Xing is willing to form an alliance with Big Brother. We will go together, and we will definitely gain a lot. Outside the domain battlefield. Secret realm? Fang Xing shook his head. I am still planning to retreat for a while. I am not interested. In that case, we will not disturb you. Red and Green Tower looked at each other and left directly. Seeing this, Fang Xing was more certain of a guess in his mind. Go tell Gu Yuan that the party doesn't need to be held. Inside the silver-white water-drop spaceship. Okay, now we have completely left the range of that galaxy. This is the spaceship funded by my eldest brother. It is impossible to be monitored. Red said, let me tell you the result first. At least my spiritual secret technique has no reaction. He should not be the previous murderer. My cause and effect secret technique also has no feedback. Green Tower frowned. If Fang Xing doesn't have some top secret technique to cover up, then it really has nothing to do with him. And the scope of the murderer is further narrowed. Humph. I originally had some guesses. After all, we didn't have a real grudge with Fang Xing at the beginning. But we did have a grudge with a certain guy. Red's face was gloomy. But I really can't imagine that guy is so crazy. The other party has applied for a long-term garrison mission to avoid contact with us. Green Tower sneered. This is because he is guilty. 2 of the 3 murderers can be basically confirmed. But the last one? The Time and Space Master. Red took a few steps irritably. We dare not go out to perform the mission until he is dealt with. Although he was resurrected this time, all the resources and treasures on his body were naturally lost. The 2 masters also suffered a great loss of strength and generally dropped 1 level. If they meet the Time and Space Master again, it will be even more dangerous. Those who can fully comprehend the laws of time and space are definitely not unknown people. If there is no such person in our human territory, then it must be from the alien beasts or the Zerg civilization. Such a genius master of magic may actually be a slave of the Zerg. Green Tower said with some regret, by the way, is the secret place in the outer battlefield true? Of course it is true. But my brother asked us to use it as an excuse to visit. The mission will indeed be issued soon. And it is optional. If my brother wants to go, we may have to go with him. Even if it is risky. Red gritted his teeth, otherwise, your credit score and mine will almost become negative. When it comes to this, Green Tower's face turned pale. After resurrection, not only did he lose a lot of his wealth, but he also owed a large contribution to the Starry Sky civilization. Now the 2 of them are truly big debtors. At this moment, in the Taishu universe. Brother, are you looking for us? Red and Green Tower appeared. Looking at Inquis in front, we just tested Fang Xing. He should not be the man in black robe. Have you seen him? Inquis sighed. I came to you just to tell you not to use that news as an excuse. Now it seems that it is a step too late. What's the situation? Red and Green Tower looked at each other. Green Tower bit his lip and guessed. Did something happen in the secret realm? Yes. Another battle just broke out, which made us know the level of the secret realm. It is not arranged by the Tao Lord realm, but the inheritance left by the eternal realm. Inquis. See, look solemn. As soon as this news came out, our 5th level master, Calamity Emer, had already rushed over. The alien beast civilization and the insect civilization suffered a loss first, but they also sent 5th level masters to reinforce later. Now in that secret realm, the competition is very fierce, and the benefits are great. The tasks that will be issued immediately will not explain these, but there will also be restrictions on strength. Only masters of the 3rd level or above and the top 1000 strength on the Starry Sky list are eligible to go. It turned out to be the inheritance left by the Eternal Realm? Red's eyes lit up, and he patted his thigh again. What a pity. For the real Genius Master Realm, they have already found their own Tao, and will not care too much about the inheritance of the Tao Lord Realm. But the inheritance of the Eternal Realm is completely different. This is something that the 5th level master will desperately obtain, if it is finally confirmed to be true. Not only Calamity Emer, but also Absolute Blade Red Star. Ice Emperor Catherine will definitely appear. After all, these 3 are the 3 most talented people in the Starry Sky civilization. If it is said that they want to obtain the inheritance of the Eternal Realm, their probability is the highest. The Zerg civilization and the Beast civilization will definitely come to stop them and try to obtain the inheritance. It can be said that the ownership of this secret realm may lead to an imbalance in the strength of the 3 peak civilizations. But Fang Xing is practicing and will not easily accept the task. Green Tower smiled slightly and said a piece of news that made Inquis relieved. Very good. Inquis' eyes lit up. He is a 4th level master of magic. And of course, he also covets the eternal inheritance. Although the task was issued this time, it will not be stated explicitly. We, the locals, have received hints and reminders one after another. It is a good opportunity to form a team and seize the initiative. He thought for a while. You 2 stay in the human territory for the time being, and don't go out easily. I will do my best to prepare for the trip to the secret realm. The implication is that don't talk about borrowing source power coins anymore. Okay. Red and Green Tower looked at each other, both a little helpless. An entrance to a secret realm. All kinds of cosmic wonders are constantly changing, with extreme destructive power. A white-haired boy sat at the entrance, with a sharp aura around him, suppressing all the demons and monsters behind the secret realm. He was holding a piece of Taishu stone in his hand and playing games in the Taishu universe. Suddenly, Xiao's expression moved, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's it. Eternal inheritance? Before, he was not wandering around and playing aimlessly in the Taishu universe, but communicating with his friend Kulin, who went to the alien beast civilization in secret codes. Then, he got an interesting news from the other party. It's a pity. I'm not strong enough. Xiao sighed in his heart. In the secret realm of the extraterritorial battlefield, those who took action must be powerful characters in the realm of the master of the law. Xiao knew his own limitations, and would definitely not humiliate himself. What's more, he still had the task of guarding. In case, he must be eyeing this secret realm. I have to make some trouble for him. Xiao had a sneer on his mouth. He was upset that Red and Green Tower were resurrected, but this also gave him many opportunities for revenge.